Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Rausch Creek Rumble. It's an amazing morning. We are just kicking off qualifying, and off the line first is number 4908 of Jeff Donda and Sean out of Wheeling, West Virginia with Metalworks Motorsports. Sorry for the little late start, trying to get everything set up out here. We're in the Big B studio here for the Rock Krawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. And here we are in the Big B studio trying to get everything going on. Sorry, we're a little short-handed here, but we're live, and we're going to try to make it happen. We'll be on and off all weekend long. I'm going to try to flip it back. And there is our first little section. This is a 2.2 qualifier. This is getting everything set up for today's race. Later this afternoon, the UTVs will be racing the stock and the opens together, and then the pro mod by themselves. I believe they are each doing 2 laps. I did miss the drivers' meeting this morning, trying to get everything set up for this live show, so I do apologize, but we are going to do our best to keep everything in action. So again, on screen, or on course right now, we're only got a couple cameras out here, but it's Jeff Donda. So this is going to be just a little remote studio out here for the Rausch Creek Rumble. We first started racing here in 2009. For our first ever Ultra 4 race, we raced from 2009 all the way from 2012, and we are back in action. And again, I am Miles Hasquist tuning in remote from about race mile 1, and it's going to be an amazing weekend out here. It's a little foggy out here. It's really chilly in the morning. But when that sun comes out in the afternoon, it is pretty nice out here. This is kind of a little either or. The left just ahead of me is super downhill and some big rocks. There's a little roundabout on the outside. It's a little easier, but I'm not going to call it easy. But I assume most of our guys and gals will be taking that right line. Rausch Creek Off-Road is located just outside of Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. It's open year-round. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's got about 3,000 acres out here. You got more than 80 miles of trails, and it's mainly a off-road buggy, Jeep, truck trail. There's no ATVs, no UTVs, and no dirt bikes out here, unless there's a special event like the Ultra 4 Rausch Creek Rumble, presented by Rock Krawler Suspension. And we are live here on the Ultra 4 USA YouTube. We will be qualifying one at a time to get everything set up for their race. We're going to start off with the UTVs, and then we'll do the 4,500 class, then the 4,600 class, and then the 4,400 big dogs. The 4,400 race this weekend is going to be extremely interesting. We got 2 previous kings that'll be out here qualifying later today and racing tomorrow afternoon. So far, so good. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in for the Rausch Creek, Pennsylvania. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Rausch Creek Rumble is presented by Rock Krawler Suspension and is brought to you by our official sponsors: Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, by PCI, by All Things UTV, and by NorCal Rock Racing. So we do have our first time of Jeff Donda with a 514. I usually do my guess up here. Pam's running registration today and keeping everybody honest up there, so she's unable to join me out here on site. So we usually kind of banter back and forth. And I was going to do a guess of about a 4-minute. And Donda's got that 5:14. So we'll see if that changes up much later today. Remember, go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the live timing there at the start-finish. Later on today and tomorrow's race will be 10.2 miles. This qualifier is 2.2. We also have Racing Track, so make sure you go to their website and check them out as well. Our next race is the NorCal Metal Cloak Stampede. March 28th and 29th will be the first Western Series race. Today is the first Eastern Series race here in Rausch Creek, Pennsylvania, just out of Pine Grove. And if you're tuning in the area, come on out. It's only $25 a day or $40 for the weekend. We do have Huey's Amusement Food Truck here on site as well. I hear another one off the line. I believe that's Travis Fisher, the 4946. With Roger King riding shotgun out of Sparta, Tennessee with Rusty Bucket Racing. He's part of the stock class. He's in a Speed UTV with Nitto tires. Speed and his wife. This is his first Ultra 4 race here in Rausch, Kentucky. Rausch Creek, Pennsylvania. And here he's going to be coming through screen here in just a moment. And here is Travis Fisher. We'll see if he takes that left line. He does not. Oh, he's going to take the middle line. All right, that's a pretty good line. There's still some pretty big rocks down here as Travis Fisher makes his way. This is about halfway through the qualifying course. And Jeff Donda with that 5:14. We'll see how long that sticks. And this is the Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble, just out of Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. It's an absolutely beautiful park out here. We've been out here for a few days getting everything set up. Trying to get my audio tuned in. I do apologize. Usually we got a lot of behind-the-scenes people helping everything out, but we're trying something a little different. We were not going to have a live show, but we decided last second to try to put something together, so I hope everybody back at home and here on site enjoys it. Our friends over at Take It Live kind of helped us out, get everything going, and now we're rolling with it. So, again, thanks to everybody who makes this possible. And speaking about that, we need to give a huge shout-out to Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports for the Legends class. All Things UTV has jumped on for the 4900 Open class sponsor. NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension is the official sponsor of this race. Spider Tracks is still with the 4600 stock. Factor 55, PCI Race Radio is the official communication of Ultra 4 USA. G-Force Racing Technology, they are the 4900 Pro Mod class sponsor. Metal Cloak, and Freight Factory. We're hoping to have some big announcements from a couple of our other sponsors coming up soon, waiting for some verification there. And I believe we have Jim Flory taking off next, trying to chase down Travis Fisher. So Jim Flory, number 999 out of Prosperity, Pennsylvania, with Flory Racing in that Pro Modified class. And that JW Performance Can-Am X3 with Speed Squad. CT Raceworks, Metalworks, Extreme Washington County, and Optima Batters and Tire Spine. He takes that left line, and that is super big. I anticipated to see the 4400 cars go down that, not necessarily these UTVs. So Jim Flory making a great run there, and this could really give him a good time. Again, Jeff Donda with that 5:14 time to beat. Make sure you go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same live timing we have right here in the Big B studio. So we got some locals coming up, checking out the scenes. Man, we got a whole bunch of the Big B crew up here, huh? Everybody's checking everything out. So far, so good for the Rock Crawler suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. Had to step away for just a moment. I do apologize, getting some more things set up. So we do have a time for Travis Fisher with a 5:43. So that's 29 seconds slower than Jeff Donda. And I think Travis Fisher had a great run on that Speed UTV, but I couldn't hang quite with Jeff Donda. So we'll get a time for Jim Flory here in just a moment. And here comes Gavin Smith, number 304, with Aaron Lynch riding shotguns out of St. Albans, West Virginia, with Smitty Racing in that Pro Modified class, and his Can-Am with Lynchworks, Mountain Made Off-Road, FP Racing, Leonard's Electric, Green Thumb, CT Raceworks, MRT, SA Auto, and Cass Lake Media. So I do hear should be Gavin Smith coming through our area here very soon. I can hear it. I see some dust in the background. They'll be coming from your left as they hit this first little Rock Crawler suspension qualifying run. And that is Gavin Smith running no co-driver, I do see now. I do know Aaron Lynch was supposed to make it. Not sure if he did. So he's taking that far right lane. He'll drop out of your screen just a second. No, we keep him in. So Gavin Smith out on course. Gavin Smith, part of the Pro Modified. So we're going to call this the Rock Crawler Rocks from Adam Collin. He's getting clever over here on me. And he'll be hopping on here with us here in just a little bit after we get things rolling. We're going to try to get some flags set up. So I'm going to switch here just a minute. I'm playing with some things, and you see some of our safety crew. There's A.K. Watley walking up behind us. We'll have a chat with him here in just a little bit as well. Actually, we'll bring him on real quick. So that's what we got the crowd behind us here at the Big B studio, and everything's working so far so good. So we'll get some people going. And, yeah, RDP, everything's going good so far, buddy. Thanks for all your help getting everything set up. And I just hit a different screen than I meant to. Nope, I think we got a little behind-the-scenes tech. All right. Well, if you're just tuning in, thank you, everybody, for this is the Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble here just outside of Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. I got A.K. Watley. He'll be racing with us later on today in the 4400 class. A.K., how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me okay?
I can't tell. Let's see. Let me hit a couple buttons real quick. Sorry. Again, thank you, everybody back home. We're trying some new things. And that is Chris Fletcher with his Can-Am with MRT, FMH Racing, and Evo Power Sports. So, AK, try it again. Do we hear you now?
Right.
Do you hear
Can
me?
You hear me now?
Ear?
I don't hear you at all. Can you hear me?
I can't tell if we hear you or not, buddy.
I got no audio at all.
Well, let me do a little test fixing here. We'll get you back in here. You hanging out for a minute?
Yeah.
All right. We'll get you back up here in a minute once we figure some things out. Thanks, buddy. Sorry. Well, so far so good here. Say that again. So I didn't have audio on the second headset. Well, we couldn't hear each other. Could you hear him? Oh, okay. We just couldn't hear each other, so you did hear him. Okay. Well, we'll just roll with it then. We just couldn't hear each other. Oh man, that's your. You gonna do that tomorrow too?
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, it's just going to automatically work, though? Okay. This plugged in. I didn't unplug anything.
It's working.
Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Copy. We'll roll. Thank you. All right, and we are back. Having a little bit of tech. I'm not all that techie, buddy. I apologize, but we're trying to make it happen.
It's okay. No worries at all. I completely understand.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is A.K. Watley. He'll be racing the 4400 class later on today. He'll be qualifying and racing tomorrow. And I was trying to set this up, kind of give us a recap of the drivers' meeting. Any information that changed? We talked about moving tomorrow's schedule up due to the weather.
Yeah, so they moved some of the schedule up tomorrow. It's supposed to start raining later on in the afternoon, and 10 years ago I raced out here, and it was rainy, and when these rocks get wet, there's no traction.
Yeah.
No traction.
And
so I'm really glad they moved
makes it rough for everybody.
It does. It'll be a parking lot out here then.
So we're qualifying now. This is a 2.2 qualifier, and this gets everything set up for the main race. How hard are you going to push during your qualifier?
So for this qualifier, especially in the woods, there's not a whole lot of places to pass. Really, my strategy is I want to start as close to the front as I absolutely can, or even P1. But in looking at these rocks, and look at these guys just smashing into the rocks. There's so many, I don't know, maybe 35-inch tall rocks to reach out and grab you.
And that was Philip McGilton out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. That was Paul Wolf's spare car. He was supposed to bring his car, didn't have it ready. They worked a deal, and Philip McGilton's driving Paul Wolf because at quick glance, that's Paul Wolf.
Yeah,
but number 47 isn't. That's Philip McGilton.
And he's
so he's
moving
got his
through
Can-Am with Southern Tire Mart, Pilot, Yokohama, KMC Wheels, Wheelwood, Airby, and Rugged.
Now, something to keep in mind on this course is there's so many rocks to reach out and grab. Brake control arms, flat tires, there's sharp spine rocks that are just sticking straight up. You really have to keep your head on a swivel on this course.
Yeah, there's a lot of gitches out there.
Oh, a lot of them.
So again, I'm Miles Hasquist, and tuned in is the Flying Hawaiian, A.K. Watley, having some fun out here with us. Again, thanks for tuning in. We're trying something different. We're remote. We only got one camera out here. We got it on the laptop here looking at us, and then we got our camera out here checking out the scenes. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all works out, but it's fun. It's different.
It's
better than nothing,
fun.
Right?
And I'm glad you're sitting right here because this is when they said we're going to go qualify, this is where I wanted to come to
Yeah,
watch.
in your mind, you're like, I
In
think
my
we're going to
mind.
go through here, and here we are. Huh?
Now, did you walk the other side of that line? And
Oh,
from
yeah.
the
It's a
live
big
feed?
rock.
The smoothest, fastest line through there. We'll see who takes it. Online, if y'all are watching, that left-hand black flag.
Who was it? It was Gavin Smith who jumped down that and put down a great time.
On the far left hand?
Yep.
That's the line.
Yeah, and I walked it, and I was thinking big car onlys, but the UTV, as long as you just carry your tires just right,
Yeah.
he made it happen.
Yep. So that's the line I'm going to try to hit if I can make that turn. My
Nice.
car doesn't turn very sharp, so in the woods, we'll see what happens.
And don't forget to go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. It looks like Jim Flory is our fastest car out there today with that 455. Then it's Chris Fletcher with a 458, Gavin Smith with a 504, Jeff Donda with a 514, and Travis Vischer with a 543. So far, so good. We're getting our UTVs out there, and then we'll run through the EMC classes and then the 4,400 big dogs.
Now, Miles, did you get to go out and pre-run any of the course or take a look at it?
I helped course mark some. I didn't see the entire course, but I saw a lot. There's a lot of go fast, a lot of gnarly nuisance rocks, and then there's probably 3 or 4 really good rock sections.
Absolutely. I'm excited to race out here. You know, 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago now, I was out here. There was the King of the Hammers qualifier. We got all the way out here. Go ahead.
And there's Jeremy Blackburn, number 40, out of Pikeville, Kentucky, with On the Gas in his Polaris RS1.
That's the line.
Jesus Christ, Nitto Tires, Valor Wheels, HMF, Power Sports Nation, Off-Road Beast, and Zamp Racing. But yeah, you raced here 10 years ago.
10
How much
years
has
ago.
changed since you've pre-ran yesterday compared to then?
The obstacles are still pretty much the same, but the cars.
Yeah,
the cars,
the technology. I watched Will Gentile's Heavy Metal Concepts video a couple weeks ago, just doing my homework and all that, and it was really fun to see some of the names. But what you're saying exactly, the innovation of the cars is incredible.
Eric Miller was out here in the car, the chassis that they built, or it might have even been his older chassis.
I think it was his older chassis.
It was.
I really do.
His older CJ chassis, and this was before Big B was manufacturing all this stuff, and they had, like, cars have come so far. As a matter of fact, even the safety stuff has come so far.
Yeah.
I was out here. We drove all this way.
Hans and everything. I mean,
you only had to have a neck roll back then, right?
But you could have an open face.
Yeah. I got out here, completely forgot my neck roll at home. Eric Miller let me borrow one
towel?
so that I could race. Yeah, that's really what it was. It was like a towel. He doesn't even remember it, I'm sure. But if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have qualified for Hammers that year.
That's pretty wild. But, yeah, it's just a great park out here. I think, they got 3,000 acres. Yeah, I think 3,000 acres out here.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of tight woods, a lot of kind of fire roads, I'd call them, because you can really get up. I'll bet you'll be sneaking up on 100 a couple times today.
Yeah.
Or tomorrow during the race.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Today I wouldn't do 100.
And we're only on one side of the park.
Yeah.
There's another park on the other side, and Bernie that's out here, man, he does such a phenomenal job. So
yeah, Bernie and his team have treated us well. They've been cutting down trees. They helped us mark. They've been taping everything off. A great group out here.
Did you see, like, the smooth go-fast section with the big manufacturer jump on it that's out there?
I missed that one.
So there's they came out and bulldozed and put in this whole course so we could run the Raptors out here.
Okay.
And the high-speed stuff.
Nice.
So there's a high-speed course on the other side of the road. There's a huge obstacles and climbs.
Yeah,
and
there's
rocks.
a little jungle gym over there for rock crawlers. I love it.
It's like a skate park. It is awesome. And then they do all sorts of nonprofit events out here. This park, Rausch Creek, it's amazing. I'm so happy we're racing here.
Yeah, it's a cool area out here for sure, and it's only going to get better. Goodby and Brian Trotter, the commissioner and race director, have been working side by side with everybody, making it happen. And, man, it's been a really, really fun thing to be a part of.
Now, are you running this setup off of Starlink?
Yes, we got Starlink out here.
I propose, doesn't have to be today, maybe we try to do a live stream from my race car.
That would be fun,
you
wouldn't
can do
it?
it from the passenger side.
No,
seat.
you can go past your side. That'll
You
be
drive,
really
okay.
interesting, right? So there's the 4986 of Lawless McKenzie with Law Dog out of Middleton, Virginia with his Pro Mod and his Can-Am with Woodgate Petroleum. And I believe this is his first race with Ultra 4 USA. So great to see him out here. And you're more than welcome to stay here and chat with me as long as you want. But if you want to get out there and do your homework, have at it, buddy.
I want to go take a look at it. Thanks for having me on, Miles.
AK,
I
always
appreciate
pleasure,
you.
my man. Take her easy. So we got our little ticker up top. Again, I do apologize. I got a crash course this morning from my good buddies over at Take It Live, and they handed it over, and we're rolling with it. So I'm trying to play with the timing a little bit on our top left. And then we got our camera here. You can see me and some of our volunteers getting ready to set up some stuff. We're going to have a pretty good crowd out here. Again, this is race mile number 1 of the 2.2 qualifier today and a 10.2 race later on this afternoon and tomorrow. We got our rock crawler flags going up as we speak. Again, a huge shout-out to Jeremy Pierrick, Adam Collin, their entire team with Rock Crawler Suspension. They've been here, they set up, and they are here to have some fun with us. And look at this course. The Rock Crawler rocks. You know, we're getting clever with this out here. And our first year racing ever Ultra 4 outside of the King of the Hammers was right here in 2009. And back then we just had one class. It wasn't even called 4400 yet. And that year it was Will Carter taking the win, Clayton Walter, and then Adam Carter. We came back in 2010. It was Derek West on that top spot. And then King of the Hammer champion, two-time King champ is Eric Miller, then Doug Bigelow. And then 2011 was Rusty Bray, Brian Shirley, and Derek West. A blast from the past, a lot of these names. 2012 was Bill Baird, Jason Chipman, and Lucas Murphy. And then in 2013 was Derek West, Eric Miller, and Shannon Campbell. And then we haven't been back since. So 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble is underway. We are qualifying on this 2.2 mile course. We'll have roughly 2 cars on the course at the same time. I believe up next is the 334 of Adam Brown, with Alan Clark riding shotgun out of Selma, Alabama, with all geared up racing in that open class in that Polaris Pro R that's supercharged MRT CA technologies, all things UTV, PPEI, G-Force, empty pockets, and custom lines. His first King of the Hammers was 2024. Saw him out pre-running yesterday, having some fun. He takes that middle line down the Rock Crawler Rocks, makes pretty smooth run, so comes through here with a great time. But it's still the fastest time right now is Jim Flory with that 4:55. And again, a huge shout out to, we talked about it earlier with AK, Will Gentile with Heavy Metal Concepts for kind of keeping this dream alive. We had another park all set up. Everything was good to go, and just not sure exactly what happened behind the scenes, but it got dropped. And RDP called up Will Gentile and gave him a holler and said, hey, do you think we could race at Rausch Creek? He's like, yeah, I'm pretty good friends with those guys. Let me make a phone call. They put it together and made it happen. And so far, so good. It's a lot of fun. The crowd's starting to build out here at the Rock Crawler Rocks. And if you're just tuning in, there's Benji right behind us, getting everything, keeping running good. Give us a wave, Benji. There he is. Perfect. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist, and we are bringing you some of the best action we can here with Ultra 4 USA. Again, we're doing a remote style. It's kind of fun. We'll have some crowd hopping in and out with us all afternoon, and just have fun. Make sure you go to Racing Tracks later when the race starts. Go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. But so far, so good. So you can see some red arrows and some blue arrows. The blue arrows are for qualifying. The red arrows are for rock race. Yeah, blue is for qualifying. Red is for race course. And you can see you can barely see it, but from my venue point, you can see the fog out there just hanging in there. Trying to do some tweaks here behind the scenes. I hope you guys back at home are enjoying it just as much as we are. Trying to multitask a little bit here. Trying to tune in a little bit to see what's going on. All right, looks like we got about 77 people tuning in. Looks like tuning in from famous Reading, Pennsylvania as well. Here comes Nick Anderson, number 3402 with Anthony Denny out of Canton, Georgia with Anderson Racing in his Pro Mod and that Can-Am Maverick R. Metal FX, CT Raceworks, Evo, Infinite Off-Road, Tire Spine, S3 Power Sports, Warren, and Factor 55. Looks like tuning in all the way from Australia, Tom Biddles checking it out. We've got roughly 50 competitors taking the green flag today. As you can see, our rock crawler volunteers are trying to get some things set up for us in between cars. Got our safety marshals down the track, flagging them down, making sure everything is safe and sound. It sounds like everybody out there on the YouTube chat, how is the audio? We're trying a new setup here. And usually, like I said, we got 10 or 15 people behind the scenes, but it's you're stuck with me this weekend, so I do apologize. But we're going to have some fun. It's racing. What else can you do, right? Red Dogs tuning in. And it is cold out here this morning. It started out at about 35 degrees. It's warmed all the way up to 42. They're saying it could get up to 60, but we'll see. Oh, right down the road, John Bush checking in from Shamokin, Pennsylvania. We raced there at AOAA a few years back. I'm going to guess that was in 2017. Todd Beckett, thanks for tuning in. You were supposed to come race here, buddy, but I haven't seen you show up yet. We were hoping to have a few more cameras out there. We'll see if we can make some magic happen, but we're trying this on a shoestring budget this weekend. But like we were talking about, as a team, something is better than nothing. And then Big B has helped us a bunch behind the scenes. We shipped a bunch of stuff to them. And here comes Cody Willenborg. He's part of the open class with Randy Dassenbach riding shotgun out of Effingham, Illinois with CW Motorsports. And that Polaris Pro R with AMS, All Balls, Tire Spine, Bell Rally, INW Fab, Braille Batteries, and CW Motorsports. His first race was King of the Hammers 2022. As you see him taking that center line, and again, camera never does it justice, but there are some big rocks. And one thing that surprises me in these rock gardens out here in Rausch Creek is they're loose. There's a lot of loose rock gardens out here, so those big rocks keep moving around. So we are racing 3 different UTV classes today. We will be racing our first race coming up later on. Today will be at 12:30 will be the stock and the open class, and then from 3 to 5 will be the Pro Mod. And then tomorrow morning from 9 to 11 will be the EMC race. And then from noon to roughly 3 or 4 will be the 4,400 Big Dogs. And I'll give you a better lap count later on because, again, there was some discussion last night with the core team on how many laps we're actually going to do. But Goodby said he's going to put it back on the drivers at the meeting. But, again, I had to miss that, which I hate missing that because there's always some great information in there. So we'll do our best to let you know what all is actually going to go on down here for the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. AOAA and Famous Reading are all within about an hour of each other. We're located about 3 hours west of Philadelphia and New Jersey. I know New York's not too far down the road as well, but Pine Grove's kind of the central town right here that we're closest to at Rausch Creek. And again, if you're anywhere in the area, it's $25 per day, $40 for the weekend. Come on out. We have Huey's Amusement food truck on site. We have the Ultra 4 USA truck. We do have a limited supply of Ultra 4 USA swag, so if you want to come on out and check that out, you're more than welcome. We have some people tuning in from Czech Republic. How cool is that? Tuning in all over the world. Again, we are kind of doing a podcast style out here at the location, so we do just have the one camera for now. We'll see if we can get a few more set up, but this was kind of a last-second thing. And we got some people tuning in wanting to see Lily Blyther beat up on Dad and Rusty, so we'll see if that checks out. We do not have any drones out here this weekend. I do apologize. Again, this is just a little bit of something. We didn't have a live show scheduled for this, but we threw something together last minute just to have some fun with it. So everybody back at home can tune in. And here comes somebody moving pretty fast. That's the 504 of Miller Richmond, I believe, and it is riding shotgun with him is Troy Digby out of New Orleans, Louisiana with C. Miller Racing in that stock turbo. In his Can-Am Maverick R with Double E Racing, Maxxis, Raceline, RCV, Elka, Sparco, Warn, and CT Raceworks. His first race with Ultra 4 was last year at King of the Hammers. Need to give a huge shout out to Rock Krawler Suspension, Monster Energy, Warn Racing, Brannick Motorsports, the Legends sponsor. For all things UTV is a 4900 Open sponsor. NorCal Rock Racing. Spider Tracks for the 4600 stock class. Factor 55. PCI, our official communication of Ultra 4 USA. G-Force Technologies. The ProMod UTV sponsor. Metal Cloak. Freight Factory. And we have a couple more we can't announce yet, but it's going to be exciting. And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is a 2.2-mile qualifier. We're about at the halfway mark. And again, go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing we have here in the Big B studio. We saw Lawless McKenzie come through with a 6:01. Travis Fisher with a 5:43. Jeremy Blackburn with a 5:16. Jeff Donda with a 5:14. Nick Anderson with a 5:09. Gavin Smith with a 5:04. Adam Brown with that 4:59. Chris Fletcher with a 4:58. Philip McGilton with a 4:57. And the fastest thus far today is Jim Flory, the number 999, with a 4:55. We have a 13-race schedule this season. We're going to be all over, so be sure to go to Ultra 4 USA, click on that schedule button, and check it out. Up next will be the NorCal Stampede, just outside of Sacramento. And Rancho Cordova at the SVRA. We'll be there in, I guess, just a couple weeks. We got an off weekend, and then be right back at it. So it's going to be a busy, busy season. We'll be all over. We have a Western Series, a Central Series, an Eastern Series, and then our National Championship. And then we will be kicking off again, King of the Hammers 2026, late January, early February. Those dates should be coming out fairly soon. Starting to get a decent crowd here. Everybody out here having some fun. Again, it's chilly out this morning. Trying to switch some cameras back and forth a little bit. We'll bring back our timing. We're learning, but we're making it happen. I hear some horsepower in the distance. I believe this is going to be the number 17 of Jay Shaw. And I've got visual. Jay Shaw out of Trussville, Alabama with Adventure Lifestyle. And that's CT Raceworks Mav-R with OBOR tires, Raceline, Double E Racing, Evo Power Sports, Factory UTV, Warn, and S3. Those Maverick R's are an absolute work of art. He's kind of taken the middle line. And I'm telling you, I walked that a couple days ago, and it's got some big loose rocks there. And I know RDP and Will Gentile, Harley Fulton's here. We're going to have some great pictures and video that'll come from this. The highlight reel is going to be absolutely amazing. If you're just tuning in, this is the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. UTVs are qualifying on this 2.2-mile course. Later on today, they will be taking off one at a time, I believe, in 30-second increments. This race will be on adjusted time later on this afternoon and tomorrow. And I'm telling you, if you're coming on out, do it. It's an amazing park, but dress for it. It's chilly. So we have Adam Collin over here, part of Rock Crawler Suspension. I'm going to bring him in the Big B studio and have some fun with us here in just a moment. So we're here. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Miles. How are you?
Oh, I'm having some fun. This is pretty wild. This park is really amazing.
Rausch is a really, really great park. We've been here a bunch. We have a lot of fun down here.
How far away is this for you guys? You're still
just
a few
about 4
hours.
hours.
Right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just
so
about
not
4
too
hours.
bad. For an Ultra 4 race, that's pretty good.
Yeah, we got up at 4 in the morning and drove down this morning. So.
Well, we got another car coming through, and this is the 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in that Can-Am Maverick R with Badlands Off-Road Park, Alltech, VP, and CA Technology. He makes quick work through that one, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's a shame he's not getting his 44 car out here.
Oh, I know. So everybody that's, hopefully everybody's following Paul Wolf on social media, but if it didn't, he was out on the struggle bus.
If they're not, they're making a mistake. They should be following him.
Oh, he's got him and Lauren Healer at the top of the game on the social media with Ultra 4. But he had engine issues on his 4400 car and just wasn't able to get it out here. So he is going to take a start in a Miller Motorsports Blyler car.
Perfect.
Just for starting points, and that way he can use his Joker race later on the season.
Is that his first day in a solid axle?
In a while, I guess so, yeah. Because he's been a rock bouncer in UTV and then switched to this car, or his UFO that is not here. So you're right, it is his first time in a solid axle. And
he should run a whole lap, see how it goes.
Well, I was talking to Josh about it and about Paul separately, and Josh was like, I don't know, and Paul's like, I don't know either.
I don't have the wallet to let Paul take a car. You know?
Exactly, yeah. It's just, the prep that goes into it and the beating these cars actually take.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and you going to get back in a car anytime soon? Or?
Because
you were stock class for a while,
I ran
right?
46 for a couple years. I took my car, I changed it up, I threw it on coilovers, threw it on 40s, and it's just a fun trail rig.
Yeah, racing's awesome and it's amazing.
Racing's it's so much fun.
The
community is so great, but it's a lot to keep up, It's a lot to try to run a series.
But what you and Jeremy Purick are doing with Rock Crawler Suspension, we thoroughly appreciate it.
It's fun. We've only got one of our guys here this weekend, but we've got quite a few cars.
That's Doug Langford, right?
Yep,
yeah,
Doug's running.
I believe Rob Craven's actually going to drive today. They're mixing
Is that what they're doing?
A little bit.
Okay,
yeah.
That's good. That's good. Rob needs to get some left seat time,
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a car. It used to be yellow. We built it and we raced it for 3 years.
Okay, that is that same car, isn't it? Okay.
Eric
so that's got
Miller
the 392.
It's a 392.
Yeah. So it's got some horsepower in the stock.
It's a fun car. It was a fun car. That one got tuned by HP tuners and AMW. It's technically a swap car.
Oh wow.
But the VIN number is correct to carry that motor. So You know, it was a 2020.
You got to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, the 390, we couldn't get our hands on a 392 that year for hammers, but we knew the 392s were released.
It was going to
come. So we built a 392.
Perfect.
And it met the letter of the rule. So we had a lot of fun with that car. And hopefully Doug and Rob, you know, have fun with it too.
Yeah, they've been racing with us for quite a while. It looks
know.
like Cody Willenborn just crossed the line with a 626. So it looks like I hear another car coming, so we'll switch back to our forward-facing camera. Not sure exactly who this is going to be, but we'll find out here in just a moment.
Say 902 on it.
Oh, this is Patrick Murray then. So the number 902 of Patrick Murray. And Levi Metzinger was possibly going to ride, and it looks like there's a passenger in it. He's fairly local to us. So out of Vass, North Carolina, with Sinpuri Motorsports, a nonprofit, and that CA Technology Can-Am Maverick R with ZRP, G-Force, MRT, Factory UTV, Warren Whelen Speed, and PCI. And it looks like he's hung up in the bottom a little bit. So you can barely see him just to the left of your screen. And there's some big rocks, so I think he's just kind of bellied over. Okay, kind of hit reverse, wheelie back up, and got out of the way.
Yep. Did you guys open the qualifying course for pre-running?
Yeah.
Okay.
Qualifying course was open from 2 to the whole course was open from 2 to 6 yesterday, and the qualifier was. You can see the arrows just ahead of you on the right. The red arrows are race course. The blue arrows are qualifying. So yesterday they could go out and check her out.
Perfect.
The qualifying course is 2.2 miles. The race course is 10.2. Did you make the driver's meeting this morning? I had to miss it.
No, I just
okay.
barely got here at 9 o'clock, and you guys were kicking things
well, yeah,
off.
I guess you drove 4 hours.
Right.
So we'll let you slide. But you got us the Rock Krawler flags up for us. We appreciate that. And being the presenting sponsor of the Rausch Creek Rumble, Rock Krawler Suspension.
Yep. No, we're super happy to be here. You know, it's super exciting to have, you know, more in the Northeast.
Yeah, I know. It's great to see it.
It's a long drive for you. It's a short drive for me.
Yeah, 16 hours for me.
Man.
It was a haul. And then I know better, but I forgot about the time zones and all that stuff. And
Yep. You know, it's tough crossing country to make these things happen, but I'm glad you guys do it.
Sounds like we have some people tuned in from Ontario, Canada. And some people loving the Big B studio. You can get on social and check it out. We'll get a picture of it up online at one time, but we were shipping some stuff to Josh Blyler at Big B and saying, you know, this and that, and all of a sudden we were talking and, we need to get a folding table. He's like, well, what if we just built you one? We're like, well, that sounds fantastic. So
And
they hopped
they
on
did
it.
a killer
And look at this
job.
thing. They made it out of steel.
Oh,
They made it in one day, powder coated the next, delivered in 2 days. I mean,
They did
amazing.
a killer job. The picture that you put up on Facebook, this thing is killer.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive of what they can do there. And they'll be racing. They've got 3 generations. They got Josh's daughter, Lily, and then Josh himself, King of the Hammers champ, and then the Happy Pappy Rusty will be racing later on. And there it goes Nick Anderson and Anthony Dene. Thought I saw them earlier. So maybe we got the same car going out twice. So they may be racing in the Pro Mod and the Open. They are. Okay. That is right. He is
That
racing
works.
twice. So he is racing the Open class and the Pro Mod. We are racing Open and Stock class first coming up here. What time is that one? That'll be later on today, roughly 12:30. And then at 3 p.m. should be the Pro Modified. And then tomorrow, 9 a.m. will be the EMC, and roughly noon should be the 4400.
Perfect.
And again, I do see some chat in the YouTube. Thanks for tuning in and checking it out. This is kind of what we have this weekend. We weren't going to go do a live show. And then with Rock Krawler coming in, they said, what about it? And we're like, well, let's try to throw something together. It's not in the budget. We apologize. But let's have some fun with it.
Well, maybe we got to pony up harder for next year, and
Yeah.
we'll get you a better one.
There we go. And it's all about the game, right? But,
It is.
we're doing what we can with what we got.
Yep. And we appreciate what you guys are doing. I mean, it's such a big jump from last year. You know, with Pam mostly walking around with her phone.
Yeah,
You know, just having a live feed, having guys on screen. is a huge jump, and it's going to do more for the sport.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So again, thanks for being a part of it, and you're more than welcome to stay here as long as you want. But if you want to bounce around, you can leave whenever.
I'll swing back by in a little bit.
All right.
You know?
Well, Adam Collin with Rock Krawler Suspension. Thanks for being the presenting sponsor, and you'll have to get Jeremy over here later too. Maybe tomorrow.
He'll be
right?
down. He'll be in tomorrow.
All right. Well, you'll have to drag him over here too.
He's working most of the day at the shop today, and then driving down.
He actually works.
Well, he hangs out over there.
There you go. He's managing, right?
Oh, I'm going to get my phone blown up in a second here.
And that's a joke, Jeremy. We're just giving you a hard time, buddy. But since you're not here, we got
Cool.
he can't defend himself.
No.
All right. Well, Adam, have fun, and appreciate everything, buddy.
Awesome. Thank you, Miles.
All right, we should have a time for Paul Wolf, I think, and yes, we do. Paul Wolf knew it was going to be a good one. A 4:28 for Paul Wolf. I guessed a 4-minute flat, and if Paul Wolf can't get there, I don't know if anybody can. But the big cars, I've been asked that a lot this weekend, is do you think the UTVs will be quicker or the big cars? I think there's enough big rocks here. The big cars are going to be fast, but there's a lot of tight woods where it's got the UTVs, so I don't know what's going to happen. I think we're going to be around that 40, maybe 45-minute lap times later on today and tomorrow. We'll see. You know, sometimes I guess I'm way off. Sometimes I'm right on. We'll see. I've heard an hour. I've heard 30 minutes, so I kind of split the difference. I went out and kind of helped mark course for a while. Brian Trotter, our race director, took us around. We were throwing some arrows and some dangers and some wrong ways and trying to keep everybody honest. This is on Low Rants. It's on Lead Nav. We have the GPS file out to the racers, and then we put the arrows out just for kind of confidence arrows to make sure everything's going smooth. So right now, our fastest competitor today is Paul Wolf with a 4:28. Make sure you go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. And again, it's a little brisk out here, but hey, I don't know where else I would want to be. So I know the timing on our screen here isn't updating. That's kind of an auto deal. We'll see what happens there. Oh, so Paul Wolf is going back-to-back because he qualified his Pro Mod, and now this is the same car, but you can move a Pro Mod up to open, so he'll be qualifying twice this morning and then racing twice this afternoon. So that Can-Am Mav R is going to take an absolute beating out there. So Paul went through just a moment ago and put down a 4:28. We'll see if he can beat his time or not. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Rausch Creek Rumble is presented by Rock Krawler Suspension and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, by Warren Racing, by PCI, by All Things UTV, and by NorCal Rock Racing. So we will have a little lack of action from time to time today, but again, we're at race mile 1 of 10 of the race. Today's qualifier that we're doing right now is a 2.2 mile qualifier. I'm trying to run a little bit of audio and a little bit of everything else as well. So we'll see if we'll get a second time for Paul Wolf as he's out on course. He's got the fastest time with that 4:28. So that's in the Pro Mod. 10:18 is a 4:28. Fastest time of the day thus far. So that is 20 seconds ahead of Nick Anderson, who got the 4:48. Jim Flory with a 4:55. Again, we have Pro Mod, Open, and Modified, and Stock all racing today. They are all qualifying intermixed. And then our first race today, just after 12 o'clock, will be the Stock and the Open. And then right around 3 p.m. will be the Pro Modified. Then tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., we'll kick off the EMC classes. And then right around high noon will be the 4,400, trying to beat the weather. Like I said, it is brisk out here, but we're doing our best to have some fun. We got a lot of great help with Bernie and his team. I think there's over 40 volunteers that came out here to have some fun, and they are super excited since we haven't raced back here since 2013. Our first ever race was back in 2009 here, and that was the first ever Ultra 4 race altogether. So, again, thank you to the entire Rausch Creek team, all of the volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, the media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and our marketing partners. And I hear somebody else taking off. We'll see if we get a time for Paul Wolf here soon. And we do. His Open is a 4:29. So Paul Wolf in the Pro Modified class, 4:28. And in the Open is 4:29. And we're going to bring in John Goodby here for just a moment. He's checking out my new setup. What are you thinking of it? I'm running audio. I'm switching cameras. Look at this. Maybe.
Full blown, man. That's what you do.
There we go.
One-man show.
Oh, we're frozen, so we'll go
That's
back.
all right.
Hey, there we are. So, Miles, John Goodby, how you doing, buddy?
There's some Ultra 4 there. There we
There
go.
you go.
Somewhere over there.
It's somewhere here. It's cold. We got to be layered up, buddy.
Dude, it hasn't lifted off 30 degrees.
Yeah, it's going to be once the sun comes out, if it comes out, it
supposed to be
does
70.
warm up decent. But,
Yeah,
man,
it's
it
supposed
is
to be
cold
70.
right now.
Corey Day?
Oh, we're starting out. All right, we're going to EMC right now. That's Corey Day. So we have rounded up our UTVs already, huh? I got to get my paperwork in order. I forgot to switch camera. See, usually I got somebody else doing this for me. Oh, he's rubbing a tree a little bit. So everything go good at the driver's meeting? I missed that.
Yeah, no, everything's going good. Yeah, everyone's excited to be back at Rausch, where East Coast Ultra 4 racing started. So it's cold like they said it would be.
Yeah, well, at least it's not raining, so that's a plus. Or snowing.
Yeah, I think
we
we're
heard about
beat the
that
storm.
could happen.
Sunday is supposed to roll in, so I think we're good.
What do we figure out on tomorrow's race schedule? Is it going to be 9 to 11 for EMC?
Yeah.
And how many laps?
We're going to do 2 for 4,600 and 3 for 45 and 48.
And then how many for 44?
We're going to go 4 laps.
4 laps for 4,400. And that's going to kick off right around 12:30?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. We talked about it last night, but you said you're going to ask kind of get a group vote to see how it all goes. So I'm glad to hear that. So that's going to be some good racing out there.
Yeah, I mean, all the racers are here, but 4,400 for
They
for
showed
East
up.
Coast,
They showed
we're
up
stacked.
strong.
We got, 2 Kings?
Yeah, Eric Miller and Josh Blyler are here. A.K. Watley. Paul Wolf's here, but he's not racing the big car. I'm bummed about that. Roger King, Jan Pete. Well, let me go through my list. Listen, who is racing? Man, my fingers are cold. They're not working. We have Jared Erdman, who is part of Big B. He's in one of Big B's older cars. Josh Blyler, Josh's daughter Lily. So we have 3 generations of Blylers. We have Lily Blyler, Josh Blyler, and Rusty Blyler. How cool is that? Chad Owens, a fairly local guy. Jeff Allen, Matt Garofalo. I don't know if he's going to be racing or not. I saw on social last night he had a right front ripped completely off his car. Jonathan Dawes, part of Team Indiana, and Kevin Porterfield. I didn't see him yesterday, but he was supposed to get in last night.
Yeah, I don't know if he checked in yet.
No, hadn't checked in yet?
Seen him.
Okay, well, we'll hope he shows up. But it's a pretty stacked field for 4,400. EMC, we just saw Corey Day and Jonathan Terhune out of Uniondale, Indiana with Day Racing. He's in that Cherokee with Brannick Motorsports, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, Ironman, and ACNC Cutting and Fab. And I actually stopped at their place because it's about midway here for me. So instead of getting a hotel, I stopped and hung out with them. And they didn't have a front axle in the car. They didn't have an engine in the car. And this was Monday night, I believe. So they got their work cut out for them, but it's here and they're racing. Oh, and here comes one of our Rock Krawler suspension cars. This is Doug Langford and Rob Craven. And Doug Langford is driver record, but I believe he's using his fill-in driver of Rob Craven. And they are out of Greensboro, North Carolina with Outlaw Off-Road Racing and Rock Krawler Suspension. They're in that 2021 JL with America's Most Wanted. They got a 392 Hennig. You got one of those back home, but you're not out here racing it.
Yeah, no. That's snow wheel only.
Snow
with
wheel.
The heater on, not freezing like this.
So he's got Rock Krawler Suspension, Next Venture Motorsports, Mickey Thompson Raceline Wheels, American Iron Off-Road, and Baja Designs, Warren Victor, and Factor 55. So Rob Craven and Doug Langford, we'll see what they do with these 35-inch tires. So these are 35-inch DOT tires. So there's some rules we'll go over on that on the 4600 Spider Track stock class. You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Factory engine, but may be replaced with an available engine, same year, make, and model. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tire, single 2.5 shortener per shock, mechanical steering. So we only have a couple of the 4600 Spider Track stock class running with us this weekend, but Hammers took the beating on some of these cars, didn't it, John?
Yeah, I think we're a little early in the season for everyone to get recovered and come out and race. But I think as we go on through the year, we're going to get our car counts back to where they need to be. And you got to show up to qualify to race King of the Hammers. So you got to be here.
Yeah, that's a cool little thing we're getting back into. So we're still waiting on a time for Corey Day. But, man, Paul Wolf, look at that. A 428 and a 429 back-to-back runs. That's smooth and consistent.
Standard Paul.
Yeah. And, again, I wish he was in the big car, but he's not.
Yep.
It just is what it is. So you guys did your driver's meeting this morning and then started qualifying. Looked like we were just a couple minutes late, but everything's on time, looking good.
Yeah, I think we're moving pretty good.
And Bernie with the park, he's been really good to work with. They've been cutting down trees, moving rocks, helping put up whatever we want.
Yeah, huge volunteer staff for recovery.
I think they got 40-plus this morning that showed up. That's amazing. And I heard a few of them that are huge Ultra 4 fans, excited we're here, and they remember it back in the day.
Yeah. I've never been here, so it's cool to see the people come out, Like Bernie said, people come out of the woodwork like, oh, man, they're coming back. So that's exciting. Exciting to see. Exciting for everyone to be else excited. Now, if the sun just come out, it'd be amazing.
Yeah, I hope it does come out because it's chilly. Let's see if they got the timing back up. It's supposed to kind of auto update, and it is on there. Perfect. So we got a 6:33 for our Spider Track stock class of Corey Day.
Yeah, the live's going to be a little different. This is going to show Wolf at one of his classes, not both, it looks like, on your guys' screen.
Oh, yep. So we don't have his Pro Modified run that's a 428. So, and on your screen, you can't really tell who's who because Corey Day, I know, is 326. He's in stock class. So it's kind of lumped all into one. And that's what we get for not having a graphics guy and a audio guy and all the things behind the scene. But hey, we're out here having fun, I'm calling it a podcast style.
Yeah, we just, the qualifying's just one big bulk. We didn't separate by class, so it's just going to show everyone that qualifies together in here. So,
hey, you haven't even broke the camera yet.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but we got time.
Yeah, we got time. Day's short.
Is it short? I was up early.
No.
No, we are qualifying right now. Today's a 2.2 qualifier, and then right around 12:30 we'll kick off the EMC race. We'll race the 4500s, the 4600, and the 48s all at the same time. Stocks will run 2 laps.
Yep.
No, that's tomorrow racing. I got ahead of myself.
Oh, we got to do UTVs today.
Yeah. So tomorrow at 9 a.m. we'll kick off the EMCs. The stocks will do two laps. 48s will do 3 laps, and then today at 12:30 will be stock and open, and they will run. Are UTVs running 2 or 3 laps?
2 laps.
2 laps. All right. So we're sticking with the same as we had.
Yeah, it's pretty rowdy. I mean, 10
yeah.
miles of it's got a mixture of everything.
And speaking about rowdy, I hear something coming in through the woods.
Looks like a 4500 car. 361.
Yeah, 361. So that's Kim Matson. That's Brian Croft's old car. I think Jesse Haynes has raced that car before. She's got Chris Kelly riding shotgun out of Ashton, Maryland, with Bad Advice Racing and that Jesse Haynes Fab machine with an LS3 600 horsepower, turbo 400, AMSOIL. They've been racing King of the Hammer since 2012, taking that center line. And look at that big drop. The nose stuffs a little bit. The UTVs have actually been taking that this morning. I was surprised.
All right.
There's a few that went around. But
yeah,
most
we
of
cut
them
the bypass into the right just so because I was a little worried. But it's funny. I mean, the risk is worth the reward, right?
Yeah, most of them are taking that center line. There's about 3 different lines in the center there. Believe Scott Farley is actually riding shotgun with Paul Wolf. That was kind of a last-second addition, so Rufus Racing is tuning in. Got a bunch of people tuning in on the YouTube chat. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in back home. Tuning into the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. We're just outside of Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. So we're still waiting on a time for Doug Langford. But Corey Day has a 6:33 in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And, John, you're more than welcome to hang out with me as long as you want. But I know you're a busy man, so if you want to bail out, do something.
I think.
Do what?
I'm going to go find a heater.
Yeah. If you find an extra one, let me know. Or maybe a blankie.
Over here.
I don't know. It's cold up here.
Maybe Roxy can overnight your Ultra 4 blankie.
There you go.
King of the Hammers one.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long day, but it's a good day. We're racing.
Yeah, we're gonna work on this and try to get some more coverage for tomorrow in some different areas, and hopefully,
do the things.
Make the live show amazing.
Yeah, like I said, we're definitely be light this weekend because we are running with a skeleton crew, but we'll do our best.
Yeah, we'll get there. It'll all pick up just like the car counts through the season. We'll get through that. All right, I'll see you guys.
All right, John, always a pleasure, buddy.
Right.
See you later. I think he's down in there. I mean, a lot. Hopped off headsets for just a moment, but I hear somebody else coming. That's going to be the 4857 of Jeffrey Price. And Sean riding shotgun out of East Bethany, New York with NorCal Racing. And that Miller chassis. He's got a Gravata Racing LS408 stroker. Turbo 400, Atlas, Endurance Electrical Service, Maxxis, Philip Kasser Photos, Torque Masters, and Shawnee Industries. So he's taking kind of that far right line. The fastest line's the left, but it's got a big drop that if you hit it just wrong, the risk versus reward. It's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. We've got a couple 4,600 Spider Track stock classes, couple 4,500 cars, and I believe 4 of the 4,800. So, again, car count is a little light. We did start the season a little earlier than normal, and And that's what we get. Well, so we live and learn as we go. So, but we're still trying to do our best to bring you the best racing action with Ultra 4 USA. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. I am Miles Hasselquist, and we are live at race mile number 1. We're going to try to get a camera up at the start-finish. We'll try to get a couple more, but again, we're just doing our best and trying to have some fun with it. We got some the crowd's starting to build a little bit, but this is just qualifying. The race is going to get bigger and better. So we have Kim Matson and Jeffrey Price out on course. And Paul Wolf in his Can-Am Maverick R in the Pro Modified was a 428.257. And the Open is 429.410. Absolutely insane what he can throw down out here. So I gave you a rundown on the 4600 class. We'll give you a rundown on the 4500 modified class. You can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. You have to have mechanical steering of some sort. Maximum of 37-inch DOT tire, front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. And then we also have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, front or rear-mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicles must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, solid axles only. There's a lot of new specific cars being built for this class, but where this class kind of came from is older 4400 cars retire and come on out, and they're still able to race with us. And I hear somebody coming up once again. Trying to see if I see it on Ultra4Racing.live Motorsports. Believe this is Mark St. Germain with a 4888 with Lisa riding shotgun out of Wentzville, Maryland with MDS Motorsports. So Mark St. Germain, first race is right here in Rausch Creek, Kentucky for the Rock Crawler Suspension Race. As they're heading down the Rock Crawler rocks as we speak. Mark St. Germain. And we have Jonathan Terhune over there that just hopped on out. We're going to give him here in the Big B studio. And then we'll bring Brand in next. We'll just have a Team Indiana party over here. So Mark St. Germain out of Wentzville, Maryland with MDS Motorsports in that Get Fit Bab chassis with an LS Method Race Radios, DCS lights, Optima batteries. So we have Jonathan Terhune co-driving for Corey Day. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, pretty good so far.
So I don't have the headset set up perfect because I set them up. So you can hear each other. We just can't hear each other very well. The world can hear you.
I'm just going to assume if I keep talking, everybody can hear me.
Well, I am assuming the same thing. So how was your run? You were riding with Corey Day in that 4600 Spider Tracks Cherokee.
It sounds crazy in the Jeep Cherokee. It was smooth.
Smooth, huh? Smooth as fast.
We went out pre-running yesterday, and there's maybe a mile out of the 10 miles that's smooth on this course. It's just nuisance rocks everywhere.
Oh, it's rough.
I think my neck hurt from pre-running. But at race speed, the rocks smooth out. It's amazing how much smoother it is when you're going race speed. I was really happy.
Yesterday you were only going 25 miles an hour. I know you were.
Slower than that. We were in a 4-seat Ranger out here on the
gotcha.
big rocks, and that was a bad idea. But it took us. It was a 3.5, 4-hour pre-run to do it in a 4-seat Ranger.
All right.
But I think it'll be a lot more fun on Saturday. And I know it's just a Cherokee, but it's a race car. So
I hear you. And speaking about race car, it was doing race car things earlier in the week. I stopped by. I told the story already once, but when I showed up to your guys' shop, it didn't have a front axle under it. It didn't have an engine in it. It had a lot of missing parts. And I know
we
Brant,
still had to
you,
take the rear axle out. We hadn't even removed it yet.
Oh,
So I had
you
to-
still had to do that.
It was Corey's a good builder though, and I think I was the only one. I don't even think he had confidence he would get it done, but I had confidence in him. He's helped me finish my car last minute, does some amazing stuff. But it was a full-on rebuild of a Cherokee in a weekend.
Because it was a prior race car, but it needed completely gone through.
Yeah, we tore it up in Oklahoma at Nationals and waited till the weekend before the next race to work on it. So
You guys are good about that.
I feel like most racers can relate to that, though, and most people with common sense wonder why you would do that. But it's just kind of the way it works out some days.
Hey, you do what you got to do, right?
Yeah.
So looks like Doug Langford's got a time of 7:39. So you guys are ahead of him by a full minute. So, yeah, you'll get that pole position.
Felt pretty good. Obviously, we're second to last also, so it's I wish some more guys would have come out here and give us some competition.
Yeah, we talked about that, and I think, you live and learn. I think we just had this race a little too soon after Hammers, and, it is what it is. We're here racing.
I think people are a little apprehensive at how tough a course is. Maybe I'll get some grief for this, but I'm saying it anyways. I think some Ultra 4 racers are getting a little soft and don't want to do the hard courses.
All right.
So they want the nice groomed short courses and don't
And
want to
this
really
ain't
get
it.
on. This is a hard
real
race.
real Ultra 4 racing here.
This is definitely going to test. It's true endurance race, and that's the cool thing about the schedule this year is there's a little bit of everything. You got some endurance. You've got the short course that I don't like. I'm an endurance guy. It's what I like to see, but there's a little bit of everything, and really hope throughout the year people hit some of these harder races to really challenge them as a driver. This is truly, it's different than just who can be the fastest. It's who can be the smartest.
And have you been here much?
I haven't been here since 13.
Okay.
Raced in 12 and 13 back when we were back in the day.
Ultra 4.
Did some Wee Rocks back in the early days here, so a little familiar with it, but it's been a while.
So here's a new racer to Ultra 4. This is Kenny Palsaweek. I'm going to butcher that name. What are you going to do with that one? I'm going to go Palsick. Palachek?
I have no idea.
No, you got to say something.
Kenny's looking good there in the 102.
There you go, Kenny. We'll go with that. Kenny and Jacob out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania, with his Jimmy's chassis, LS, Maxxis, Trail Gear, Vision, and King. So the EMC will be racing all at the same time tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We are qualifying right now, all classes together. We started with the 4,900 UTVs, then we went through the EMCs, and up next will be the 4,400 big dogs. And we are hoping to have a little bit of a break before we start the race at 12:30 for the stock and the open UTVs. They'll be racing 2 laps. And then the Pro Modifieds will take off at 3 p.m., another 2-lap race. I believe we'll be giving the UTV trophies away this evening.
All right, I was just looking at your times there, Miles, comparing a 4,800 to a 4,600, and seeing we were
a couple
6.5.
minutes off, right?
They're about 5.5. So translate that into the whole day. I think 2 laps for 46, 3 laps for 48 should have us at the finish about the same time.
Okay, I
if
guess
we're
I
having
hadn't
a
done
good
that
day,
math
so,
yet. Yeah.
we were a minute off their pace on qualifying for. So I think it should be a good day for everybody. But it's this looks like a fun course for 4,400. Big sticky tires are going to be fun. And
all the races are going to be fun to watch. Don't get me wrong, but the 4,400 is going to be insane. Are you riding with Dawes or Corey's riding?
Corey's
with Dawes,
riding
right?
with them.
Do what?
Corey's riding
Okay.
with them.
So what are you going to do? Just be in the pits?
Yeah.
Watching this.
Watching the live feed, listening to Miles.
Heck
what
yeah.
I would be doing.
I can think of worse things to do. And that's probably one of them. Oh, and speaking about that, here comes a 1470 of Jeff Martin and Justin Sherwin out of Martinsville, Indiana, with Martin Racing, one of your teammates, part of Team Indiana. This is a Miller chassis. He's got an LS7, Turbo 400, 750 horsepower, Atlas, Mickey Thompson Method, and Brannick Motorsports. And you can see how quick that 4800 car works. I think he's definitely one that you're going to have to watch in the EMC race. I think he's got what it takes to win.
Miller cars were built for this part of the world. You know, they're built
they
for
were
hammers
built
and due
not too
to
far
everything.
down the road.
But we're in their home area, so that the whole Line Mountain East, true East Coast, not Indiana East Coast, but this is where they thrive. So, and Jeff's a good driver too. He's had some real good finishes last year.
Yeah, he stepped up to this car, I'm going to say a year ago or so, and he had a prior car that he was doing okay with, and then he got this car and something switched. He got lightning fast. And I'm sure partially was the car, but I think something just confident boosted him.
It's anybody can get in a good car. It's just a question of how long it takes you to get comfortable, and that's some people you get in one race and you're good. Some people it'll take you 2 or 3 years to really get fast and comfortable with it, but it's just seat time is different for everybody. And you can even talk about seat time going out trail wheeling or anything. That doesn't really translate to race pace.
It
race
helps,
pace is,
but it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't fix it.
Race pace is a whole different animal. It's amazing what these things can actually do. Even in a Cherokee, I can't believe what that thing holds up to on some of these courses.
And we got Jonathan over there, and Sarah Day's just tuned in saying good. And I think he kept old Corey on tracks for that race, right?
Corey keeps himself on track. I'm riding with Corey. He's downloads the course into his memory. He won't even put a GPS on my side because he says it's worthless.
Wow.
I don't need to tell him. So I basically just keep him from getting bored over there. I just tell
just tell him
stories.
some jokes.
I give him a little pat on the shoulder, say
start
good
singing to
job,
him?
and yeah, probably. Don't
Shoot.
record the audio in the in-car. That's
that'd be fun.
You got to keep that between us.
I was talking to Brent the other day about the Chero car, the race car, and he said, man, it lopes so good. You got that new Jegs head on it. Got it running good, and he's like, it just lopes. So I'm excited to see what you guys can do on race day. Power-wise, do you feel a difference? Or is it just sound better?
Haven't really been able to open it up here on
Okay.
this qualifying course. It was we did go to high range, but I'm pretty sure it was a lot of first and second gear. So, and there's just rocks all over the road, so you're on the brakes as much as you are the gas. So it's hard to tell. There wasn't any wide open spots like Oklahoma to see how it would really rip.
Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. Everything is on Eastern time zone out here. So we are qualifying, and then at 12:30 kicks off the stock and the open UTVs. 3 p.m. kicks off the pro modifieds. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. is the Everyman Challenge race. And then at 12:30 we'll do the 4400s. The 4400s are doing 4 laps. That's going to be fun to watch.
I was the one at the drivers' meeting. He's, I think they're supposed to be doing 3, and he was like 4, and everybody's kind of like, yeah. And he's like, well, we can do what you guys want, 10. And I went, yeah. And he looked over at me. He's like, you're not even in that race, and you're a co-driver. But as a spectator and a fan of the sport, 10 laps on this course would be amazing to see.
But the reason we kind of moved the schedule up is because there is weather coming tomorrow afternoon, and it's already cold enough. You talk about getting wet right now.
Yeah. But I'm going to be curious, like I said, 3.5, 4 hours in a 4-seat Ranger. I want to see a 4400 car, what that fast lap's going to be. I mean, down to half an hour or something to go around
my
this.
guess is 40 minutes. I don't know. I mean, we don't know. We did it in a Can-Am. So here comes Jan. Oh, we're in the 4400s. This is Jan Pitt. My fingers are cold. It's hard to work through the paperwork, buddy. So that is the 797 of Jan Pitt and Sebastian Pesseralt out of St. Columban, Canada, with YP Racing and his custom chassis with an LS3 Turbo 400, SCS, Elka suspension, race line wheels, Maxxis tires, AMSOIL, TMR, and LML 4x4. So let's go through the Everyman Challenge qualifying. Jeff Martin, the number 1470 with that 449. Mark St. Germain with a 539. Jeffrey Price with a 552, and Kenny with a 554. And here we are with the 4400s. Jan Pitt is out on course, one of our Canadian racers. I love it. We had somebody from the Czech Republic tuned in on the chat. It's just crazy how worldwide Ultra 4 actually really is.
So I didn't see in the side-by-sides how they were doing on the fastest time. Looks like it was a Paul Wolf with a 428. Big cars in the 4800. Where were we? Jeff Martin was a 449. So 428, 449. What's the fastest 4400 going to be, Miles?
Oh, man, a 420. I think it's going to be hard to bust 4 minutes. I really do.
Pole would be under 4 minutes.
You think so? I'm going 4 flat.
Go 359 and under.
What are we betting? A double cheeseburger?
$1, Bob.
I didn't think we had the dollar menu anymore.
You want a commercial here? We're not a sponsor, but actually double cheeseburger, you buy one, you get the second one for $1.
Oh, all right.
Buy
I'll
one,
take
add
that.
one. It's a national promo.
Perfect. All in good fun, buddy.
Great.
And
Take that out of our advertising budget.
Yeah,
now.
exactly. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Jonathan Terhune, you've been around Ultra 4 for a very long time. You've raced it, you've co-drive it, you've spectated it, you've done a little bit of everything, and now you're a semi-pro co-host.
Fantastic. Sign me up.
Oh, and I hear some horsepower coming on.
I'm seeing some wheel speed there. I don't know if he didn't have a locker on or some having a problem in the front end.
So I believe this is Jeff Allen, number 899, with Pat Sullivan riding shotgun out of Medford, New Jersey. And this is the bane of his ex-wife's existence, racing in that Trent Fab car. So Jeff Allen.
Super Swampers on a Trent Fab car?
Out of Medford, New Jersey, with those TSL Super Swampers. And that is a Trent Fab car. LSX 454, 600 horsepower, ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Super Swampers, Raceline, and Extreme Construction. You going to bail out on me, buddy? Oh, no, you got to say bye. So, Jonathan Terhune, always a pleasure, buddy, and I'm going to let you get out of here. But come back by later.
You're not going to let me do my trademarked Irish exit where it's just like, where is he?
Yeah, you do
Magic
that around
Man, now
the
he's here,
campfire
now he's not.
normally.
But no, I'm a little chilly sitting here.
Yeah. Oh, it is, huh? I hadn't noticed.
Give somebody else a chance to get on the microphone.
All right, well,
here
if you
and
see
watch
somebody
some of
else in my way, maybe Brandon
Yeah.
can come over here in a little bit.
No. You said everybody's international, though, but if there's anybody within a couple hours of here, I'd come by tomorrow. There's some pretty cool spots to spectate, some really good rock spots. It should be a good show. So, and if you got a wheeler, I'm impressed with just how cool this park is.
Oh, yeah.
For the full-size stuff, it seems like side-by-sides are really taking over kind of the deep, the southern Tennessee.
But they're not
Kentucky
allowed
places
this
we
park
go.
outside of a race.
This is a park for full-size rigs, and so much to really challenge you. Actually, it's kind of miserable on a side-by-side here. It's made for the big tires, so really cool park. Appreciate them having us out here.
Oh, yeah. All right, buddy.
So,
Well,
I'll
let
talk
you
to you
go
later,
chat.
Miles.
But, yeah, we'll keep in touch. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks. We'll see you later.
So Jonathan Terhune, part of Team Indiana, who is co-driving for Corey Day. And we'll get some times here soon. Looks like Doug Langford, we got a time of 7:39 for him. Oh, wrong button. So Jan Petrie with a 5:04, our first 4400 competitor. So 4400, that's unlimited racing. We've seen the UTVs, we have 3 different classes. We've seen the EMCs with 3 different classes. And now this is the biggest and baddest names in our sport. And we've got a very stacked field here. We have 13 4400s racing with us. We have Jan Pete, Jeff Allen, A.K. Watley, Chad Owens, Josh Blyler, Rusty Blyler, Lily Blyler, Jonathan Dawes, Roger King, Philip McGilton, Matt Garofalo, and Jared Ehrman. Jared Ehrman's kind of a fun story. He is one of the main mechanics, him and Barry are the main mechanics behind Big B Motorsports, and he kind of got one of the leftover cars that took a tumble. They struck a deal. He took it home, fixed it up, and used a lot of the spare parts from Josh and Rusty, and got a car. He's been racing Line Mountain for a long time, so I'm excited to see what he can actually do. And here comes Jonathan Dawes. I see his wife and kid over here super excited. So the 44-17 of Jonathan Dawes and Corey Day out of Mooresville, Indiana, with Dirt Weapon Off-Road and that Trent Fab straight axle machine, Ed's Racing LS 418, Tranny Tom 4L80E, Atlas, Mickey Thompson Tires, Brannick Motorsports, and Balducci Enterprises. And here comes Jonathan Dawes and Corey Day, one of our premier co-drivers out there. I know Sarah Day was tuned in. She was bummed she couldn't make it here this weekend. But he takes that far left line, and that is the most direct. It's got a big rock in it, but if he hit it just right, like Jonathan Dawes just did, had a great shot. And I was telling a story earlier when I stopped by Corey Day's place and checked out his car on my way here because it was just kind of halfway. Had some fun that night. Watched him work in the shop, and I was watching Corey walk on the shop, and I know Sarah, who's tuned in, walked in the shop and saw me and just gave me the, "What the heck are you doing here?" It was kind of funny because it was just kind of last second spur of the moment. But I hit up Jody, and we had dinner and stopped by, saw the progress on the Cherokee race car, and it was fun to see everybody. Team Indiana is a core group within the Ultra 4 USA family, so anytime we can get a hang out with those guys, it's amazing. So Jonathan Dawes on course, trying to chase down Jeff Allen. Oh, we got Brant hopping in here now. How you doing, buddy? We'll get him hooked up. I got to run the audio, the visual, and everything else. And I'm not very techy, but we're doing our best and having some fun with it. So we'll kill that and switch her around. So here we are.
Check, check, check.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Miles. I'm doing real well. It's always a good day when you're skipping work and racing. So
What day
no
is it? I
complaints.
guess it is
I
Friday.
don't care. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's
yeah, you
Friday.
are
Heck
skipping
yeah,
work.
Heck yeah.
And actually, it's Friday, so I'm at work.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. You
I
got a
can't play
wicked
hooky
job.
like you do.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, we've been talking a lot about Team Indiana. You guys are representing pretty strong out here this weekend, and thanks for coming out and having fun with us.
Yeah, we've had a nice run here the last few years. We really pulled everybody together and made a solid development team. We can pull new guys in. Jeff Martin, you saw how well he's doing. He's just a few years with us, and when you put the right people together, you can make a really good effort. It's different than if you're just coming out here with two guys and trying to make something happen. When you got a whole team behind you, you can put a serious effort in. It's pretty awesome.
All right, now here's somebody coming, so we'll switch back around. This is going to be Roger King and Jared Jason out of Sparta, Tennessee with Team Robbie Bobby and that partially committed Diddy's Big Block Chassis, LS3, 4L80E, SCS, Brannick, Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson Tires, Rugged, and Giggle Pin Winch. So we'll walk him down here. Again, this is the 4,400 cars. These are the Unlimiteds. I mean, you know all cars. So give us kind of a rundown from an EMC all the way up to the 4,400s.
Oh, well, that guy just lost a tire. I was about to say he had
I heard that one. That one hurt.
He had a pretty good run going there. He had a couple mile an hour faster than everybody else, but you got to be careful. These rocks are sharp. They'll grab a tire pretty quick. So now for Team Indiana, we're actually sporting just about every class. 4,500 is the only one we don't have, but you start out with a stock class guy, and you can swap in some small parts. I've got another rig that I'm racing for the Trek Series, Trail Racing Endurance Circuit. And
they race mainly in Badlands, but I saw they may be racing another park or two.
They're
It said TBD.
Working on trying to get a little more going there, but it's only a small adjustment to go from there to Ultra 4 with a stock class rig. So it's kind of nice. Feeder
You almost
series
brought it here for this race.
It was
huh?
real tight. It was real tight. Trek is a little bit easier with tire size and lockers. So it's on 32s and open, and it competes well there. But coming here, I knew better
tricky.
to go to Rausch Creek with 32s and an open diff. So, yeah, just here to support for this weekend. But Yeah, you move up. The 48's a nice series to jump to right from stock class because you can pull a real Ultra 4 car that's just a little bit cheaper, a little bit easier to drive, and get used to what you're really doing on big tires from that stock class. And then Unlimited, man, once you really dial in 4,800, it's time to go to 4,400 and show what you really have. Because
Yeah,
once
for
you
sure.
hit 4,400, you're truly competing against the best drivers out there and the best equipment, and it's a pretty awesome experience. Team Indiana did amazing this year on King of the Hammers. We got 2 people in the Unlimited class in the top 10, and that was
Yeah, so
that's
that
an
was
accomplishment.
Dawes and Hunt, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Chad
Hunt
and
and Jonathan
Dawes
Dawes, who we just
but-
saw. We should be getting a time for him here very soon.
That's a good point. See where he's at. Dawes has got the smooth down pat. He come through here, and it just looked like butter walking. Nothing yet.
Oh, it's your phone. Oh my God, it is. Okay. All right, we just had to laugh here because I heard something coming through, and obviously there's a delay on a live feed. So I'm trying to check my settings and everything, and it was your phone in your pocket.
I like to watch Miles, apparently. So much so I'll stick it in my
all
pocket
good
and let him
fun.
talk to
we
me.
got hand warmers and blankets. Look at
Nice,
this.
Nice.
Miss Karen always taking care of us.
Oh,
that's a weighted
blanket even. Yeah, that's a heavy
Oh,
one.
yeah. Oh, a heavy blanket. Thank you, Karen. I got gloves. I appreciate it. You're the best. Everybody's always taking care of everybody. And we have Matt Garofalo. I love to see this. That car was missing the front knuckle yesterday.
I saw that out on pre-run. We went out on our little 4-seat Ranger pre-run, and he had it looked like some hairline fracture that over time must have let go.
Was
and
the whole fracture. It went from a little fracture to all the front fracture.
Yep, the upper ball joint let go.
Oh,
and
man,
once
yeah,
that
that was
let go, the whole front right corner just fell
Tough
apart.
break. But he walked down the Krawler rocks pretty good. So, again, that's the 928 of Matt Garofalo and Mike Alpowski out of Rochester, New York with Mad Dog Racing in that M4WD Fab chassis. But it looks like a bomber car, but I guess it's not.
Yeah, it's got those lines just
yeah,
like it.
He's running LS, BFG, Trail Ready, and Fox. So great to see him adapt and overcome and get that car back out.
Yeah, they swapped a whole new front axle in it. Actually went to the junkyard, got a front axle, took all the mounts
Really?
off the old one and put it on
Oh,
that one.
so those are the
Yep.
stories that I used to get quite a bit, but now we're doing a little bit of everything. It's kind of harder to find. It looks like Kim Matson's out on course trying to find something that fell off her car. She was in that orange 4500 car just a little bit ago.
Yeah, about 11 o'clock last night. They were almost finished with
Were
it.
they
and it
pitted
was-
over by you then? Or how do you know
we
all
just
this?
walked by down
Okay.
here. Yep.
You were just out
Cruising around, checking out and
socializing.
see what everybody's
I
got
miss
going
that.
on.
I
yep.
used to do that a lot, but now I got to work.
Yeah, I've tried to not be in a car this year a little bit. I've been busy with work and thought I'm going to come out here just to see it all again. We've been doing, well, you know, Miles, Team Indiana, Terry Hune and I have been doing this for most of the time it's existed. And so trying something different every year now and seeing how we can help out and enjoy it. Did Terry Hune get into his our KOH adventure this year, buying beaters in Indiana?
No,
and
let's
driving
hear.
them across
Yeah,
the
so you guys
country?
brought beaters, drove them from Indiana all the way out there.
all the
and-
way out. So
and
yeah,
like you just said, kind of got away from the racing a little bit and trying to enjoy it a little more because racing's fun. We all love it, but it's a lot of work.
yeah, it ebbs and flows. We'll all be back in and probably in new cars after a couple years and get right back into the serious part of it. But right now we're just supporting Team Indiana and the new guys that are coming in and keeping it moving. So yeah, the KOH adventure this year. Terry Hune and I have been out there. He's 17 times. This is
And
my
Nate
16th
Jesse,
year.
he
And
was
then
in on
Nate,
this
yep.
escapade.
So Terry Hune and I have had no we've done it every way. You do King of the Hammer 16, 17 times, and you try to look for something different. Nate's done it quite a few now, and we thought, let's buy a beater. We weren't racing this year. Buy some beaters, take them
and
out to the
drive
desert.
them from Indiana.
Yep. Terhune's Cherokee literally, I think, was $1,200, and put a couple nickel and dime parts into it, and we ran 2,200, 2,300 miles on 4.5 cylinders all the way across the country. That 4-liter just wouldn't quit.
I'm trying to look through. I don't have my timing update. I was hoping to have a time for Jonathan Dawes. Oh, there it is. Okay. So Jonathan Dawes with a 5:17.
Nice. Where was
So John
Jeff
Petrie
at?
was
Our
a
other
Pete
guy.
was a 5:04. So I was trying to separate it, but apparently it's something a little goofed up.
Oh, we got a
in the
Blyler
system.
coming through now.
Oh,
he
which
is
one
quick.
is this? This is the Happy Pappy. Rusty Blyler and Shane Erdman. And look at that center section just going through there. And again, a huge shout out to the whole Big B team. We needed some help behind the scenes. They gave us an amazing tour of their shop. They've helped us with shipping. They built us a new announcer table and just everything. So Big B is a class act, and I'm glad to see 3 generations out here racing.
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
Yeah, Josh's daughter.
That's fun.
Josh and Josh's dad, Rusty, we see on screen there. It's absolutely amazing. So Rusty Blyler out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania, the Happy Pappy with Big B Motorsports. And that Miller Motorsports Pro chassis with a Mapco LS7 700 horsepower, a Gearworks Turbo 400, SCS, Spider Tracks, Nitto, Big B Manufacturing, Rancho shocks, dynamic torque converters, and Line Mountain four-wheelers.
So what is Josh's daughter racing?
A Miller car.
In a 4,400
Yeah,
class?
yeah.
Oh,
So
she jumped right to it.
She's raced one of the 12-hour races here local.
Okay.
So she's getting her feet wet in Ultra 4,
yep.
and to see that happen is cool because it's Josh's car that he just finished King of the Hammers in, and now he's building himself a new car and gave her a hand-me-down.
hand-me-down. Yeah, put that in
I'll
quotes
tell
for
you one
sure.
thing. It's different hand-me-down than what I'm used to. But it's just so cool to see. Like I said, 3 generations. We've seen, Brian Shirley and Levi Shirley. We've seen Waylon Campbell, Bailey Campbell, and Shannon Campbell. But I don't think I can remember 3 generations racing at the same time.
I'm with you.
I'm
I'm
going
with
through my Rolodex.
Yeah,
but
you've got the Rolodex for sure, and I'm with you.
it's just really cool. And this is fairly hometown. They live within about 40 minutes of here.
Yeah.
Big B Manufacturers just right down the road also. And just to be at their home track and for them to come out full force. They got a lot of their employees out here. They've got 90-something employees that are running out there at Big B. And
a big facility.
I'd say a third of them are here.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's when you know you've got good employees, when they enjoy what you enjoy, and you're all working for the same purpose. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, I understand his feeling for the home track. For Team Indiana, the Badlands is our home track. We're looking forward to bringing it home and actually feeling that experience and that history and the track, and it just gives you a little more motivation to grab a couple extra miles per hour everywhere.
So we do have Jeff Allen that crossed the line with a 5:46 and Matt Garofalo with a 5:52. So I think I'm going to guess that Rusty Blyler is going to be our new pole setter in the 4,400 as we have Chad Owens, Chowens they call him, out of Coopersburg, Pennsylvania, heading down the Krawler rocks as we speak.
His speed through here was pretty good. That might bode well for him.
That was solid. Yeah, he's in that Owens Engineering chassis with an LSX 454, Turbo 400, Atlas, Daria Metal Fab, OK four-wheel drive, Linigan Cosmer Coal, Solar Technology, Dynamic Converters, and Mountain House Hydraulics.
And that looked like a pretty full-bodied rig. He could almost probably get that into 4,500 class, but him jumping into the 4,400, it looked good.
It's an older 4,400. It's been around for a while, so it's pretty built.
Yeah.
It's just an older one. You could switch that to Legends maybe.
Yep, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, again, we're kind of switching things up, so thanks for tuning in and putting up with us. We're just having some fun out here. We're at Race Mile 1 at the Krawler Rocks, all part of the Krawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. This is qualifying. We started with the UTVs. We made our way through the EMCs, and now we are in the 4,400s.
You mentioned Race Mile 1 there. Yeah, when we took off to pre-run yesterday. This is also the same course for actual course. And
Yeah. Yep.
we got 1 mile in and really questioned our decision on that 4-seat Ranger.
Yeah, on the Ranger, like, what did we get ourselves
We're
into?
1 mile in, and we thought it was 9 miles. After we got into it yesterday, we realized that course
10.
is 10 miles at least.
10.2. I was told 9, and then by the time we dotted our I's, crossed the T's, it was added an extra mile.
Sure did. But we finished that course in that 4-seat Ranger, so we got a real good look at the course. Walked half of it, but it's a great course today.
All right, so do we have a time? Yes, we do. Rusty Blyler, the Happy Pappy, moves into the pole position overall with a 4:25. So beat out Paul Wolf's UTV time. And now we have Josh Blyler, previous King of the Hammers champion, Big B Motorsports. So I look at that. He is blasting these rocks. He is going to try to beat his dad right now.
Yep,
Rusty
for sure.
Blyler loves the tight trees, loves the rocks. This is his course.
This is definitely. He's got that experience to put that tire just right past that, and when you know and have the confidence that you're doing it right, you can do an extra 3 or 4 in every corner and every turn, and
it's
he does
pretty
it.
impressive.
He does it. Some of these guys in their cars, they get so good that it's basically just an extension of their
Yeah.
their rear.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
can feel exactly
I didn't
where
know where
they're.
you're going with that, but I smelled it coming.
You walk through a door and you know exactly where you're going to hit. They can toss that back in right through a window that's just. It doesn't seem like they'd fit, but they're running right through it just at crazy paces.
No, yeah, the Blylers are definitely going to be hard to beat. But don't forget, there's one name that we haven't talked much about: Eric Miller.
Yeah,
I mean, this is his backyard.
He
raced here back in '09. I remember watching that
legend.
as a fan, and to see where he's came. I mean, Josh Blyler's won King of the Hammers once, but Eric Miller has won this King of the Hammers 2 separate times.
Yep, for sure. Eric's got that experience. He coming from East Coast back in those early days, he was a nobody out here. There's nothing out here for Ultra 4
Yeah, he
when
was,
he was
in
coming in.
a fairly stocked Jeep in the
Yeah.
OG days.
Yep. Yeah, it's awesome to see where the sport has come and pulled the entire coast and the development that comes from having a West Coast and an East Coast all trying to accomplish the same thing. It's pretty cool what we come up with here.
All right, I hear somebody taking off, I believe. So, well, I'm just hearing things maybe. Shows Josh Blyler's still out on course. But I assume to see him at the pointy end. Don't forget to go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. They have the same timing we have here in the Big B Motorsports studio. Here, all part of the Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. And what was that just popped out? The sun. Oh, man. That doesn't hurt my feelings. It is brisk out. It says it's 43 degrees. But
Yeah, that sun's
it's
not
a cold
showing.
43 degrees.
Yeah, the fog this morning has been pretty thick.
Well, hey, I'm going to swap you out with Corey Day. Does that sound all right with you? And I see John Grounds will mix you through here in a little bit too, buddy.
Miles, is good to be with you, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Looking forward to
This
a
is kind
great
of fun
day.
rotating through the crowd.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, thanks,
Have a
buddy.
good one, bud.
Yep. And thanks for turning your phone down for me. All right, so we'll get Corey Day on headset here in just a moment, but I hear somebody back there, and this is Lily Blyler. So it's fun to see 3 generations out here racing. So once we get Lily through here, we'll just so cool to see her out here racing. You can tell she's definitely, or I can hear her definitely just a little off pace, but she's new. She's never raced here before. She's raced a little bit in a similar car, but to see her out there doing her thing is really, really cool. Well, now I got Corey Day here in the Big B studio. How you doing, buddy?
Good. Good.
Yeah, you had a pretty good run out there, so let's give Lily Blyler a little bit of love. She has Sean Bellick riding shotgun out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania with Big B Motorsports, and that Miller Pro chassis with a Mapco LS7 700 horsepower, Gearworks Turbo 400, SCS, Spider Tracks, Nitto, Big B Manufacturing, Rancho Shocks, and she has the best dad ever, she said, to let her come out here racing Ultra 4 and a 4400. What do you think? The audio's a little goofed up.
Okay.
I'm your
Oh,
audio
okay.
guy, so you can't hear me, but they can.
Okay, if they can hear us, we're good. Oh, yeah. No, I think it's super awesome to see her out here driving a big car, especially a 4,400 class. I mean, it's no easy feat in itself, and she's going to give them a run for their money. So pretty exciting.
Oh, yeah, and just to be out here, like I said, I'm going to say it too many times today. I apologize. 3 generations.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, daughter. You know, how do you start it? Lily's the daughter, and then Josh Blather's her dad, and then Rusty Blather's Josh's dad.
Yeah.
So
Grandpa,
it's just really
yeah.
cool to see it all come together.
Yeah. Yeah, it's super cool. This course is a lot of fun too, and you know, Rusty, he's been doing this stuff with Lion Mountain out here in this area for a long time, so he was fast through here.
But you know who was faster? Josh Blather just bumped out Rusty by 26 seconds.
Holy
Terhune,
cow.
3:59. You were right. You got me by a second. But it's Price of Right rules, so I don't know. I still lose. But yeah, Josh Blather just put down a heater. I was guessing a 4-minute flat. Oh, so that's 4 minutes flat enough for me.
Yeah, that's
Wow, what a absolute killer run.
It looks
And
like
speaking
Eric,
about that, is that Eric Miller?
It sure is.
2-time King of the Hammers champion, Eric Miller. I see RDP out down there getting the good shots. So Eric Miller running solo right now. I believe Nathan Stowers
Yes,
is
sir.
supposed to run, but Eric Miller with a blistering pace, and he's got a jacket over his fire suit. Him and Josh taking very similar lines out here. Oh, and a big nose stand.
Whew.
That was a
There's
a little hairy there.
There's definitely a hole there.
So
but
I was talking about how gnarly it was, and everybody keeps making it look easy.
Yeah.
Well, then he stuffed the nose and
Yep.
popped up, and
Yeah,
he
so
made
there's-
it. He
there's-
saved it.
Yeah, there's definitely a left and a right around that hole, and where he ended up there with his right front, it kind of got a little huckabuck, but he kept her down.
And they're in the tight woods, but I kind of don't feel like he's on it yet.
He's
There
in-
he goes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he must have just been a little tight, a little more tight and technical than I anticipated.
Well, this race, it wouldn't be great to start on the pole.
Okay, you don't want to start on
I
the
don't
pole.
think
I mean,
so.
you are in your class.
Well, I know.
You'll be a mid-pack with the EMCs.
Yeah, I mean, I did what I did. I really think in 4,400 you'd want to start mid-pack.
To have adjusted time on your side,
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of gotchas, and if you're the first one to a section and you pick a bad line, you know, the next guy in is going to see your flaw and go around you. So
Okay.
I think that mid-start would be good for this race.
Well, that's an interesting aspect.
I mean, you know, starting on the pole, too, you got the adrenaline on your side, and you're going to push hard because you know the guys are chasing you down.
Yeah.
But there's always things to think about when you're starting mid-pack. You can kind of follow the guy in front of you, see what he's doing wrong, and adjust accordingly. Yeah, we need that sun to come out.
Oh, I sure wish it would. It is
Yeah.
cold, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the sun finally starting to creep out,
Yeah.
but it's not here yet. So, yeah, your run, 2.2-mile qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a little bit of Go Fest out front. Then you come straight here to a pretty gnarly
Yeah,
little rock
yeah.
section. You dance through the woods, and then what's the last half mile or so? I missed that part.
So yesterday when we pre-ran the race course, and the qualifier is, I would say, 85% race course. And the leg between the two is just kind of a go fast sand, kind of back and forth. Not sand, but like clay, back and forth, pretty fast section. And then on the tail end, it's just a bunch of nuisance rocks, mud holes, right to the finish. So
All right.
it's honestly, this right here is the hardest section. There's a bunch of nuisance rocks here at the bottom that we can't see, but it's pretty good qualifying course. I like the length. You know, I think that breaks the class up a little bit further versus a shorter qualifier.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, when they said a 2-mile qualifier, I'm like, oh, all right, let's see how this shakes out.
and it's legit. I mean, yeah, this race course too. So
Yeah, it's pretty fun to see it all coming together. And you guys can't see this on your screen, but we're doing magic behind the scenes here, getting a little remote help because, again, I'm not the most tech-savvy guy out here. I'm lucky to plug stuff in, but, again, we're trying to make it happen for everybody for all you back home. You know, we're just trying it. We're seeing what happens. And we're having fun with it.
I think it's super cool that you put something together and yeah, just give a little show.
Yeah, it's better than nothing. I mean,
Yep.
there's a lot of people back home that can't make it, and
Yep.
The budget for a real live show is very expensive, and,
Yep.
and we're trying to do our best to bring it.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
And here comes the Flying Hawaiian. This is A.K. Watley with his wife Maria riding shotgun out of Winchester, Virginia with Chaos Motorsports. And that is a beautiful car. That's a twin car to Lauren Healy's and Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s. Oh, but it hits that stump a little bit, but
Yep.
keeps her under control and
Yep.
goes
Stayed on
kind of
that
a little
left side.
inside compared to
Yeah.
Miller.
Yeah.
And that's probably one of the nicest. I guess I can't say that because there's a lot of Miller cars that are one of the nicest cars. But, all right, that's the nicest IFS car,
Yep.
independent front suspension car out here.
Yep.
And then those Millers are hard to beat.
Yeah. Yeah, I think AK is going to have a tough time. There's a couple tight sections, and he's going to be sawing the wheel to keep it tight in there between the trees. But that car, I don't know how wide that car is, but
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Probably 100 inches, I'd guess.
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what's a normal solid axle car.
I'd
what's-
say
I mean, you're
88.
do what?
88.
Okay, and then what do you think a Miller car? They're probably.
I'd say they're in that range.
You think they're okay? So you
Yeah,
think
I
this
don't-
is a
well,
foot wider?
I know they do have wide axles for like the desert stuff, and then here
Yeah,
they
you're
probably
right.
run the narrow
Yep.
stuff. So,
You don't have that yet?
oh no, no.
I thought you were part of the Jeep Club.
Oh well, yeah, I just got stock JK axles in mine.
Oh,
So.
a brand new stock JK. I saw it sitting on the jack stands a week ago.
Oh man.
No, what day's the day? 5 days ago.
Yeah. Oh, it got worse too. We got here and unloaded
I
on
heard
the trailer.
about some radiator fans that may not have been turning
what the
on.
Heck?
Oh, I'll hook those up there when we get there. Hook them up. Uh-oh. But sounds like you had a buddy down the road that was kind of doing something similar, and you were able to.
Yeah. I had a college buddy that was able to locate some here locally and brought him to. He's actually out here and part of the recovery crew.
Okay, man,
So-
there's like 40 of them out there. It's
There's a
awesome.
bunch. It's super cool to see what the park and Bernie could gather around all of his locals and yeah, they got a great community around here. So
And look at this, two-time King of the Hammers champion, Eric Miller, with a 431, puts him in third position, right behind Josh Blyler and Rusty Blyler. So 1, 2, 3 is Miller cars thus far. We'll see what A.K. Watley can do in the mix. And who do we have coming now? This is
Erdman?
Jared Erdman.
yeah.
This is Josh Blyler's normal co-driver. Great to see him out here. So the number 40, Jared Erdman. And an old used car with TJ Lang, part of Line Mountain, out here running. He takes that center section, and man, Josh told me that Jared's a driver. He was right.
Yeah.
Never seen him behind a wheel. He races a lot of the local Line Mountain stuff, but the Miller car is fairly new to him, and he's one of the lead mechanics at Big B Racing. So see him get to enjoy himself, that's pretty cool.
It's definitely part of the fun.
So Jared Erdman out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania with Big B Motorsports and that Miller Pro chassis with a Mapco LS7 700 horsepower. Gearworks Turbo 400, Spider Tracks, Nitto Tires, Big B Manufacturing, Gilbert Brothers Racing, Miller Motorsports, and Rancho Shocks.
I'm wondering how many more we got here. That should be getting close to the end of it.
Let's see. I haven't seen Philip McGilton. I
Okay.
haven't seen Kevin Porterfield. He was supposed to show up this morning, but I haven't seen him yet. So maybe to him. But Philip McGilton is definitely one more that I anticipate to see. All right. We still got a little bit more to go. Looks like we have some Blyler fans out there rooting them on. Yeah, it's basically blown up with the Blyler fans saying they're ripping it up out in the woods. So thanks for tuning in on the YouTube chat. Let's see. There's
Yeah,
A.K.
he's
Watley.
still not
Don't have
loaded.
a time for him. Let me hit a reboot on this thing.
Thought I heard some.
I hear something.
Here comes Phil.
Oh, that's Philip
leaving,
McGilton.
leaving the
You
line.
can hear that
Oh, yeah.
Schofield performance ripping through the woods. He's in a single seat IFS Campbell car. He bought that from Brian Crofts about a year ago now. Got those Yokohama tires going to work. And you can hear that thing singing. You can hear that Campbell car coming from a mile away. Oh, and he is hauling the mail. So Philip McGilton coming through, and we'll see here. That's right where Miller, yep, he must have went left or right just enough. Philip McGilton is on pace. And you can hear him loading up just a little bit. That puppy wants to sing.
Yeah.
There he's starting to open up a little bit. All right, so it's still Josh Blyler up front, then Rusty Blyler, then Eric Miller, Chad Owens, John Pete, Jonathan Dawes, but looks like we may be missing a.
Just
I think
AK
we're okay
still
on
hasn't
4400
logged,
now. So you can go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. Josh Blyler with a 359, Rusty Blyler with a 425, Eric Miller, Chad Owens, John Pete, Jonathan Dawes, Lily Blyler, Jeff Allen, Lawless. Well, he's in a UTV, so that didn't work.
Switching it up here. Let's see.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, we got a little work to fix on the back end, but so again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We should be wrapping up qualifying here in just a moment, but we're going to start racing here in about an hour or so. So we'll see how this all shakes out, but we'll stay live for just a little bit longer to see what's going to happen.
I think the side-by-side race is definitely going to change the course up. There's a lot of loose rocks on the big rock climb sections, smaller rocks that are going to roll and change, and lines are going to change throughout the day. So it'll be fun to see what it shapes up to be for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. The crowd kind of right behind us is a little lackluster because we got our tent that's kind of blocking some view. But over down,
everybody's checking it
down
out
there,
over here. Yeah.
We got a pretty good crowd down here having some fun. And again, I'm Miles Hasquist. We have Corey Day, who's driving in the Cherokee EMC tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Yeah.
It's gonna be exciting.
Hopefully it's a little warmer than
Oh man, it's cold this morning.
My
It is cold.
My fingers were getting cold even with gloves on. I was like,
Yeah.
man, this is pretty brisk out here today.
Yeah, I've got my muck boots in the truck. I may have to go switch them out.
Put some insulated ones
Oh
on. Yeah.
man, but hey, this is part of it. We're racing, and that's you guys. I just talked about it, but
Hey.
you guys, adapt, overcome, and you're just the true grit you guys have. Again, when I showed up to your house Monday, no engine, no front axle, that would take me a month in my Jeep, and you guys got it done in basically 2 days.
Yeah, I had a plan. The plan was to wait till the last minute, apparently, because that's what it was.
That's always the way it
Yeah,
comes, whether it's a plan or not.
Right. I had a plan to get it together, and it worked out. So it's just a process of fixing a frame from Nationals last year. It basically tore the car in half.
And it's a Cherokee, so it's a
unibody.
uni-axle,
body.
unibody, so it doesn't have a true frame. It's
No. And I was trying to keep it lightweight when I built it originally. There was a lot of stock class cars out here with 1 tons and frame plating and, JK 4-doors. They're 6,000 pounds. And I thought, my little straight 6 engine, I need to keep it as light as possible.
But
to
you got
power
that
to weight
new
ratio.
Jegs head.
Yeah, that's right.
And it sounds like it gave you a little more horsepower,
Yeah,
right?
it definitely runs a lot better, more crisp.
It went from 88 to 102 or what?
Yeah, about. Yeah.
No, I mean, what would that be? You're probably sniffing 200 horse, right?
I would gather in the 250 range,
Yeah, okay.
but that's at the crank. I mean,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
not talking wheel horsepower, so.
Wheel or reel?
Yeah. Real, yeah. But no, it's a lot of fun. So just trying to build it lightweight, and it tore in half. So my repair this winter was just plating a frame and going through and reinforcing stuff. And then I've been an axle at Bowling Green last year, so I had to fix that too. So, yeah, a lot of fun. Glad to make it. It's going to be a good series. So
Yeah, it's
a lot of
gonna
races.
be good.
Oh, yeah. the variety is awesome too. Coming back to Rausch Creek, this is pretty awesome. Let's see if this updated yet.
Alright, yeah. Trying to get my ducks in a row here. I do believe we are down for about an hour before we go live racing, so we will be tuning off here in just a moment, I believe.
Phil and
But
AK
again, go to
still
ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. We'll get the timing updated and keep everybody in the know. So I think might as well kind of sign off for just a little bit. Corey, always a pleasure, my man. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming up here.
Thank you.
Again, thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in. Again, this is new. I'm getting some help on the back end, but we're going to do our best, and we're going to have some fun with it. So from everybody here at Ultra 4 USA, thanks for tuning into the Rock Crawler Suspension Rumble at Rausch Creek for qualifying. Up next is the UTV Stock and Open at 12. What did we say? 12:30. So we got about an hour. So tune back in. We'll be right back with some more racing action. Thanks for tuning in. I think it's still. Oh, hey, yeah, rebooting it. It fixed it. Hey, put this on. Can you hear? Oh, are we delete? Are we muted? Probably not. Can they hear us on Facebook or YouTube? Chris, you there? Can YouTube hear us? Troubleshooting this?
Yeah, they will be able to unless you press stop streaming. But just do a test. I mean,
Huh?
he's gonna get
Yeah, I'm testing. All right, test. So sorry, everybody behind the scenes. We will be racing here. RDP, say something. Just say hello.
Hello.
Hey, it works. You got scared to say hi to me? Come on, buddy.
No, I couldn't hear that first.
Oh, but now you do?
Yeah.
All right, so I think we got the headsets figured out, so we're going to stop streaming on. Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble here in Pine Grove, Pennsylvania for round number 1 in the Eastern Series. We are our first ever Ultra 4 race ever happened, and on that pole position is none other than Paul Wolf. Co-driver is Scott Farley out of Alton, Illinois with that Can-Am Maverick R. And he's going to take that center run. And he drops through. I was a little late on that. I do apologize. Trying to get everything live and action, get some audio, get some video. We will have live camera action right here at Race Mile 1 at the Rock Crawler Rocks. Make sure you go to Racing Tracks. Make sure you go to Ultra 4 Racing for our live scoring. They're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. This is a 10.2 mile lap. They're doing 2 laps as Nick Anderson, number 3402 out of Canton, Georgia, with Anderson Racing as he comes through the Rock Crawler Rocks. And that's that same spot where we saw Eric Miller take that huge nosedive, but he keeps her under control. So out front is Paul Wolf, then Nick Anderson. Up next should be Philip McGilton, number 47 out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with 47 Motorsports. And his Can-Am with Southern Tire Mart. Pilot, Yokohama, KMC Wheels, Willwood, ARB, and Rugged. Speaking about our pole setter and out front, Paul Wolf and Scott Farley out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing in his Can-Am with Badlands Off-Road Park with Alltech VP and CA Technologies. We got Bernie over here. We'll have him hop in and have a quick chat with us. But so far, so good for the Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. Bernie, how we doing, buddy?
We're doing great today, thanks.
Thank you for teaming up with Ultra 4 and keeping everything running as smooth as we can. What a great track you guys got for us.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And we have somebody pulled over already, and I believe that should be Philip McGilton. So he is early in his race having issues. Man, Bernie, this is a wild course you laid out for us.
Yeah, I tried to keep it pretty good here and incorporate a lot of good stuff.
And it looks like Philip McGilton is pulling off as far as he can. Looks like this may be the 95 of Chris Fletcher. And it is. Chris Fletcher will be our next one through, but off course early on is Philip McGilton in the rental from Paul Wolf.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him, but he was moving a minute ago. He backed up.
Yeah, so something's happened with him. We'll get some of your recovery crew and have him checked out.
Yep, absolutely. That's what we're here for. We try and keep everything running smooth.
And you got about 40 volunteers out here helping with us?
Correct.
Man, that's great. So from Ultra 4 USA, thank you, Bernie, for everything you've done. You've been cutting trees, putting up ribbon, moving rocks, keeping everything moving safe and sound. So thank you, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate having you guys. It's been a blast, and I look forward to doing it more.
I like your style. All right, buddy. Well, I know you got a lot more to do. I just want to give you a quick shout-out. So
Absolutely.
If you get bored later, which you probably won't, come back and see me.
I'll come back and see you for sure.
All right. Thanks, Bernie.
Thank you.
And up through next is the number 334 of Adam Brown and Alan Clark out of Selma, Alabama with All Geared Up Racing. And his Polaris Pro R that's supercharged, MRT, CA Technologies, all things UTV. And speaking about all things UTV, they're our sponsor for the 4900 Open class. So a huge shout out to All Things UTV for being the sponsor for the Open class. A lot of action is already happening all over this race course. It is 10.2 miles long. I'm guessing about a 40-minute lap, but Paul Wolf will be letting us know here very soon. And here comes the 504 of Miller Richmond and Troy Digby riding shotgun out of New Orleans, Louisiana, with C. Miller Racing in that stock class, and his Can-Am Maverick R with Double E Racing, Maxxis Raceline, RCV, Elka, Sparko Warren, and CT Raceworks. So we are getting everything under the green flag as quickly as possible. We will have 12 cars out on course. We have the open and the stock class. And a stock car has to have an OEM chassis. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run front body and side plastics. Rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire. 1,000 cc maximum engine and maximum of a 33-inch tire. And the open class is just what that is. Dream it, build it, and come race at Ultra 4 USA. So 2 classes racing all at the same time. Scored separately, of course. Go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing I have right here in the Big B studio. And then also we have Racing Tracks, David Clay and his team, so you can follow along your favorite racer. So trying to get everybody turned on my Racing Tracks. I'm kind of running audio, video, and a little bit of everything, so I do apologize if we're falling a little behind on a few things. We have open and stock cars. Usually have somebody running the tracker, somebody talking, somebody running audio, but hey, we got live show here. And up next is number 40, Jeremy Blackburn out of Pikeville, Kentucky with On the Gas. And his Polaris RS1 representing Jesus Christ, Nitto Tires, Valor Wheels, HMF, Power Sports Nation, Off-Road Beast, and Zamp. Yeah, a lot of these cars are taking that center line between the rock crawler flags. There's a wider right line, but everybody's taking that quicker line. A lot of big, gnarly rocks, but they're making it happen. Trying to see who's going to be coming up next. We should be seeing Travis Fisher, Patrick Murray, Cody Willenberg, and Alex Klein. And remember, they took off one at a time. And speaking about Travis Fisher, the Speed UTV, the 4946 with Roger King riding shotgun out of Sparta, Tennessee, with Rusty Bucket Racing in that Speed UTV, Nitto Tires Speed, and especially his wife making his Ultra 4 USA debut. Up next is the 4908 of Jeff Donda. So that means, I believe Travis Fisher got around Donda already. Jeff Donda out of Wheeling, West Virginia with Metalworks Motorsports. And right behind him is Patrick Murray. So I think Donda must have had a little bit of an issue early on as Travis Fisher gets around. And now Patrick Murray trying to make a pass. And the rock crawler rocks, but it closes the door. And Patrick Murray, you can hear the horn, I'm sure, but he is all over the back of Jeff Donda as he does pull off. And Patrick Murray going for the pass. And it looks like he does make it stick. So we should see a couple more coming through. Believe Alex Klein, and I think I see somebody. So this must be Cody Willenborg and then Alex Klein. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. So we just are starting our stock and our open UTV class, 2 classes racing at the same time, but scored separately. Up next at 3 p.m. will be the Pro Modified. And then tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, will be the Everyman Challenge classes, the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, the 4500 Modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 12:30, 4 full laps for the 4400s. The biggest and baddest names in your sport. So if you are anywhere in the area, come on out. $25 a day, $40 for the weekend. Come enjoy it. But if not, stay tuned in to Ultra 4 USA YouTube. And here comes the 4311 of Alex Klein with Sydney riding shotgun out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania with Incline Racing. And his Can-Am PhD Manufacturing, Will Klein, Han Corvono, John Katz, Maxxis ITB, System 3, and Fox. You see he went around wide. That's that easier, a little bit longer of a trek, but it's still fun. There are a lot of rocks out here. 10.2 miles of rocks on this lap. The UTVs run 2 full laps. They'll be doing 20.4 miles today. Trying to switch back and forth a little bit. Here we go. All right, and if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. Again, I am Miles Hasquis, and we will be tuned in all weekend long, so thank you for checking in. Get on that YouTube channel. I'll do my best to do audio-visual production and read the notes. But, yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on. The key points out here are going to be ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, and then also check into Racing Tracks. Trying to log into Racing Tracks myself. All right, so we got to hit up all laps. And we want to hit open, show all. Open, it looks like Philip McGilton got back going. Bernie, what happened to him? Okay. So he's driving Paul Wolf's rental car, and he hit a switch, and it unlocked the front axle. And then, oh, you can see it. That is Patrick Murray right there on his side. You can see his right front axle. The front axle was not pulling, so he got on the side, hit the gas, but only had rear drive. So good thing there's nobody coming directly behind him, because this could be interesting. So we'll get our recovery crew in here, get him righted up. And I'm actually going to hop off headset for just a moment and switch that camera for you. So I'm going to bring in Lawless McKenzie on the headset with me as you see Philip McGilton and Paul Wolf's rental car flopped over. Tough break for him, but Lawless, how you doing, buddy?
Qualifying went good. Rough course.
It's rough, isn't it?
I didn't get to pre-run any of it, so it was all new, but it was a lot of fun. Can't
And
wait for the
you've
race.
raced with this once prior, if I remember right, because I remember the name, but you're fairly new to Ultra 4 or USA, correct?
Yep, I raced the anniversary bash. at Rush
Yeah.
a couple years ago.
So that was in Rush, Kentucky, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Get that microphone just a little bit closer, but yeah, you're doing good, buddy. So what are you thinking about Ultra 4 so far?
Oh,
this
I
is
love it.
This is a true Ultra 4 race because it's got gnarly rocks, it's got nuisance rocks, and then you're going to get up to over 80 miles an hour
Oh yeah.
and do a little bit of tree dodging.
Yeah.
And hopefully you don't do what Philip did and flop her over.
Yeah. Hopefully not. Hopefully we keep it rubber side down.
Yep. So we got I'm going to guess about a 40-minute lap. What's your guess?
From what they said this morning, 30 to an hour for some people.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hopefully I'm not at the latter end of that.
Well, we're about to find out. So where are you from?
Winchester, Virginia.
Nice. So that's not terribly far from here, right?
Hours.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to call that close.
Yep. Yep.
So we got the racing tracks out there. We've got the live scoring. Ultra4Racing.livemotorsports.com. And we are right here with the only camera on course. And Philip McGilton want a little bit of camera time. Are you going to be doing that for us, Lawless?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. I
Hopefully
like
not.
your style. So what's the most exciting thing you've seen out here this weekend so far?
Probably the 4,400 qualifying.
Were you up here for that?
Yeah, I
yeah.
watched that.
What'd you think of seeing Josh Blyler, Rusty Blyler, Eric Miller, Philip McGilton?
Yep.
They came blasting
Oh,
through
yeah.
here.
Fast.
It
Those
was
guys are
very
fast.
impressive. So if we had another car come through, it's going to get a little tight and snug
yeah.
here.
Hopefully we got time.
We're kind of in a precarious spot. I do see a tree they could snatch block off of if they got a recovery rig up here, so hopefully we get that going on. Now they're blaming me for being in the way, but hey, we'll take it.
Good spot, wrong time.
Oh, yeah, but hey, that's all part of it. But again, I think there's a tree right in front of them they could snatch block off of and pull downhill. So we'll get Philip McGilton righted here in just a moment. Could you snatch block off that tree? Yeah. So we're getting us a couple recovery rigs. So you racing the Pro Modified coming up next. So you're just kind of coming over here doing your homework,
wanted
checking
to
some things
see
out.
the lines other people were taking in the side-by-sides.
So a lot of action happened. I don't remember which line you took. Did you go wide right or did you
I
go
did
straight
the
down?
middle line.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what most everybody's taking. It's
Yep.
a lot quicker, but there's some holes that can grab you.
Yeah. And I'm thinking about trying that inside one, too.
That's the fastest.
Yeah.
There's one huge rock
At
there,
the bottom.
but if you can make it
Yep.
through there, it's the priored one to hit for sure. So we're going to have some recovery right in front of us. Yeah. Yeah, there's Bernie, Mr. Rausch Creek himself, and Phil McGillen just hanging out, literally.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see. I'm going to switch over here. There we are. All right, Jason Washburn. I was trying to find some comments out there. Peter Doolin tuning in. Kyle Seglin. Yeah, the one-man media crew. And if you know me, I can barely turn on Facebook, so I got a crash course this morning, and we're having some fun. All right, so we got a recovery crew coming through, and we will have some action going on. All right. So, well, Lawless, I think this has been fun, but I'm going to hop out of the way for just a minute. Hey, best of luck there in your race, and welcome to Ultra 4, buddy.
We'll see you later.
So while they do a recovery, I'm actually going to grab the camera, and let you watch instead of listen. Well, we're back. Sorry for hopping off, but a little bit of a shaky camera guy, but we made it happen, right? Again, a huge shout out to the Rausch Creek recovery team. We had Eugene Rose right there in the mix, who raced the OG 09 Ultra 4 race. So I told him to hop on the mic later on today. He was a little busy just now, but tough break for Philip McGilton. Two-wheel drive just ain't going to cut it here in Rausch Creek here in Pine Grove, Pennsylvania for the Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. So the recovery crew got it done, made it happen. And actually right below my booth is not where I expected anybody to roll, so I was kind of in the way of the recovery crew, so I'm sorry, but hey, I'm set up. But being in two-wheel drive, that's what cost them there. So we'll switch back to my live scoring, and it should still be Paul Wolf, and then Nick Anderson, Chris Fletcher, Adam Brown, Miller Richmond, Jeff Donda, Jeremy Blackburn, Travis Fisher, Patrick Murray, Cody Willenborg, Alex Klein, and it looks like out of the race early is Philip McGilton. Tough break for him, But we will see him tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for the 4400 main event. And that red and white single-seat machine, the bearded trout. Yeah, need some sponsor stickers on the bottom of that. Here, hop on real quick. So you're part of the Rausch Creek recovery crew, right?
Yeah.
What's the name?
My name is Billy. They call me Break It Billy.
Break It Billy. That makes sense now.
Yep.
And you had to put it on the front of your buggy so you'd even remember it, huh?
Absolutely. So we're up here out and out with all of the fun events going on out here. This is an amazing weekend. Rausch Creek, Ultra 4 putting on a great event. Couldn't ask for a better weekend, too.
Yeah. No, it's great. The weather was cold in the morning, but now the sun's coming out. It's okay.
Yeah, it's not bad. Probably in the 45, 50-degree range.
51. You were almost there.
Close enough, But it's great. This is my first Ultra 4 race.
Well,
Actually
welcome,
helping
man.
out.
This is great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's killer.
Yeah. And obviously, like I said, we just got this little one-man crew here. Usually we try to bring the full, pull out all the bells and whistles, but we're trying something a little different, a little more budget-friendly, and we still got a live show, so it's fun.
That's awesome, yeah. Can't wait to watch it when I get home, too.
Heck yeah. Well, you can watch you right here, right? Anybody want to say hey to back home?
The girlfriend's back home, and she's loving life, but she's at work.
Well, you're loving life a little more, I
loving
think.
it even better, yeah.
Well, all in good fun, but so far so good, and you've been helping with recovery. You got 40 volunteers out here. We thoroughly appreciate all of it. I mean, it takes a lot to put this on.
Yeah, I mean, the land manager, Bernie.
Bernie's been a huge help.
Yeah, and we're all great friends, so he's
So you like talking smack afterwards?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
So it's great.
Heck yeah. And you got your recovery rig set up back here. I assume you come out here and know the park pretty well?
Yeah, I know it pretty decent. It's kind of like the back of my hand. Yeah, it's a 99 TJ buggy that's built to rock crawl the Northeast.
Yeah, and have some fun.
Absolutely.
I mean, out here, explain what you have, because we race all over. Obviously, the woods, there's some mud, and the rocks that I kind of found a little different. They're big and loose.
Yes.
A lot of these big, there's, what was that, Devil's Den.
Yep.
Man, it's a cool climb, but there's huge rocks that just keep changing.
Yeah, I mean, the size of a dishwasher rock. Literally, it'll just start at the top at the beginning of the day, and then it's somewhere at the bottom or even off the course. It's very changing course up here. So Northeast, I think the best way to describe it is out west you got full-on barreling down the trails. Here you're just worried about the drive shaft coming through the floorboard.
Yeah, that makes you a little nervous, doesn't it? But you got to build it to play, right?
Yup, 100%. So a lot of fun. Yeah, and we got a YouTube channel as well.
Oh, shout it out. Let's hear
it. We do a podcast and a whole bunch of other stuff. So Jeep Life Podcast.
Perfect. I'll check that out.
Yeah, it's a little more on the Jeep side of things, not so much the race cars, but
I've got a Jeep JK at home, 4-door. It's a leaf looker, but it's got 35s, and I'll go play around in this stuff a little bit. And just before KOH, I shoved a 5.7 Hemi in it, and man, it really woke up. I've been driving the last couple of weeks after Hammers, and it's night and day difference. I mean, I love it. It's fantastic.
So I'm actually doing the same thing.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I bought a wrecked 2006 pretty junky farm truck, but yanked it apart, put it together, Jeep Speed Shop, used their wiring harness and put it in there. Had a couple buddies help. I helped them. They did it. I helped them.
You handed the beer.
Yeah, exactly. But, man, it was a lot of fun getting it going. And just getting out and enjoy the outdoors is something special.
Yes, it is. We are very blessed to have some awesome parks up in the Northeast.
Yeah, so we're at Rausch Creek.
Yep.
AOAA and Famous Redding are all very close.
Yep, and I'm in the Allentown area, so It's pretty close, an hour and a half, and we
Whew.
love coming up here.
And I wasn't paying attention. Paul Wolf just threw down a 30-37, 30-minute lap. We were guessing 40, 45, 30-minute lap from Paul Wolf.
And
what a madman.
He's coming up right behind
Yeah,
us.
I heard him, and I saw him trip the timer. Again,
awesome.
ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com's where it's at. That's going to keep you in all the action with Racing Tracks.
Well, I'm going to jump off real quick and get back to the
All
recovery.
right, well, break it, Billy. Always a pleasure, my man. And there goes Paul Wolf, our physical race leader, with Scott Farley riding shotgun as he comes through the Krawler rocks. So they're starting to spread out a little bit. They took off right at 12:30. So, yeah, 30-minute lap. That is absolutely impressive from Paul Wolf and Scott Farley out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in his Can-Am Maverick R with Badlands Off-Road Park, Alltech VP CA Technologies. He is a man to watch, and usually he has his 4400 car, but he has motor issues and wasn't able to get it out here. He is going to take a Blyler car, a Miller Motorsports car, and start the race tomorrow afternoon just for starting points. Because this year we have a 3-race series plus a joker. But to be able to use the joker for series points, you have to race all 3 races in this series. So he's playing a little bit of strategy for us right here and now. And next through the timing line, they're at the Krawler start finish, is Nick Anderson with a 31-21. So less than 1 minute is splitting the top 2 in the open class. Paul Wolf and Nick Anderson are driving these exact same machines in the next race for the Pro Modified. Well, there's a lot more action than I anticipated. I was worried I'd be sitting here by myself for a while, but they're really coming through. Chris Corbett's tuning in, rooting on Team Nitto. How's it going, buddy? Wish you're out here. So we are bringing you some action from the 2025 Krawler suspension Rausch Creek Rumble, just outside of Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. And out front is Paul Wolf, followed by less than 1 minute, Nick Anderson. So Can-Am's out front, looking good. And Philip McGilton, we know, has already dropped out. So they're starting to spread out throughout, trying to look exactly where everybody's at. So it is a 10.2-mile lap. The UTVs will be racing 2 full laps, so we won't see the leaders again. So the 3402 in second place right now is Nick Anderson and Anthony Denny out of Canton, Georgia, with Anderson Racing. And that Can-Am Maverick R with Metal FX, CT Raceworks, Evo, Infinite Off-Road, Tire Spine, S3 Power Sports, Warren, and Factor 55. So trying to get everything lined out on here. Trying to get some updates from my Racing Tracks. Looks like Racing Tracks is having to reload. So we are here and racing, waiting for our next competitors to come through. But it is out front, the man, Paul Wolf, being chased closely by Nick Anderson. I assume, yep, there he just clicked the start-finish. Adam Brown with a 31.58. He had a little bit of a rear start, but moved into third position in the open class. We are racing 2 separate classes at the same time, but scored separately, the open and the stock. And I hear Adam Brown and that Polaris Pro R screaming through the woods with all geared up racing, and that Polaris Pro R supercharged, MRT, CA Technologies, all things UTV. And a big thumbs up from Adam Brown. And he came through the rocks, driving one hand to give me a thumbs up. I hope I didn't goof him up, but it looks like he is still moving strong. So third place in class and third overall. 334 of Adam Brown with all geared up racing. We saw him drop down the center of the rock Krawler rocks. He's got Tire Spine, PPEI, Craftworks, G-Force, Empty Pockets, RCV, and Custom Lines. So we're going to bring in Eugene Rose, who, if you've watched Will Gentile's Heavy Metal Concepts from the 2009 First Social 4 race, he was on there a few times. A good old boy, local boy here from Pennsylvania. Where exactly are you from, Eugene?
Hi there, Miles. I'm actually from Frederick, Maryland.
Oh, okay. So you're a little bit of ways.
Just a little ways. It's a 2-hour ride.
All right. Well, no, that's close.
That's close. Real
16 hours is where I'm from.
Yes, sir. I've been out that way a couple times.
Yeah, so you were here racing for the first ever non-King of the Hammers race, the Ultra 4 race in 2009. I see your buggy here. Love the nostalgic.
Yeah, Miles. In 2009, the RCQ came here to qualifier. It was quite an experience. We rock crawled here. We started dibbling into that racing. What people don't realize is in 2009, most of those racers were just average trail rig rock crawlers.
100%. So I started I was pit crew in 2009 at King of the Hammers, and we were just some good buddies drinking beer in the evenings and going rock crawling at speed. And like you say, there wasn't many professionals. Shannon Campbell's the only one that really come to mind.
You're absolutely correct on that. And, and you look back in the history, you got Eric Miller, and then you got the Bylers coming in. If they went back into the beginning and the technology that is there today would have been back then,
it would have been
wow,
insane. Well,
so
it just
much
wasn't.
I mean, here we're riding through here at Rausch Creek, what they call the Rock Garden. It's a half-mile rock bed, and we're rolling through there on 14-inch air shocks. I mean,
yeah, getting beat to death.
Air shocks were as big as some of these guys' bypasses.
Yeah,
now.
no doubt. Yeah, the
It's
evolution
crazy.
of the sport is absolutely amazing. But to finish your point, or to add to your point, is Shannon Campbell was a professional. But then you have Doug Bigelow that had a good run at. Eric Miller's won King of the Hammers twice. Josh Blyler has won twice. Rusty Blyler's been in the mix multiple times at lots of races. And to see where they came from to where they are now, it's amazing.
I said it a long time ago. Is out west they had the easy stuff, the sand and all. When you come to the East Coast, it's the rocks, the muds, and the trees.
Yeah.
You got to drive here. It's not just point and shoot.
Oh, 100%.
You have to have your marbles ready to roll when you come to Rausch Creek.
And there's some high-speed sections. These big rocks are really loose. The trees are tight. And the nuisance rocks, there's a couple spots where it's a couple 100 yards of just bang, bang, bang.
Yes, it is. And the rocks here are so much different. They're just so gnarly. It's almost like you're wheeling on concrete, but nothing is solid. Everything is loose. You can ride the trail today, come back in 10 weeks and ride it. It's still just as loose as it was.
Yeah, it's a cool area. And, we got you on the screen now. And
Hey,
like I
everybody.
said, I rewatched Will's video just a couple weeks ago because I was like, man, we're going to Rausch. I got to watch this a couple times. And I saw you on there a bunch, and then all of a sudden you came up a couple days and I was like, Eugene, I remember seeing you on the big screen.
Yes, sir. I've been there a few times. It was really a great pleasure. In 2009, Miles, something that Ultra 4 did in King of the Hammers, my wife won what they considered at that time the Sportsman Award. We call it the
love
Sportswoman
it.
Award of the day. And you mentioned his name, Doug Bigelow. My wife drove. His wife was in the passenger seat co-driving Cat Bigelow.
How awesome
At that
is that?
time, we ran Jotter's Way and things on the other side. Those two girls stood out there all day long after the truck broke down and pulled cable for all their fellow competitors. So to see the women that's getting involved in this today, and you have a new lady today, I understand, in a car. The Bylers have a brand new pink car
Lily
here.
Blyler.
Put the
Absolutely.
ladies in the cars, guys. Let your ladies drive them.
And here's a story that just coming in. Cody Willenborg, who is coming into your screen right now, is our new race leader on adjusted time. He just threw down a 30-minute, 30-second lap, 7 seconds faster than Paul Wolf. Remember, adjusted time is on your side starting from the back.
Wow, that's a big move. But back to what we're talking about, the ladies. You know, the men go out here and do this, but when you put a girl in the seat, Miles, it's a whole new
I love it.
I push for women all day long. Put your daughters, put your wives in the seats. Let them drive.
We have Kim Matson racing in the EMC later on.
Yes, we do.
I guess she qualified this morning. She races tomorrow morning. Bailey Campbell is one of our premier athletes in the sport. She's not here racing here, but she's been racing Ultra 4 for a long time.
Bailey's got a whole new ride, a whole new chapter.
Yeah, and that Bronco with the RTR, that's pretty cool.
She's in there.
Yeah, and another blast from the past, I think she was here racing, Kim Sears.
Yeah,
Well, she was racing in 09, right?
Yes, Kim was definitely here. Kim and her husband, Droopy, great. You know, that's a long time ago.
So we raced with them in XRA and kind of followed them into King of the Hammers. They raced with us for a while, but watching that video, if you're listening, we're going to talk about it too much. I'm sorry, but it is a blast from the past, and a lot of cool names were in there, like Kim and Droopy Sears.
Absolutely. And then Rob Udsink at the end. You know, Rob's coming in there to truck quits run. If you watch the video, you see all the racers and competitors helping each other.
Oh yeah,
that's what's great. Is a racer can be in your face, you're side by side, beating each other, but when you need something, that racer's right there to help you.
And were you talking about Rob Usnick?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's actually one of my really close friends. We got a group text that goes off every single day. I had to turn it off this weekend because it wouldn't shut up. But Rob Usnick kind of stole the show at the end of that race.
Yes, he
that
did.
old Samurai-powered machine,
Yes,
finished
he did.
in reverse, off the rev limiter. And to hear you bring it up, because I was going to, but I hadn't yet. And, he's one of my dear friends.
You know, it's just great things to go back through. We started Rock Crawl. We dabbled into the racing. We went to King of the Hammers in 2012. A lot of friends helped us make that happen, and I mean a lot of friends. And to go out there and to sit in the passenger seat and my wife drive, Miles, my life was complete. My racing career was complete. I achieved that ultimate goal that I wanted to.
That's great to hear. That's really cool. And like you said, women in the motorsports is something very special. I love seeing it.
We need that.
The more the merrier.
Yes, absolutely.
So I
and
believe
here comes another hot car.
I believe this is Patrick Murray, the number 902, and it's looking good. Thumbs up from Patrick Murray in that Mav R. Number 902 out of Vass, North Carolina with that CA Technologies Can-Am Maverick R.
So how do you like the East Coast out here, Miles?
Oh, I love it.
A little bit of everywhere.
I get to travel the U.S. and dabble in Baja a little bit, but every place is special, right? I love the woods. I love the rocks. So this place is right up my alley.
It's a big difference than out there in the desert and the wide open and the valleys out there are half a mile wide. There's places here today that are single track racing.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. A lot of single track. And there are some spots to pass, but they're far from few between in these tight trees.
So how does a driver set up his race program to go in less than 90 days from the Hammers, which is wide open flow, give me what you got, to single track tight East Coast woods tree racing?
So I'll bet you some of them don't even touch their suspension. They just prep the car and make it work because the shock technology has came so far, but the top dogs are switching away shocks and doing different tires, I'm sure, but these cars are kind of the Swiss Army knives of off-road racing. They do it all, and they do it all well.
They very well.
And I'll be honest, I don't know what they do. But they're insane for what they do. They do a lot.
You know, tomorrow, the big boys come out.
Oh, yeah.
The cars are so much faster, so much heavier, and these UTVs are out here today. We've already seen some great side-by-side racing from those guys. How do you think, as a driver, Miles, these guys change their mentality of wide open to these tight, small woods
Oh, you just got to make it happen, yeah. And
do you
it's
think
a lot
you
of
take a chance? Is
oh.
it make it or break it here in the East?
So it depends on the racer, because some are make or break it. But Paul Wolf is not one of those. He wants to finish. He always finishes up top, but he wants to finish. He's always driving fast, but he's under control. But
That's
some
a good
people
name.
just, once the visor drops, they see red and they go for the glory. But Paul Wolf's one of those up front. Well, Cody Willenberg's winning on time, but Paul Wolf's physically out front. And usually you have the clean air. There's not much dust here, so it's just lap traffic.
Lap traffic is tomorrow. Lap traffic, I think, is going to be a big situation here. When you get into those tight, small, windy, twisty areas, you don't have those spaces where you can pass 8 or 9, 10 cars at a time.
Yeah.
You're picking them off one by one. You're working for everything you get here.
Oh, 100%. And like you said, it's got go fast. It's got trees. It's got some mud puddles. Not really mudding here unless it rains. I'm sure it could. But the rocks here are amazing. We were marking trail a couple days ago, and we were on pavement for a quarter mile. I was like, yeah, let's give it all.
The weather's been good. We had a little fog roll in this morning. The sun's shining out now. It looks like the rain's going to hold off till Sunday.
Yeah, no, I hope it's not till Sunday, or I hope it waits till Sunday, because, man, it'd be a muddy mess here if it does. But, hey, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's Ultra 4. You always figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. When in doubt, figure it out.
Miles, thanks for having me on here. I appreciate everything
Eugene?
you do, dude. Keep
Yeah.
everything happening. One of these days, we need to get me out there on the West Coast.
Let's have
so
some
that all
fun with
these
it.
East Coast guys, will say,
So
hey,
they can
Eugene
understand
Rose is
it?
the mouth of the mouth of the East.
I like
It's always the West Coast guys. We need a mouth of the East
Hey,
out west.
I'm from Central. I'm not one of those West Coast fellers.
Which side of the Mississippi are you on?
I'm right in the middle, so I guess I'd be west of the Mississippi.
You're on the
All
other
right, all
side.
right.
It's the West Coast.
But I'm from Kansas City, Paola, Kansas, and we're really close to smack dab in the middle. So I can play both sides.
Both sides. So you go both ways. Now we know. We learned something about Miles
there
here
we
today.
Go. I go both sides of the
Both
Mississippi.
Miles, thanks a lot very
Eugene,
much, sir.
Always a pleasure, man.
Everybody
Thanks.
have a good time out there. Remember, be safe. And put your wives and your daughters in your buggies, guys. Come on. Bring the women.
I like it. All right, Eugene. Always a pleasure, man. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, the women and the kids of the future. You're right, Eugene. Yeah. So Eugene Rose hopped on with us for a little bit, gave us some fun little insight. Local boy. But right now, it's still Cody Willenborg who is leading this race on adjusted time, but out front physical is Paul Wolf. Then it's Nick Anderson, Adam Brown, Patrick Murray, and coming up through next and leading the stock class should be Jeremy Blackburn. Remember, we do have two races going on all at the same time, and now we got a camera guy out there. Billy, break it. Hey, don't break the camera, Billy. And you can barely see the Big B stage right here. Oh, Jeremy Blackburn just had to restart. Not sure what happened, but he's back in action. So coming into screen here in just a moment should be Jeremy Blackburn. So here he comes, making his way in that RS1, leading the stock class. As he makes it through the Krawler rocks. Doing some great things down here through it. So Jeremy Blackburn leading the 4900 stock class with no co-driver, a single-seat RS1 Polaris Razor. When you give a huge shout out to Krawler Suspension, Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV for sponsoring the open class in this race. NorCal Rock Racing, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI, G-Force, Metal Cloak, and Freight Factory. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those wonderful marketing partners, we would not be racing here for the 2025 Krawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble, just outside of Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. The population here is roughly 1,700 people, Elevation 750 feet. It is a beautiful park for full-size vehicles. No ATVs, UTVs outside of special events. Got a lot of people loving some of the tight East Coast races, so thank you for tuning in. I see Derek Ausler tuning in. Wish you were out here racing in the stock class with us. But I'm sure we'll see you back from time to time. He's part of Rusty Nail Racing. And which, speaking of that, Philip McGilton just teamed up with Rusty Nail Racing. We saw him flipped over. He gave us the most action thus far today. And, yeah, this is just kind of a podcast-style show today, so this is the only camera we got. We might try to do another camera here and there, but the technology we have just isn't allowing us. But we do have our Starlink up, and, hey, this is better than nothing, so thank you for tuning in. And, yeah, I was playing with Racing Tracks just a moment ago, and I couldn't quite get it to load either, so I know they're actively working on it. So hopefully we can get that squared away. So I hear somebody else coming through. I believe this is going to be Jeff Donda, the 4908. And it is. He's part of the All Things UTV Open class, Jeff Donda. So that's going to put him 6th in class, 7th overall. So has a solid run. He is out on lap number 2 of 2. So I do believe Paul Wolf should be grabbing the checkered flag in the next 10 minutes or so. Again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I saw somebody from the Czech Republic, somebody down in Baja. I saw Bill McGibbon up in Canada. So we are worldwide live for Ultra 4 USA. Oh, it sounds like my daughter Jade is tuning in back home from good old Paola, Kansas. Jade Nella, I love you, I miss you, but I'll see you in just a few days. Thanks for tuning in. Trying to get caught up on everything, make sure everything's working good. So, on adjusted time, it is Cody Willenborg overall leading this race, but Paul Wolf is physically out front. Then it's Nick Anderson. Then Cody Willenborg, who is adjusted time winning. Adam Brown, Patrick Murray, Jeremy Blackburn, Jeff Donda. We know Philip McGilton is out of the race. We haven't seen starting lap 2 of Chris Fletcher, Miller Richmond, Travis Fisher, or Alex Klein. So we'll see if we see them coming up here shortly. But what a great race between the top 3. Cody Willenborg, Paul Wolf, and Nick Anderson are all within a minute. Super close. After lap 1, Cody Willenborg had a 7-second lead, which is not enough to count Paul Wolf out. So trying to keep up to date with everything. And we have Sheila rooting on Jeremy Blackburn, who is winning in the stock class. He makes that little RS1 do some pretty impressive things. Yeah, Jason Washburn, thanks for tuning in. I loved watching that wide open design build. It was such a cool car. You brought it out the hammers, and the hammers struck. I know you had some electrical wiring issues, but it looked like you got it at least started to figure it out. Wish you're out here racing, but hey, there's all to be next time. Brian Trimp with Trimp Racing Services is checking things out. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Hopefully we see you at the next one. Well, probably not the next one. It's up in NorCal, but one of the Eastern or the Central. We'll see. .504 is out of the race, I'm getting. So Miller Richmond, tough break for him. Thank you, Billy, for that update. The trees are starting to eat some of these guys and gals out there. And we've got a great racing series. So I'm going to start with the East because that's where we're at. Rausch Creek Off-Road. Up next for the Eastern Series will be Beach Bend Raceway, May 2nd and 3rd in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Then the Adventure Off-Road Park, June 27th through the 28th in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. And then our Joker race will be right back at the Beach Bend Raceway during LS Fest, September 5th through the 6th. You can go to Ultra 4 USA and check out our entire schedule. And then the Central, we're about to, here in about a month, will be in Crossbar Off-Road Ranch, April 11th and 12th in Davis, Oklahoma. And then Badlands Off-Road Park, a crowd favorite for sure in Attica, Indiana, June 6th and 7th. And then we're back for Bike Week in Sturgis, South Dakota at the Buffalo Chip, August 1st and 2nd. And our joker for the Central race is the Big House, the Crandon Ultra 4 Short Course World Championships, Labor Day weekend in Crandon, Wisconsin. And up next for Ultra 4, our first Western Series, and our next race in the series is the NorCal Metal Cloak Stampede, March 28th and 29th, just in 2 short weeks, in Rancho Cordova, California. And then we're back to Area BFE in Moab, Utah, May 9th and 10th. And then we're back to Vegas to Reno. That was a fun one I got to tag along to last year. August 13th through the 16th in Las Vegas, ends in Reno. And this year's Joker race is back to the NorCal Rock Racing, September 19th and 20th. And then the Ultra 4 USA National Championship will race the Laughlin Desert Classic in Laughlin, Nevada, October 16th through the 18th. So be sure to tune in. It's going to be a great year. We're going to do our best to bring some of the best off-road racing we can. Looking at live timing, I still don't see Chris Fletcher. We know Miller Richmond out. We know Philip McGilton is out. But how about Travis Fisher and Alex Klein? And looking at timing, I'm going to say we're less than 5 minutes away from the checkered flag flying with Paul Wolf. So you'll kind of have to do the same thing I'm doing, and that's check out Racing Tracks and Ultra 4 Racing. Sorry, let me get that pulled back up. There it is, ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. Checkered flag is flying and getting ready to fly for, I assume, Paul Wolf. I'm waiting for my iPad to update. But I'm hearing a little bit of chatter on the PCI race radios that the checkered flag is ready. Sorry, we tried getting a camera up there and we just couldn't get it to link up. We're out in the middle of nowhere here in Rausch, Kentucky with limited supplies. Pennsyltucky, there we go. What'd I say? Rausch-Tucky, I don't know. Oh, we're just having fun with it. It's going to be a great season, so thank you for starting off with us here for the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble, just outside of Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. And we've got a great crowd out here. A lot of racers, a lot of fans. And it was cold this morning, but the sun's out and it's starting to warm up. So we are well over the half, almost got some finishers out there. For the Open and the Stock class, up next, right around 3 p.m., we'll be kicking off the Pro Modified class. And then tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., the Everyman Challenge classes. We'll have 3 classes racing at the same time, scored separately. We will have the 4600 stock class, the 4600 Spider Track stock class. They will do 2 laps. Then we have the 4500 modified class doing 3 laps. And then the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class doing 3 laps as well. And then at 12:30 p.m., Pacific Standard Time, the 4400 main event will kick off, and they will do 4 full laps here at Rausch Creek on this 10.2-mile course. So the checkered flag is out and ready. We're just waiting for, is it going to be Paul Wolf, Cody Willenborg, Nick Anderson, or Adam Brown? It's going to be a fun one. Michael Ayersman, whoa, how you been, buddy? Come on in here for a minute. It's been a while since I've seen you. You've been playing with jet boats and all this other stuff. So hop in here. Yeah, you've been doing a little bit of roundy round racing, playing with the jet boats, but you just couldn't keep away out here, huh?
Hold on.
Oh, yeah, we're getting you tuned in. You may have to scoot up just a little bit. There we go. How you doing, buddy?
Good, good. How you been?
Oh, I'm not bad. I remember the first time I saw you. Where was that? Dirty Turtle, probably 2017, 18?
Yeah, 17 or 18.
And you did pretty well that race, right?
I think we finished third
Yeah,
place.
podium race.
Yeah.
That was pretty impressive. We'll get your microphone just a little bit closer. There we go.
Good?
I like it. I can hear you now. So you're out in the neighborhood, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just race is 4 hours.
All
for
right,
me,
that ain't
so,
bad.
So we jumped in a vehicle and rode up. I still love watching it.
Oh, yeah, it's a good time, isn't it?
Yeah.
You sold your car, though, right?
Yep. It went to Georgia or something
All
like
right.
that.
You going to get back in eventually, or?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Time and money, it takes a lot. I
Yeah,
get it.
I like the dirt track racing.
Okay, yeah.
So.
You go fast and then have some fun.
Yep.
I mean, it's probably easier just turning left, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes to turn left, you got to turn right.
Yeah.
I
to
saw
come
that
off
on
the track.
cars. But no, it was good to see you. It's fun bouncing through the crowd. This morning, qualifying, this plane was jammed up. So I expect to see a lot of people up here, and I've seen a lot of familiar faces, and all of a sudden look over, I'm like, I haven't seen him in a couple years.
Yeah. I was out at the Hammers.
All right, well, there's a lot of people at the Hammers.
Yeah.
I may have saw you. I don't remember.
So, all right,
But
man.
yeah.
We're going to walk down here and
You
watch.
get a little view. Viewing's great here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's real
All
nice.
right.
So.
Well, Michael Ayersman, always a pleasure. Good to see you, and a blast
Thanks.
from the past again.
Yep, maybe we'll see each other around.
That sounds good. Thanks, buddy. And the checkered flag just flies. Physical out front is Paul Wolf in the open class. But remember, Cody Willenborg on adjusted time is going to be super, super close. Cody Willenborg had a 6-second lead over Paul Wolf after the first lap. But he took off behind Wolf, so it's going to be down to the wire. All right, and I'm trying to look here on my racing track. Sounds like they did a little reboot, and it should be back in action. All right, and I think I can hear Cody Willenborg with that Polaris Pro R with that huge supercharger on it. So we should see him here in just a moment. Trying to open up a couple classes here on the racing tracks. There we go. We got a little reboot there. So David Clay worked his magic behind the scenes. Whoa, there we go. Trying to do about 6 times at once. I do apologize, but we're still having fun. I hope you guys are too. Oh, and Nick Anderson just crosses the finish line physically in that second position. Nick Anderson. And Paul Wolf and Nick Anderson are both pulling double duty today. So they got to finish this race, go back, top off fuel, check out the car, warm up a little bit, and then take off for the Pro Modified class. So how far back is Cody Willenborg? He had such a great first lap. Again, thank you for everybody for tuning in. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Rausch Creek Rumble is presented by Krawler Suspension, by Brannick Motorsports, by Warren Racing, by PCI, by All Things UTV, and by NorCal Rock Racing. Thank you for tuning in. Trying to check a few things, see what's going on. Tomorrow morning, the EMC cars take off at 9 a.m. Eastern Pacific Standard Time. And then the 4400s take off just after lunch at 12:30. But right now, Paul Wolf grabs the checkered flag. For the open class, unofficial first. Nick Anderson, unofficial second. And I'm thinking maybe something happened to Willenborg because I suspected to see him a little sooner. So maybe he had some mechanicals. I am not sure. So still waiting on third position in the open, but don't forget we still have the stock class. With Jeremy Blackburn, Chris Fletcher, Miller Richmond, Travis Fisher, and Alex Klein. But Phil McGilton's out. Miller Richmond's out. Chris Fletcher, Travis Fisher, and Alex Klein never started their second lap. So it's looking like it may be solo out there for Jeremy Blackburn. Can he mix it up with the opens and that NA machine? Time will tell. Uh-oh, we got a whole slew coming in here. We'll get a Josh Blyler in here on the mic and having a quick chat. Oh, yeah, you're coming in. You got to sit at your new desk. And then we can drag Lily in. Well, Josh, you shouldn't have came over if you don't want to say hi to me. You've been talking to me all week. And now we're on camera. You don't want to say hi?
Hi, Miles. How's it going?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Good.
So, man, we're looking good. Not bad, huh?
Not too bad. Not like your desk.
Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? I mean, this place looks way better than you and I.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep.
But no, it's been great. And we started off with the qualifying for the UTVs. A lot of fun to watch. EMCs came through, and you were the first fast 4400 car came through, and you were on fire.
Well,
it was awesome.
Jared was coming for me.
Yeah,
so
oh
we had
yeah,
to
he
go.
still will be.
I know.
Yeah, so I believe qualifying went you, your dad Rusty, Eric Miller. So three Millers up front, right?
No, I believe it's
Oh.
myself, Jared.
Oh, I missed it.
Then I think Miller.
Okay, I got to
That's
relook.
like fifth.
Okay.
So yeah, your numbers are all wrong.
Well,
You
I
got
get some
better
bad
data.
information. I'm in the middle of the woods out here in Pennsylvania. You know how that works.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, a great showing so far, and man, it's been a lot of fun. And personal thank you from me and Ultra 4 USA for doing everything you guys have done. You've kind of showed us around the Big B place. You built us this awesome desk, and just a few more things I don't want to talk about. But man, it's been fun.
No, we're glad to have you guys, and glad you came to Pennsylvania. We like it here, obviously. And
Oh,
the
yeah.
commute to this race is awesome. We got about 15-minute drive, so
Yeah,
life
it's
is
all
good.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unlike, California's only about 42 hours or
Correct.
something.
Yep. Yep.
It's a little easier, that's for sure. Well, we got another UTV that's trying to make its way. So he's just starting lap number 2. Paul Wolf and Nick Anderson have already finished the race.
Okay, good.
So it's tough. So, yeah, you guys qualified this morning, and now it's hang out, huh?
Now we're going to hang out for a little bit, and we get to go home and sleep.
I was going to say, don't brag about it, but here you are.
But no, we're going to watch some UTV action here. And
oh, there's Miller. No, that's Fisher. Who's that? Yeah, Chris Fletcher. He's new to Ultra 4. He has not he just finished his first lap out on lap number 2, so obviously he had some issues, but great to see him still moving. So, just kind of hang out, watch some racing, go home tonight, and then tomorrow sleep in a little bit.
A little bit.
And then you guys take off at 12:30, and it's going to be a battle.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Cody Willem.
he's asking how many
Yeah,
laps.
that's it. Okay, so Cody Willenborg does come through. Oh, hey, Cody. I think you may have got first place on adjusted time. He came through with a 31:25, and Paul Wolf came through with a 33:58. So I'm pretty sure Cody Willenberg just won this race in the All Things UTV Open class. Wow.
Awesome.
Well,
Good
that's
for them
impressive,
guys.
isn't it?
Yes. Yep.
Well, I know you don't want to be on camera too much.
Absolutely not.
Who else you want to sit up? You want to get Lily up here? Or
Sure,
who else
let's
you want?
send Lil up. We got her
Hey,
broke in.
do it.
Yeah. All right, sounds good.
All right.
Good seeing you
Always a
again,
pleasure,
Miles.
buddy.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
for everything.
Thank
Seriously.
you.
So Cody Willenborg just drove an amazing race and unofficially just beat Paul Wolf. Trying to look at the numbers here. But, yeah, what a great run. Cody Willenborg, unofficial first. Paul Wolf, unofficial second. Nick Anderson, unofficial third. And that's all in the All Things UTV Open class. So now we got another Blyler coming in the booth with us in the Big B Motorsports Studio. Lily Blyler, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I, followed the social a little bit and saw you race one of your dad's cars at famous Reading last year during one of the 12-hour races. That was cool. And then I asked him, when's you going to come up? And man, here we are.
Oh, yeah.
And you drove a pretty smooth race out there, or qualifying run. You came through. You didn't come through like your dad, but I don't blame you. I couldn't either. But it's just great to see you out here and enjoying it with the entire family.
Oh, yeah. It's super fun.
And when I got here earlier this week, we went to Josh's place and we're checking things out, and I saw the pink skins coming on. I'm like, I love it. And I was like, and Josh said, she hasn't seen it yet. I'm like, oh, that's even better. So how excited were you to see that car?
Oh, I was so excited. I didn't even know that they were doing it. So I was, loading the race trailer, and, my dad told me to go in, and there it is. I was so excited.
Yeah, that's awesome. Have you seen the racing track, or what do you call those traction boards?
Oh, I saw those in the back.
Yeah,
too.
I saw those too. I was like, oh, those are cool. He's like, she didn't know about those yet either. They're pink.
Oh, I was excited about those too.
Oh yeah. No, it's been a lot of fun, and I was doing my homework on my way out here, or before I came out here. While I was out here, a little bit of everything, but going through the sponsors, and I read that you put on there you've got the best dad ever.
I do.
As a sponsor.
And Pap,
and then I was talking to Josh, and he registered you, so he typed that out himself. But no, all in good fun, and it's just great to see 3 generations of Blythers are racing. Obviously, Lily, you're 18, right?
18.
Josh is, in his 60s. I don't know. No, I'm joking. Early 40s. Let's go with that. And then your grandpa, the Happy Pappy. The Blythers have been racing with us since 2016, I believe. And I was talking to Eugene, one of the old OG guys, and he doesn't. I said I can't think of a 3-year generation racing all at the same time with Ultra 4. I remember Brian and Levi Shirley, Waylon Bailey, and Shannon Campbell. That's just 2 generations. 3 generations, that's very special to see your grandpa still out here racing with us. You coming into your own, it's absolutely amazing. And I see Lori over here checking out and have some fun. You love your daughter's out here racing? I love it. So what are you most excited about tomorrow's race?
Honestly, I'm really nervous.
Oh, hey, I get nervous too, but you just got to deal with it. But I really think this track is perfect to break you in because it's got go fast, it's got some nuisance rocks, and it's got some, I'm going to say some difficult trails, but nothing hardcore and major. Obviously, anything can be if you take a bad line, but I really like this course for you to kind of break you in right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for it too.
And who's your co-driver?
Sean Belak.
Okay, perfect.
He used to co-pilot with Dad.
Nice.
But he's not out here yet.
Okay. So you had who rode shotgun qualifying?
TJ.
Okay, and he's a Lion Mountain guy, right?
Yep.
Perfect.
He's Jared's co-pilot for this race.
And Jared's usually your dad's, but he lost him.
Yep, so Dad's co-pilot is my cousin, Steele.
Steele, yeah, okay, I saw that. I was like, is that your cousin? No, that's my nephew. So that's Skip's son, right?
Yep,
all right,
Skip's
trying to
son.
keep it all together. You excited, buddy? Heck yeah. So getting everybody broke in here.
Oh yeah.
All right, well, if you want to stay here, you can stay here as long as you want. But if you want to hop off and go chat, you're more than welcome to bail anytime.
I'd love to stay and talk with you, though.
Well, let's do it. Perfect. Signed up.
No, I'm good.
I'm joking. Well, Lily, best of luck to you, and it's a pleasure to be in your home ground and having fun, and your whole family is amazing, and thanks for the hospitality.
Yes, thank you.
All right, well, have fun, and send somebody else over here in a little bit if you want.
I will.
All right, perfect. Anybody but Vince. I mean, I guess he could for a minute, but he'd get us all kicked off. Yeah, we're doing good. All right, well, again, unofficially finishing first was Paul Wolf and Nick Anderson, but then Cody Willenborg came and stole the show. So unofficial first in the All Things UTV Open class is Cody Willenborg, then Paul Wolf, and then Nick Anderson. We're waiting for the stock class to come through. I believe it is going to be Jeremy Blackburn and then Chris Fletcher. Oh, and Travis Fisher must have snuck through on me. I missed him. So we still have 3 stock cars out on the lead lap. So we're having some fun out here. So again, we're doing our best to bring you some action. This is some low-key technology, but we're doing our best. We got the Starlink out here. We got a few computers, and hey, a little bit of a show is better than nothing. So we are just winding down with the open class, but the stock class is still out there running strong. Up next at 3 p.m. is the Pro Modified cars, the Pro Modified UTVs. They'll be racing 2 laps as well. And then tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. is the Everyman Challenge, the 4600 Spider Track stock class. the 4500 modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 12:30, the 4400, the big bad boys and gals will be taking the line. They will do 4 full laps. And I believe we got about 15 of the 4400s racing tomorrow. I think we got 8 in the EMC. So a little bit low on the car count, but being so close to KOH, that's what we get. So we're rolling with it. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in. So Jeremy Blackburn is still moving at race mile number 4 at 27.3 miles an hour. He's our leader in the stock class, just shy of halfway through his race. So that just goes to show you what kind of pace Cody Willenborg, Paul Wolf, and Nick Anderson were running. Rausch Creek Off-Road is located just outside of Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. They are open year-round Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It consists of 3,000 acres with everything from mild to wild. They got the trees, the rocks, the wide open sections. They've got more than 80 miles of trails for 4x4s, Jeeps, and buggies. No UTVs, ATVs, or dirt bikes allowed outside of special events. Population just down the road is 1,700 people. Elevation is 750 feet. And the AOAA and famous Reading Parts are not too far down the road. We're located about 3 hours west of Philadelphia and New Jersey. And not too far away is New York City as well. But there's not much city down in these woods. Oh, and Racing Tracks just updated on me. So Jeremy Blackburn's about to win the stock class. I must be having a little bit of connectivity issues. I do apologize, but we're trying to keep everything going. So Jeremy Blackburn's probably less than 5 minutes from grabbing the checkered flag in the 4,900 stock class. That'll be a great finish for him. So let's give a unofficial huge shout-out to the 529 of Cody Willenborg and Randy Dassenbrock riding shotgun out of Effingham, Illinois with CW Motorsports. In that second place is the 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing with Scott Farley riding shotgun. And then is the 3402 of Nick Anderson and Anthony Denny out of Canton, Georgia with Anderson Racing. Well, Abe, come here real quick. How's recovery been going out there? We'll get a... No, you can't talk yet. You don't have a microphone in your face. So everything seems like it's rolling pretty smooth today so far, right?
Yeah, so far so good.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Your audio guy forgot to turn you up.
Yeah,
That's
there
me.
we go. There we go. Yeah, so far so good. A couple little incidents, nothing major. But we got a bunch of good recovery volunteers out here.
Yeah, we got about 40 from the Rausch Creek crew, and they're doing a great job out there.
Yeah, they are.
So were you there at the start, or where you been hiding out at?
I've been all over. Start, out here, Devil Slide. You know,
okay.
Just little bit of every place.
Have you been back to Devil's Den again?
No, not
yet,
today.
huh?
Not yet.
But you'll probably venture back there at some point, huh?
At some point later today.
Well, perfect. But, yeah, everything seems like it's rolling pretty smooth.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the weather's a little brisk, but the sun's out.
It's gotten better since this morning.
Yeah, this morning was cold.
It was pretty
Bad
cold.
cold.
It very was.
All right, well, I just said, you got any other updates for us?
No, not yet. I've been listening to the radio. It's been pretty quiet lately, so nothing so far. Getting ready for the next race in a little bit.
Oh, and looky here. Jeremy Blackburn grabs the checkered flag, our unofficial first-place finisher in the stock class. Jeremy Blackburn, number 40 out of Pineville, Kentucky, with On the Gas in that Polaris RS1. What a great run he had. Well, I know we got a lot of more racing action to go, Abe, so I just want to have a quick chat, and thanks for coming to say hey with me.
No problem. Try to stay warm out here.
Yeah, we're trying.
All right. We'll catch
All
you
right,
later.
buddy. Take it easy. So let's see. I'm going to switch back to racing tracks. All right, we have Miller Richmond that's clicked the halfway mark, so we should see him in next, I believe, for the stock class. Hopefully we can get a full podium for both. They took off one at a time in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time, so that means when you leave, your clock starts. Once you're on course, if you catch the guy in front of you, that means you're beating the guy in front of you, or gal. This is a 10.2-mile lap. UTVs are racing 2 full laps. So Jeff Dond will be the next one to cross the line, I believe. That'll put him in 4th position in the stock class, or in the open class, in the All Thing UTV open class. And he does. Jeff Donda, 5th overall, 4th in class. And the winner, Cody Willenborg, gets a 1 hour, 17 minute, and 38 seconds to complete 2 full laps. So I see 334. That's Adam Brown. He has got a red bottom of his teardrop, so that means he is stopped on course. Tough break. So is Miller Richmond. Man. So trying to click on the back side here. I believe these guys are just starting their second lap, so the next race doesn't start till 3 p.m. Yep, okay, this is going to be Travis Fisher. He had some issues in that Speed UTV, obviously, but glad to see him back and moving. Yeah, he's still excited. I see his antenna a little flopped over, so he may have been on his side. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. He's out here racing and having fun. And he is putting that Speed UTV through the paces. Well, thank you again, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 Rausch Creek Rumble, presented by Krawler Suspension. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We are towards the end of the stock and the Open UTV race. An unofficial first in the Open all things UTV class is Cody Willenborg, then Paul Wolf, then Nick Anderson. First in class is Jeremy Blackburn. In the stock class, we're still waiting on some more stock finishers. But we'll roll through the all things UTV Open classes. It is Cody Willenberg in first, Paul Wolf, then Nick Anderson, then Jeff Donda, and Adam Brown. In the stock class, it is just Jeremy Blackburn, but I know we have a few more out there still running. So I'm getting a little mixed information on my Ultra4Racing.live Motorsports shows Adam Brown finished on Racing Tracks. It doesn't, so I'll have to do a little refresh. Sorry. So trying to do a little update here. I do apologize. Trying to do about 6 things at once, but hey, that's part of it. You adapt and overcome. Again, a little bit of a live show is better than a no live show, that's for sure. Well, we are here for the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. You want to come back on, Eugene? Or maybe a new guy. Somebody else want to come on? Well, all right, come on over. You got nominated. Well, you can't talk yet. You don't have the microphone. Eugene's giving him some hard time over here. So who do we got in the booth with us?
My name is Rob Morgan.
All right. Well, how we doing, Rob?
I'm doing just fine. Just happy to be here.
Yeah. Well, thanks. You're part of the core volunteer crew here at Rausch Creek, helping everything moving strong, so we appreciate the help.
Sure, yeah, I'm glad to be here. We've helped with the rollover a little bit earlier, and other than that, just watching the action.
Heck yeah. Well, so far, so good. And our next race should be good. Tomorrow morning's race will be good. And then tomorrow at 12:30, the 4,400 race is going to be awesome.
It is. We watched qualifying this morning and a little taste of the action.
Yeah, night and day difference between the limited class and the 4,400.
Oh, yeah.
So I heard you run a little bit of a Jeep thing out here, huh? What do you got?
Oh, yeah. I'm the off-road manager at the Bantam Jeep Heritage Festival.
Nice. That's a pretty big deal out this way, isn't it?
It's a big deal. We get about 3,000 Jeeps every year.
All right. Where do you do that at?
Butler, Pennsylvania.
Okay. How far away is that from here?
I have no idea.
Well, me neither. Pennsylvania's big.
Yeah, it's 2.5, 3 hours west, I think.
Okay. And then what all do you do there?
It's a large vendor show. We do have trails. We have a playground there, but it's not this kind of wheeling for sure.
Okay.
But it's still a good time. We have a blast.
Heck yeah. Well, that's what it's all about, is just having fun.
That's what it's all about.
So we'll get a switch. There we go. I had to hit
look
the
at
right
that.
button once or twice. I'm new to this switching thing. Usually they do all this behind the scenes. All I got to do is talk.
Okay, I see
But
you've
now-
got all kinds of
Oh,
monitors
man.
here now.
And I'm not very techie, but
Right.
they gave me a crash course, and we're making it work.
Good.
But, yeah, it's a lot of fun. And do you know this park well?
I've been here a few times.
Okay.
It's been quite a few years now. So
Man, this
I'm not
place
an
is
expert.
amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
It's a blast. Hoping to find a little time on the trails in between working.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you gotta play and have fun, right?
I could get lost on the way back.
There
it's,
you
it's a big
go.
park.
Well, after the next race, it'll be 5 o'clock. It's not dark yet,
That's
right?
right. Yeah, I think we go till dusk at this park. Which
There you
is,
go.
What, 7-ish?
Yeah, no, this is absolutely beautiful out here. The sun is shining finally. It's warmed up to 52 degrees this morning. It's warmed up 20 degrees. It was cold.
Yeah, we had frost outside the camper this morning. It was
Oh,
cold.
yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't quite prepared for that cold
I
this morning.
was not. I usually come very prepared, and I forgot my Carhartt bib overalls this weekend.
Yeah.
I regret that, but hey, you live and learn.
You'll survive.
Oh yeah, if you're gonna be dumb, you got to be tough, right?
That's right.
We're still having fun, waiting on a few more finishers. Cody Willenborg won the open class. Second place, Paul Wolf. Third place, Nick Anderson. Fourth place, Jeff Donda. Fifth place, Adam Brown. And that is all part of the All Things UTV Open class. And then winning, and the only finisher so far in the stock class is number 40, Jeremy Blackburn.
Yeah, those guys that just came through a little bit ago in the speed car, they were having a blast.
Oh,
weren't
I
they?
know. I saw almost felt bad for them, and then I gave them the thumbs up, and they were just ripping there.
Yep.
I mean, they're out here racing, and they're
Yeah.
having fun.
Yeah,
so.
they're beeping at the horn at the spectators down there.
This place is a pretty cool place to come hang out and check it. It's a fun park, that's for sure.
A little more trees than the last place you were at.
Oh, a lot more, yeah. Johnson Valley for King of the Hammers. There's a couple trees, but not many. So anything else exciting you got going on this weekend, or just kind of helping recover and see what happens?
I'm just doing what I'm needed.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Don't have a plan other than go where I'm told and do what I'm told.
And
It's
have
like-
fun
it's like-
doing it, right?
Oh, that's always a given.
100%. Well, you're more than welcome to stay here as long as you want, but if you want to go meander, take off whenever. You're not hurting
All
my
right.
feelings either way.
Fair. Yeah, so how much time do we have for the next race?
Let's see, about another hour. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
about 50 minutes before
Okay.
the next race starts. We still have a couple cars we need to finish up the podium and hopefully finish, and then I'm sure there's some cars we got to clear on course. So you may be busy. I don't know.
I know of a few with broken down on the other
Okay.
side there, yeah.
So hopefully they're either getting recovered or at least off course enough.
Yeah, they're definitely off course. So we had 3 classes running now. So you said only one is finished in the
We had 2 classes running here.
Oh, just 2.
And
Okay.
one UTV race, and then the next one is one class racing for the Pro Modified class.
Gotcha.
So this was the Open and the Stock. Up next will be Pro Modified by themselves.
Okay, gotcha.
So this race was Open and Stock racing at the same time, but scored separately.
Mhm.
And up next will be the Pro Mods, and they're racing all alone. And that's going to be a good one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they got some fast ones coming up next. We have Jay Shaw, Gavin Smith, Jim Flory, Paul Wolf, Nick Anderson, Lawless McKenzie. Tyler Gibbs was supposed to come. I don't think he made it. And Todd Beckett was supposed to be here, but I didn't see him either. So, But we just saw Paul Wolf drive a great race, but just not good enough to beat old Cody Willenborg.
Now, he did finish across the line first, but it was adjusted
Yep,
time?
adjusted time.
Okay.
So Paul Wolf physically finished first, but on adjusted time, Cody Willenborg had him. And that's a little tricky being out front because you don't know how hard you're actually pushing unless you have somebody on your PCI race radio telling you what's going on, looking at live racing or racing tracks or whatnot. But, hey, Willenborg drove his and made it happen.
That's good. No, that's part of this game. You know, with the staggered starts, it's always up in the air and it's a challenge.
100%. Yeah, it's a lot of fun out here. And, again, so far so good. Everything seems like it's been running smooth. And check a couple of my screens here. There's too many screens going on. If you want to stay and be my tech guy, you're more than welcome.
I think I'll stand on that rock over there like I was earlier.
Or hit yourself in the head with a rock better than this, right?
That could be better.
No, all in good fun. Everybody's being a great sport out here. We got a lot of people tuning in all over the world, and it's starting to die off a little bit. But, hey, tune back in 3 p.m. Eastern Pacific time. The Pro Modifies will be taking off, and there'll be some action right here in front of this Big B Motorsports studio desk. You going to bail off out of here?
I've had enough. Yep.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, man. Good luck, and thanks for all the help. Lots of big rocks out here. All right. There we go. Switch her back a little bit. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Again, I do apologize. I'm a little lack on the tech side, but running audio, running video, and we're making it happen. So hope you all are enjoying. So it looks like Alex Klein is back in action and moving at 13 miles an hour at race mile 9 of 10.2. So that's hopefully 5 minutes or so before he'll head on in and grab a checkered flag. And I believe Patrick Murray's still moving. We just saw Chris Fletcher, Travis Fisher, but we do know Philip McGilton, Miller Richmond, and Alex Klein are out of the race. So we just have 3 more moving on course of Patrick Murray, Chris Fletcher, and Travis Fisher. So I believe they are starting to stage the Pro Modified class. And they'll be taking off here in about 45 minutes. I do see Patrick Murray stopped on racing tracks. And that date was 1:11, so 2 minutes ago, 1:11:54. So, yeah, 2 minutes ago. Oh, we got a parking lot down here. Race mile 7, that's where Patrick Murray is stopped. It looks like Miller Richmond, yep, stopped. And Chris Fletcher stopped. So race mile 7 is turning into a scrapyard right now. Hate to hear that for those guys. And just past us is Travis Fisher, and he is doing 10 miles an hour in that Speed UTV. So he's still clicking along slowly but surely. Nick Anderson, he's already finished. He got second, so that's something goofy on the tracker on my end. Unless he's taking a joyride, I guess. So hopefully we see Alex Klein coming in here very soon. Oh, and Alex Klein hasn't even finished his first lap, so he must be having issues out there. He's limping in. So still waiting on a few more to come on in. I'd love to get some more on the podium. But while we have a little break in the action, I'm going to step away and be right back here in just a little bit. So stay tuned. We'll keep the camera on the course. And not on screen, but getting second position is Chris Fletcher. His first ever race with us here at Ultra 4 USA, I do believe. So huge shout out to Chris Fletcher, unofficial second, right behind Jeremy Blackburn. So we'll run through it once again. Cody Willenborg in that first position. And then Paul Wolf in 2. Nick Anderson in 3. Jeff Donda in 4. Adam Brown in 5th. And that is all part of the All Things UTV Open. And then first in the stock class is Jeremy Blackburn. And then second in stock class is Chris Fletcher. And I just heard through my PCI race radio, Travis Fisher is still moving. All right, and we got some young ones coming in here. This is Vince with Big B, his granddaughter. So, Vince, come on and get in the background. Let me make sure we got your volume up. We'll get a couple of the young ones in here. Let me get this right here. All right.
Wait.
Oh, you got to get up on the studio or up on the desk here. What's your name? Nora, and you're what, 4 years old?
Yes.
And you have your dad over here?
Yes.
You got Grandpa Vince back here?
Yes.
And who's your sister?
Blair.
Blair. Well, you've been running around with Big B for a long time. I've known your grandpa for quite a while. He's pretty silly, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
One of the silliest guys I know, and that's putting it very politely.
Well, I've been here, but not for a long time.
Okay, but you're having fun?
Yes.
Running around with Grandpa and Dad?
Yes.
Who's your favorite race car driver? Lily? All right. I'll take that.
My favorite one is Steel.
Steel? That's your, let's see, that'd be, I don't know. That's just a friend. That's Josh's nephew. Okay, perfect. And he's co-driving for who? Jared, right? No, it's, I don't remember. There's too many Blylers out there. But anyway, Steele's out there co-driving for one of the Blylers in one of the Miller cars. How about that? I got that right.
Well, I always wanted to been here, and I never been here before.
Well, but now you are.
Yes.
Now you can, well, you're not in school yet, are you?
No, I just went there for a minute.
I went there for a long minute.
You did?
Yeah, it's been a while ago, though.
Okay.
Yeah. But I've seen a few horse and buggies driving around here, and that's what your grandpa used to take to school.
Horses?
I think so.
Holy smokers.
No. Hey, I'm joking with you. He's old, but he's not that old. Well, you're having fun, aren't you, Nora?
Yes.
All right. Well, you want to keep hanging out for a little bit? You got any stories you want to tell me?
Yes.
Let's hear them.
Well, never mind.
Why not? Do you get to go swimming at Grandpa's this summer?
Yes.
All right. What's your favorite summer activity to do?
Oh, I love digging for sand pits.
Oh, okay.
Then I like to jump on the trampoline.
Oh, trampolines are fun.
Yes, they are.
Are you doing front flips yet?
I do cartwheels.
Cartwheels?
And somersaults.
Oh, man, the good old days.
And I do backflips on the couch.
Oh, yeah. You got to be careful, though, right?
Right, because I could break my neck.
I don't want you to do that either.
I know. And today I had hot dogs, but I didn't want any. And then I had French fries.
Oh, hot dogs and French fries. That sounds like a good lunch.
It is.
Heck yeah. Well, what old Santa Claus bring you for Christmas?
A Barbie dream house. 2 of them.
2 Barbie dream houses?
Yes, and a Barbie dream princess kitchen. And I always wanted those, but Blair got it for Christmas, and we like to share it.
Yeah, sharing's caring, right?
Yes,
Oh, I love it. You must have been a good girl.
I have.
When's your birthday?
April 29th.
Mine's April 4th. So we almost share birthdays.
My mom's birthday is in April 2. And my mom is April 100.
Oh, you crack me up, Nora. This is fun.
Yes, it.
Man, are you going to be a singer later on?
Yes, I am.
That's what I'm talking about. So you heading home tonight? You going to come back tomorrow?
Yes.
Perfect.
In the morning.
In the morning?
Yes.
You going to bring some warm clothes, right?
Right.
You going to bring, what else you going to bring?
A jacket,
All right.
sweatpants, and a sweatshirt.
Man, I wish I could get excited about that, about a sweatshirt.
And I'm also gonna bring a stuffy.
Stuffy animal?
Yes, I'm gonna bring my giant bear.
Your giant bear. I like
I
it.
got for Valentine's.
Oh, you must have been good then, huh?
I did.
Oh, all in good fun.
Yes, it is.
So do you think Josh, Rusty, or Lily's going to beat each other? She votes Lily. I like it.
And I bet Josh.
Oh. All right. Well, he's won King of the Hammers before, so. All right. We got to keep her calm down a little bit. And no screaming. They'll yell at me. But that's okay. I'm used to it.
Me too.
Have you ever done anything wrong? Have you ever been to timeout?
Sometimes.
Yeah, me too. But I try not to. I'm getting better. I just got to keep learning.
Okay.
You got any tips for me?
Yes.
What are they?
I don't.
Okay. Well, we still have a few cars out on course, but nobody's finished here recently outside of Chris Fletcher, who just got in second, right behind Jeremy Blackburn. But in the All Things UTV Open class, it's Cody Willenborg first, Paul Wolf second, and Nick Anderson in third. That was a fun race. We got one more UTV race today, Nora. You're funny. Not as funny as your grandpa.
No.
Yeah, but you're cute. A lot cuter than your grandpa.
I wish I could. I wish I could. I wish I could. I wish I could. I wish I could let go of my hands with these, cause they're a little bit big.
They're a little bit big. Let me see. Let me see it. I'll try to fix it for you. Let's get a little smaller. All right, is that a little bit better? Oh, let's switch ears on you. Hopefully don't pull your hair too much. You look like your grandpa.
That was real.
Is that better?
Yes.
All right, now you can put your hands down. Look at that. Now you can eat more Cheez-Its.
Never.
Never?
If I eat too many chickens, I'll get a tooth cavity.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to brush your teeth more than that.
I do.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Well, I kind of don't like to, but I have to do no matter what.
Yeah. Well, good. Your mom and dad are taking care of you.
Yes.
How much
they
money
are.
does the Tooth Fairy bring nowadays? I used to get a nickel.
I used to get $100.
$100? Oh, she hadn't lost a tooth yet. Okay. You're getting ready for the Tooth Fairy.
Mm-hmm.
So So hopefully it's $100.
Yes.
All right.
Like, if I get a lot of money under my pillow, I would be able to buy sour candy and healthy fruit.
Hey, I like both of those.
Me too.
Yeah, and then lose the rest of your teeth. Oh.
I'm only be able to eat some a day.
Yeah.
But
Well,
how much am I gonna buy? Like, probably 100 candy.
now you tell me. If you had $100, that's a lot of candy.
Well, I get 100 million subscribers if I get that much candy.
100 subscribers. Okay.
Then I get subscribed.
All right. Well, it looks like we are resetting everything. They just got off the Pro Modifieds on here. So up next will be Paul Wolf, Jim Flory, Jay Shaw, Gavin Smith, Nick Anderson, and Lawless McKenzie. So it is Cody Willenborg who won his class in the All Things UTV Open class. Oh, okay. And then Jeremy Blackburn won the stock class unofficially. We got to check everything out. But, man, that was a fun race, and there's another fun race yet to come, isn't there?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Is there anything you want to tell me or any other stories you can say?
No.
No?
No. Well, it was a fun time meeting ya.
Well, it was a great time meeting you, Nora. Thank you for hanging out with me. Will you come back later? Yeah. Or tomorrow? Either one. All right. You want to say hi? All right. We got one. No? Okay. We'll get you back tomorrow. Well, that was a fun little chat, wasn't it? All right, well, we wait for the racing action to start here in about 15 minutes. We're going to step away, and we'll be back with more racing action right after this. Welcome back to the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble here at Rausch Creek Off-Road Park in Pine Grove, Pennsylvania for round number 1 of the Eastern Series, where our very first ever Ultra 4 outside of King of the Hammers race was held. And here is another great example of what Ultra 4 USA vehicles can do. It's a beautiful park out here. The weather was cold this morning, but it's turning around. The sun is shining. We got a little bit of a breeze, and we just rounded out the last race. The open class unofficially was Cody Willenborg. Then it was Paul Wolf, and then Nick Anderson. In the stock class, it was Jeremy Blackburn with one heck of a race. So we will be live racing here in about 2 minutes. So up next will be the Pro Modified class, the G-Force Pro Modifieds. So I'm getting all my things switched over, but thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rumble at Rausch Creek. Up next will be 2 laps, 10.2 miles per, one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. So they'll be racing 20.2 miles, and in that pole position once again will be Paul Wolf, fresh off of his last race. And I heard a little bit of chatter over the PCI race radio. They're looking for Nick Anderson in staging, which just got off his race as well. So hopefully he can sneak his way in line, or he'll get moved to a rear start. So hopefully we get some more fans out here. It's been fun having them come in the booth. Probably my favorite of the day, though, was little Nora there at the end, Vince's granddaughter. She was super cute and a hoot. Had a chat with Josh Blyler and Lily Blyler, Michael Ariesman, and a whole slew of other guests. Bernie was in the booth for just a little bit. Mr. Rausch Creek himself. He's the manager out here at this park. So make sure you get in the Ultra 4 USA YouTube channel. Get on that chat, and I'll do my best to communicate with a few of you. I know earlier my daughter Jade was tuned in. Not sure if she's still out there or not. So in that pole position, Paul Wolf, number 1018, out of Alton, Illinois. I believe he has Brian Stone riding shotgun with Wolf Racing. And that Can-Am Mavar with Badlands Off-Road Park, Alltech, VP, and CA Technologies. Right behind him, starting in second position, the number 999 of Jim Flory and Donnie McQuaid out of Prosperity, Pennsylvania with Flory Racing. In that JW Performance Can-Am X3, Speed Squad, CT Raceworks, Metalworks, Metal Motorsports, Extreme of Washington County, Optima Batteries, and Tire Spine. In that third position, number 17, Jay Shaw out of Trussville, Alabama with Adventure Lifestyle. In that CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R, OBOR Tires, Raceline Wheels, Double E Racing, Evo Power Sports, Factory UTV, Warn, and S3 Power Sports. In that fourth position is the number 304 of Gavin Smith out of St. Albans, West Virginia, with Smitty Racing, and that Can-Am with Lynchworks. Mountain Made Off-Road, FP Racing, Leonard Electric, Green Thumb, CT Raceworks, MRT, SA Auto, and Cass Lake Media. And if off the line first is Mr. Paul Wolf. We'll see him in my area here in about 10 to 15 seconds. Paul Wolf, just off this last race, got second position by just under a minute or so. It was a super close race. He raced that identical car, and he still does have Scott Farley in the passenger seat, it looks like. So Paul Wolf knows this track now. He's already put 2 laps down at race pace and just launches down the rock crawler rocks. So Paul Wolf out front and going. Dan Hill's excited to watch. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. So I'm going to refresh my racing tracks. Going to go down here to Pro Modified. Show all. So we are live and racing. Make sure you go to ultra4racing.live motorsports as the 999 of Jim Flory comes through. Takes that far left line, which is probably my favorite line. It's got a big rock in it, but if you hit it just right, you can skip on through. So Jim Flory making quick work out of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. But out front is still Mr. Paul Wolf. And don't forget to go to racingtracks.com, hit the Ultra 4 link, and check it out. You go to the menu, the 3 little hashtags, you scroll down, hit the UTV mod, show all, and we are out on course. You see Paul Wolf out front. But up next is number 17, Jay Shaw. With Adventure Lifestyle, he used to have Kyle Cheney's old car, but sold that, stepped into a Mavar, and Jay Shaw going down that center line here in the Rock Crawler Rocks. The rear end gets a little bit of light, but he makes it work. Those Mavars have some computer tuning. They sound a little goofy, but when they start ripping, they really sing. They have that manual transmission, not a CVT transmission like a normal UTV, like a Polaris who has the belt. This has an actual transmission, and man, they seem to be holding up strong. So up next, we should see Gavin Smith. Oh, here's Leah Miller. We're going to drag her in. Thank you, Eugene. Didn't see her sneaking in here. So up next is the 304 of Gavin Smith. As he makes it through. So far, so good for the G-Force Pro Modified class. So we have another car off the line of Lawless McKenzie, the 4986 Law Dog Racing out of Middleton, Virginia, with his Can-Am and Woodgate Petroleum. I believe this is his second race with Ultra 4. Yeah, I had him on the chat earlier, and he said he raced with us in Rush once. So great to see him back. Ooh, it looks like he may have a left front something broke. I don't know. Hopefully he keeps rolling. Must have been a stick popped up because it looks like he's moving strong. So Lawless McKenzie still pushing through, and it's Paul Wolf out front. But so far, so good. We got the racers out on course. Make sure you go to Racing Tracks and Ultra 4 Racing. Sorry, ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same live timing we have in the Big B studio. All part of the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. And then we can also go to Racing Tracks, kind of check everything out. Oh, and on Racing Tracks, Paul Wolf and Jay Shaw are on top of each other. So a 14:05 update for Paul Wolf and a 14:07. So 2 minutes. So Paul Wolf still should be out front, but Jay Shaw is up in the mix. So that means where is Jim Flory? Oh, let me zoom out a little more. Jim Flory, has been passed by Jay Shaw. No. On the tracker, Jim Flory could be in the lead. I'll bet you Paul Wolf just hadn't quite updated yet, but Jim Flory is pushing hard. Okay, and it's updating. So either Paul Wolf's tracker's a little goofy or he is falling off pace. Not quite sure. 205. No, his tracker is not updated in 5 minutes. So I'll bet you when it pings, he'll be right around Flory. Yep, Flory just pinged literally as we speak. His ping was 14. Yeah, so Flory's pinging is up to date. Paul Wolf's is a little off pace, so not sure what's going on there. Obviously being in the middle of nowhere here in Pennsylvania, having a little bit of issues, but we're still having fun. Eric Larch is tuned in. Thanks for checking us out, buddy. And up next is Nick Anderson, fresh off his podium race in the open class. So the 34:02 of Nick Anderson and Anthony Denny out of Canton, Georgia, with Anderson racing in his Can-Am Maverick car with Metal FX, CT Raceworks, Evo, Infinite Off-Road, Tire Spine, S3 Motorsports, Warren, and Factor 55. So we have all 6 competitors out on course. So we'll be bouncing between Ultra4Racing.Live Motorsports and Racing Tracks to keep everything checked out. And it looks like a great battle between Jim Flory and Jay Shaw. Again, I think we're having some tracker issues on Paul Wolf because, yeah, it's been over 5 minutes before he updated. Jim Flory updated 1 minute ago, so it keeps bouncing back and forth. So go play with Racing Tracks to kind of keep up with your favorite racer. You can check everything out. This is a 10.2-mile lap. They are doing 2-mile laps today. So a total of 20.2 miles out here for today's G-Force Pro Modified race. All part of the Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. And if you're anywhere in the area, I probably wouldn't drive this way today because this race will probably be over by the time you get here. But show up tomorrow morning. It's only $25 a day or $40 for the weekend. 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. No, Eastern Time Zone, sorry. Eastern Time Zone, 9 a.m. we do the Everman Challenge. And then at 12:30 is the 4400. So a lot of great racing action yet to come. Robert Kristen's tuned in. Yeah, we'll see you at Crossbar. That's another fun race we get to go to. We'll be at the Crossbar Ranch April 11th and 12th in Davis, Oklahoma. That's where we were nationals last year, and that's one of my favorite race courses out there. But I don't know, Rausch Creek's going to be hard to beat. Got a little bit of everything here in Rausch Creek. We got the tight trees, the big loose rocks, some high-speed areas, and a little bit of everything to test these Ultra 4 USA cars to their limits. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Rausch Creek Rumble is presented by Krawler Suspension and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, by Warren Racing, by PCI, by Monster Energy, All Things UTV, and NorCal Rock Racing. So please support who supports the sport. With all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. Here at Rausch Creek, we do have Huey's Amusement Food Truck here on site. Pam's in there doing registration and selling some shirts, so go check that out as well. And walk the pits. A lot of these racers are super friendly. Go check out the cars. They probably have some swag, even if you sweet talk them a little bit. Tomorrow morning, the EMC cars, the 4600 Spider Track stock class will race 2 laps just like they are here. And then the 4500 and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class will be racing 3 laps, and then the 4400s will be racing 4 laps. John Arnold's tuning in, says it's looking cold. You're not wrong, buddy. It's a little brisk out here. So we got all the cars off the line, so now we'll bring in Leah and have a quick chat. Eric Miller's wife. We'll have a quick chat and see how their weekend's going. They've been racing here for a long time. Obviously, Eric Miller is a 2-time King of the Hammers champion. And, man, what a great time. Leah, great to see you.
It's awesome to see you, too.
Get that microphone a little bit closer to you. There we go. All right.
All right, now we're ready.
You want under the blanket a little bit, or you all right?
I'm going to get under your blanket.
It's a little brisk up here, isn't it?
Is this weighted?
Yes, it is. Yeah, we're getting fancy, you know.
So fancy.
Well, I tuned into Will Gentile's Heavy Metal Concepts video of this race from 2009, and Eric Miller was barely a name back then.
I know.
And now to see from where he was then to where he is now, you got to be so proud.
I'm so proud. Will's been over in our pit for a little bit today, and we were talking about...
He's been geeking out, hadn't he?
They're having a moment, okay? There's a moment happening because both of those guys built their careers here. That's where it started. So they're having they're having a little bro moment.
A bromance, we call that.
Yeah. They're both over there kind of tearing up. They're holding hands. I don't know.
But like I said earlier, like Will and Eric were barely a name in off-road, and that's, 15, 16 years ago now, and to see where they both came is super amazing. Eric Miller, 2-time King of the Hammers champion, and Will Gentile with Heavy Metal Concepts does some amazing videography.
They do. I'm very proud of both of them.
Absolutely, and Eric's fresh off the, 24-hour hell and back, and won that class in a Jeep. It was kind of a fun run, right?
It was. They had a really good time.
Yeah, I was texting him a couple weeks ago. I'm excited to come to Rausch Creek. I've never been. How's the car coming? He's like, well, the car's there, but I got this other thing to do first, and then the race car. So you guys have been busy.
That's how our lives go.
I think a lot of our lives go that way. It's hurry up and race, right?
Absolutely. Race to the race.
It's a race to the race. That's a good way to put it. I saw you guys roll in. What's today? Yeah, it was yesterday afternoon, and barely made it out in time to take 1 lap on the course, but he made the cut by 1 minute.
Listen, we were undoing straps going down the road. That thing rolled out. We got right on the track.
Perfect. Well, you made it. You qualified well this morning. Where were you at?
6.
6, okay. Because he took a huge nosedive. He was on the front tire for a good 2 seconds, but was able to save it. I was like,
my good friends over here just sent me the video.
Okay.
I'm pumped.
So you'll be posting that on social
Absolutely.
later. Perfect. Yeah, I got a front row seat.
Gram.
Do what?
Tune into the green.
Oh, yeah, that's what we're doing here. But, yeah, it was a pretty good nose stand. He was able to save it. And, hey, great to see him out here racing in Rausch Creek. This is kind of a home track for you guys, so it's great to see us coming back here.
It's the best weather I've ever had.
It's a little
here.
cold.
No.
No? Okay, all right.
Mm-mm. This is good.
I'll take it then. Yeah, so Eric's how'd his hammers go? He had a little bit of a struggle there, didn't he?
Yes. So he lost the throttle body, which we thought was the throttle, just the throttle. And then when he realized it wouldn't calibrate, he went running through the pits, taking parts off of other people's vehicles to fix his. But it took like 5 hours because he had to run almost 3 miles
back
to the fit,
okay,
and then 3 miles back.
That's a long way.
In driver's shoes.
Ooh, they're pretty thin.
It was bad, but he got it fixed.
But the never quit attitude, I love that of most everybody in Ultra 4, but especially Eric Miller. That guy's a machine.
You know, we got to give it to the Gomez brothers because they let us use their pit.
Okay.
We were on this side. I don't know if you guys can see that. We're on this side. The timer's here. The Gomez brothers here. If we had pitted like we were supposed to, we would have missed the loop.
Oh.
So we ran it across the short course
to
the Gomez brothers. They pitted for us. We hit the timing loop.
Perfect.
Third lap.
All right. Well, you made it happen. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to see him back out here racing. We have 2 King of the Hammers champs out here and 3 wins between the 2 of them, Eric with 2 and Josh Blyler with the 1, who's on that pole position. And he came through here lightning fast.
I'm so excited.
It's going to be fun. I
It
think with Eric, Rusty, even Jared Urban, Philip McGilton, Eric Miller. I mean, we've got a stacked field here.
You sure do.
It's going to be wild, and those Miller cars shine here in the woods of Pennsylvania and the rocks.
Yeah, I think everybody here could race one if they went and checked in at Big B.
Blyler. Oh, man, yeah, they got 4 racing. I know Paul Wolf is going to take one to the start just for starting points. He's not going to race it.
I think you should keep going.
Well, that's not on me. I wish he would, but I understand both sides of
we
know,
know
playing
Paul.
it safe.
He's going to get in there. He's going to be like, I'll just go a little further.
Yeah, well, time will tell. I'm excited. But, yeah, Jared's driving one. Lily's making her. Lily Blyler is making her Ultra 4 USA debut. It's really cool. And I was talking about that earlier. 3 generations racing all at the same time with Lily, her dad Josh, and Josh's dad Rusty.
Yeah.
And they're a huge part of Miller Motorsports.
Absolutely.
They
we couldn't do it without them.
They build your chassis in-house, and
Right.
they work very closely with Eric, and it's just we got a tour of their shop a few days ago. That place is top-notch.
Isn't it amazing?
And look what
And
they built
look
me
at
right
this.
here. That thing's pretty sweet, isn't it?
It's like, hey, let me order a DJ stand real quick.
Well, we were joking as we're Jeremy Dickinson and I were talking on the way out, and he's like, we're just talking about live show, trying to make it happen, and he's like, you need a better stand and just a table or a plastic table. I'm like, yeah, whatever. He's like, you're good with Blyler's, right? I was like, you know what? I'll just hit up Josh, see what he says. He's like, oh, absolutely, no problem. 2 days later, from idea to CAD to made to powder coat, he delivered it.
Right? Ta-da!
Yeah, Big B Motorsports does some cool stuff. So it's
I love it.
It's fun out here.
It is fun.
So
East Coasters.
Oh, yeah, it's great. So let's tune back into racing tracks. Still waiting on Paul Wolf. So his tracker is back into updating. So he's roughly at race mile 7. Looks like he pinged 1 minute ago, so Paul Wolf's tracker is accurate. So he's probably about 15 minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes. Remember, he ran a 30-minute, 30-second lap. Last race was his fastest one. So Paul Wolf running strong. Let's see. Then we have Jim Flory. And he is at race mile about 6 at 24 mile an hour. So they're still moving out there. And I do know they got a split lane. Let's see. We got to drop down over here. Again, I apologize, but I'm learning. Usually everybody does this behind the scenes for me, and I got it made, but I'm a one-man band this show with help. So at the halfway mark, looks like Paul Wolf does have a 41-second lead over Jim Flory, and then Jay Shaw's 1 second behind Flory. So it's very tight between those top 3. All right.
Yeah, I have to figure that out every time.
Yeah, me too. I'm a newbie to this stuff every time. But it looks like Chris Mays tuned in and Eric Larch. Oh, it looks like Eric Larch was a part of the 24-hour of Appalachia. Is that the 24 hell and back? Is that the same thing?
Probably.
All right. And finished just ahead of him in a UTV. So different class. But
right. Oh, I see where you're looking.
Yeah. There's a lot of screens up here.
Holy moly. I'm like.
And I got a phone, too.
Oh, me too. I've got a phone. Look at how big your letters are.
Hey.
Oh, my God.
Dang. You don't have to call me out in front of everybody, but yeah,
I
I'm
need
getting
to
old.
do that.
Yeah, there you go. See, if you wouldn't have to squint so bad if you got the old man
that.
stuff.
Oh, boy.
And Chip McLaughlin saying that Paul Wolf can't keep Scott Farley because he's part of Rufus, and he's saying we get him back after this race. Old Chip. And I wish Chip would have raced here, but I think the landscaping would have looked a lot different because he would have hit every tree out here, and he would have had the bulldozer down.
Little ping pong ball.
Well, spam. Not answering that one.
Mm-mm.
Well, yeah, it's been fun. You're more than welcome to hang out, but you act like you didn't want to hang out too long.
Well, I've got to go watch my kids.
That's probably not a bad idea.
Right. I should go see what they're doing.
Those two little dudes are hilarious. They're growing up. I'm gonna guess 8-ish.
No, 6 and 4.
6 and 4. I was way off. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah. So they're growing up fast. I remember them in diapers not too long ago.
Me too. Nixon's been to every. Let's see. 7 King of the Hammers.
Yeah, I remember he was a baby, and you were there with him.
20 days old.
I remember. Let's bring this story up. What year was this? This is 5 years ago.
Oh,
and
boy.
I came to your camp for an interview, and you're like, "Come on in the camper." And I came in.
When
and
I invited you to the shower.
Yeah, and Eric had Nixon in the shower. They're showering. We're chatting, just chatting
Talking
it up.
through the door.
Yeah, talking through the door, and they do their thing, and we chat, and then we.
Yeah.
Come out and do our interview, but I mean that's what the Ultra 4 USA family's all about.
There's
I
just
mean,
no limits with us.
It was great. Just when you're buddies, you're buddies, you
You
know,
are.
and that's when you know you became a buddy than just
Do
an
you
acquaintance.
need a shower? Do you need a shower? We're
Well,
your
don't offer it
people,
to everybody,
right? Well, we don't have a shower out here.
Yeah. Lucky enough, Blyler's are close enough here. They gave us a place to crash, and we got a nice place.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right. All right, Miles.
All right, well, go check on Nixon
Well,
and the other
peace
little
out.
man. What's the other little man's name?
Wyatt.
Wyatt, that's right. All
That's
right.
the one you got to watch out for.
The second one. I know my
Wild
second
one.
one's a little wild, too.
We call him Wild Man.
Wild Wyatt. I like it. It's got a good ring to it.
It does.
All right, Lee. Well, thanks for coming to chat. If you get bored later, come on back.
I'll
If
come
not,
back.
no worries. But best of luck to you guys and Eric tomorrow. It's going to be a battle. I can't wait.
I can't either.
All right. Well, thanks, Leah. Yep,
Bye.
always a pleasure. Good seeing you.
All right, I guess I'll give this up.
Yeah, it helps. So still waiting on Paul Wolf to come through. So we'll jump back on the tracker. Let's see. Oh, wrong spot. So Paul Wolf is roughly 8.5 with his ping was 2 minutes ago. So he's probably sneaking up on 9. So we should see him across the line here in about 5 minutes. But another special guest is hopping in here. We're keeping busy. And that is none other than Cody Willenborg, the unofficial winner in the All Things UTV Open class. Man, what a run, buddy.
Yeah, dude, we
hold on. Your audio guy right here messed up. But now we're back to good.
There you go. Yeah, so we qualified bad. We broke a ball joint during qualifying. and started at 8th, and I knew we had to push hard.
And push hard you did. So Paul Wolf obviously had the advantage being up front. So he crosses with, I think, a 30-30. I'm like, wow, what a smoking run. He's good. Come next, Nick Anderson, not too far behind. I'm like, okay, man, these guys are flying. And all of a sudden, bling, Cody Willenberg, 7 seconds faster than Paul Wolf after, 2 or 3 minutes because of adjusted time. I was like, oh, boy, he's on it.
Yeah, I was pushing hard. It's been a goal of mine to run up there with Paul.
Oh.
And he's a heck of a racer, and I definitely look up to him. And we're just going to keep pushing hard this year and make sure we can do so.
Yeah, no, it was fun. And then after you won, you kept coming on course. You're like, are we doing 2 or 3 laps? I was like, 2, you're done. 1, you're like, 1 lap. No, I was like, no. You got first. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so when we came around the corner, he had both flags in his hand, but he pulled the checker flag back and waved the white flag.
He goofed up.
And I was like, what? That was 2 laps. Or shit, are we doing 3? And I didn't know what it was. And I was like, we're going to go to Miles. Miles will tell us.
And that's why I was like, 1. You're like, 1 more. I'm like, no, first. Hold on.
Yeah.
But yeah, we stopped you and got you dialed. So sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's good. And course is fun out there, man.
So give us a line. So obviously we're at race mile about 1 here. And this is a fun little rock section, but there's so much more.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of fun rock stuff out there. There's some high speed stuff. It's the big like bowling ball size stuff. That's flat and it can beat the car up.
Oh,
and
man.
we pushed it hard through those sections, and it's a fun little spot. I was really surprised not to see more tires down than we have.
I was expecting. Well, you said ball joint in qualifying.
Yep.
I thought this was going to be a ball joint eater, but
yeah, we run on the same ball joints from Hammers still, so that probably has something to do with it.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
So what ball joints are those?
They're
that's
Kellers.
Okay,
yeah, they're allegedly the best you can do, but even the good parts break sometimes.
Oh,
so.
I mean, nothing's invincible. We prove that here at Ultra 4.
Absolutely. So.
Oh man, yeah, what a great job. So unofficially first place in the All Things UTV Open class. What a great run. So much fun. What's your plan the rest of the weekend?
We're gonna pack up and go home. So
after maybe you get a trophy.
Exactly,
or
that'd be super cool. So little fun fact: Hammers, my baby boy was due on the 10th. I got home at 3 a.m. on Saturday. He was got home at 3 p.m. on Saturday. He came at 3 a.m. on Sunday.
Boy,
so
you made
12
home
hours.
just in time.
Yeah,
you almost got in trouble. Huh?
Yeah, so I got a fresh baby at home. So we're gonna get through the awards and go home and see that baby.
And how far's home for you?
11 and a half.
Yeah, so you gotta
Illinois. Yep.
So you'll are you gonna leave tonight, crash somewhere?
Yeah, we'll roll out tonight and drive as far as we can, and we're gonna come in some bad storms, I think, going home. So
I've heard that.
We'll
They may be coming here Saturday night. I'm a little nervous about it, but we'll deal with it.
Drive as far as we can and stop and grab a room and keep on going.
Heck yeah.
Paul's still winning?
Well, the tracking, it keeps dinging back and forth. So let's zoom in here a little bit.
I thought it'd be a pretty good, interesting race between Paul and Jay Shaw. So.
Oh, for sure. So Paul Wolf at a 14:20. So that's a 4-minute-old ping. Jay Shaw's 4. So that's a couple minutes old. And Flory, who is out front on the tracker, is a pretty current. So it's going to be really close between Jim Flory, Jay Shaw, and Paul Wolf.
Nice.
And they're all roughly in that race mile number 8. And, man, it's tough. So let's see. Devil's Den's back there.
Yep.
That was a uphill climb. How tough was that?
It
Because
wasn't-
marking course, I was like, this is tough. It's not impossible, but, man, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, there's a few lines up that, so we kind of picked a line during pre-running and ran it every time during the race.
And it
had
just
no
played
troubles.
out good, huh?
Yep, sure did.
And then there's another fun where you kind of cross the pipeline, go up the hill, and then there's kind of big rocks, and it's wide open all the way.
Yep.
Did you take an early left or center or go right?
So we pre-ran all the lines.
Because the further you go,
the easier
it is. But and let me turn this around because we have
Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Wolf. There we go. Paul Wolf, number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing, is coming through on his second lap of 2. So he is at the halfway mark and it looking good for Paul Wolf and Scott Farley. And laser focus. I get a few thumbs up from some of the racers, but Paul ain't having it. He's on a mission.
2 hands on the steering wheel for him.
Heck yeah. So Paul Wolf out front and starting to pull a pretty decent lead if we haven't seen Jim Flory or Jay Shaw. So that just goes to show you the Racing Tracks is a little behind. So you can play with Racing Tracks and then also over at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. But, man, Paul Wolf, and he had barely got out of that car after that last race.
Yeah, he did.
Are you jealous or happy where you're sitting at?
So we race a Pro R, so unfortunately
that's the only class you qualify for, yeah.
We're only allowed to race in the open class. I really hope that changes in the future. That new Kawasaki, I believe it's a 2-liter also.
Okay.
So maybe they'll let us play. You know,
let us
I would
dance a
love
little
to
bit,
be able to get right back in the car and
Heck
go
yeah.
for sure.
So you're jealous.
Yes, I would like to be out there. I have 2 cars, so if the rule changes, we would definitely be there.
So Paul's racing the same car.
Yes.
You would race a different car?
Yeah, I would probably race my other car.
Is that the pre-runner?
That's the pre-runner.
Okay.
Yep. We'd probably set it up a little bit better than what it is and go out there and play with those guys.
Heck yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it is. You know, you never know.
That's right. I hope we keep seeing the series grow and get some more racers out here playing with us and having a good time.
We have 13 races this season. It's going to be busy.
Yeah, you guys
what's the next race we'll see you at?
So I've committed to the East and the Central
nice.
Series.
So we'll see you at probably Crossbar next, right?
Yep, we'll be at
That's
Crossbar.
April 11th, if my memory serves me.
Yeah, so I also do a little bit of mud racing. So we're actually leaving from Crossbar, going to Texas to do some mud racing on Saturday.
You're a glutton for punishment, huh?
Yeah, Brian Fletcher and those guys. You know, he wrapped me up in
the Vultures, yep.
So
you do that in a UTV or an ATV?
UTV
okay.
also. So, yeah, there's a big mud race down in Texas on Saturday, 3 hours from where we're going to be at.
Well, that worked out. You're welcome. Because obviously if it was tomorrow here, you ain't making it.
No.
So will you bring the mud car to the
I'll
Ultra
have
4 race?
Yep, both cars in the stacker. And
I hope to bump into it and check it out.
That'll
Those things
hopefully be the first race for my little baby boy. So
that'd be fun. Well, we don't have anybody tripping the timer yet. How far back is Jim Flory or Jay Shaw? Gavin Smith, Lawless McKenzie, and Nick Anderson still in the mix.
So Nick started actually behind the official start time. He broke the front diff chasing Paul.
They changed it?
Yeah, they changed the front diff, 2 axles, and I think a brake caliper. So
those Anderson boys were on it.
They were back there spinning some wrenches for sure.
That's I'm not jealous. I don't mind working on stuff, but with that much of a time frame,
that was tight. So they have 2 cars also. I was really surprised he just didn't jump in the other car and go.
And they look pretty identical.
Yeah, they got some good cars. I think the one car is more set for short course, but it's been easier to change shocks than a front diff, I think.
I don't know how that works. Well, I'm not trying to kick you out. You're more than welcome to sit here as long as you want. But if you want to go mingle, you're more than welcome.
No,
but
we'll stay and
thanks for coming and chatting.
We'll stay and watch Jay come
Perfect.
across.
All right, I like. Oh, and there just when you say his name, he pops over. So Jay Shaw is officially at the halfway mark. He is on his second lap. So Jay Shaw, number 17, out of Trustville, Alabama, with Adventure Lifestyle in his CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R, OBR tires, Raceline wheels, Double E Racing, Evo Power Sports, Factory UTV, Warren S3 Power Sports. So I hear that Can-Am Maverick R. They have a different sound to them, don't they?
Very unique sound for sure.
Oh, and Jim Flory's not too far behind him. So Jay Shaw and Jim Flory with a pretty good run. Jay Shaw with that laser focus trying to chase down Paul Wolf.
So Jim won the UTV rookie program out of Hammers
That
this
is
year.
right. Yeah, Jim Flory. Good catch on that. Thank you.
He got that big $10,000 check.
Yeah, from the Fulchers we were talking about earlier. Part of the Robert Parkey Rookie of the Year, Jim Flory.
Comes, man.
And here he comes. So Jim Flory coming through, trying to chase down Jay Shaw. And, man, these rocks just on camera, you can't tell, but those things are gnarly.
Yeah, they are. Like I said, I'm very surprised you don't see more flats. We run tire spines, which is a kick-ass product.
And they
for
help a
sure.
lot.
Yeah, they do. They help with the blow in the tire, not to mention you can run home on a flat tire.
Yeah.
So, yep. Big fan of the tire spine.
Absolutely. Oh, computer went to sleep. Wake her up. All right, so we're still waiting for Gavin Smith, Lawless McKenzie, and Nick Anderson. I hope we see a few more come through as Paul Wolf is starting to run away with it just a little bit.
Well, Miles, I'm going to jump off of here.
No
Thanks
problem.
for having me.
Well,
and,
Cody, always a pleasure.
Hopefully
Congratulations.
Yep, hopefully see you at the podium.
Well, I think I'm going to let Pam do that one. She likes those, so
all right, man.
you're stuck with her. I'm sorry.
That's all right. She's better looking than you are anyway.
Well, I'll give you that.
Thanks, Miles.
All right, Cody, always a pleasure, man. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. So Cody Willenborg, fresh off his win. Like I said, we got to check the trackers, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be our unofficial winner in the All Things UTV Open class. But right now, it is Paul Wolf out front, followed by Jay Shaw, and then closely behind Jay Shaw is Jim Flory, all part of the G-Force Pro Modified classes. And we have so many amazing companies that help us out, so we need to give a huge shout-out to Freight Factory, Metal Cloak, G-Force, PCI, Factor 55, Spider Tracks, NorCal Rock Racing, All Things UTV, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, Monster Energy, and especially Rock Krawler Suspension presenting the Rausch Creek Rumble. So please support who supports the sport. It would not be possible to be racing here today without each and every one of them. Looks like John Arnold and Eric Larch are having some fun tuning in. Thank you, guys. Some big Cody Willenborg fans. Yeah, Eric Miller just did the 24-hour of Appalachia, right close to here in West Virginia. I believe that was called the 24-hour Hell and Back. I followed Eric on social on that one. Looked like a lot of fun. So go check out those kind of guys if you're looking to do something a little bit different. Looked like a great time. So we are racing the Pro Modified class. You can have hydraulic steering and aftermarket turbos. It is based on an OEM chassis, but aftermarket chassis are allowed. Both sides are allowed. Must run stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run full front plastics, 1000cc max tire, and a 35-inch tire maximum. We saw Kyle Chaney win the King of the Hammers with those 37s, so we have to lower those down to the 35s out here. That was an impressive run from Kyle Chaney. Right behind him was J.P. Gomez at King of the Hammers just a little bit ago. Let's see, it was Cody Young and Amber Turn in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. It was a great showing out there at King of the Hammers. So I'm tuning into ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. I'm also bouncing back and forth with Racing Tracks to check everything out. And it looks like Paul Wolf is 1 minute 10 seconds ahead of Jay Shaw. And then Jay Shaw is about, man, I think it's really close between Jay Shaw and Jim Flory. And then Gavin Smith is a little bit off pace. Hopefully we see him shortly. Still waiting on Lawless McKenzie and Nick Anderson. lot of different buttons you can click in here and do different things. It's really cool to see. We have a split time lap out there, and then you can go to Racing Tracks, the live map, and see where everybody is. So Paul Wolf on the tracker is still out front at race mile number 2. Not far behind him is Jay Shaw, then Jim Flory. And I hear somebody coming. That's going to be Gavin Smith, I do believe. And it is Gavin Smith running solo on that machine. And he is pushing hard in that Can-Am, trying to make it happen here. All a part of the G-Force Pro Modified UTV class. As he makes it down the Krawler rocks. So a great run for Gavin Smith in that 4th position. And you can hear some of his fans down there hooting and hollering. So Gavin Smith out of St. Albans, West Virginia with Smitty Racing in that Pro Modified Can-Am with Lynch Works, Mountain Made Off-Road, FP Racing, Leonard's Electric, Green Thumb, CT Raceworks, MRT, SA Auto, and Cass Lake Media. Getting a little chatter through the PCI race radio. Sounds like Lawless McKenzie and Nick Anderson could be out of the race. Not official, but it's not sounding good. Tough break for them. So we got some more guests coming in the booth, having a fun little chat. Hop on the headset here, buddy.
Oh, it's not very long.
Yeah, that happens. All right. Oh, I locked something. There we go. Oh, wrong button. Be patient. Maybe. There we go. Well. There we go. Hit the right button finally. How we doing, buddy?
Good. How's it going, Miles?
Oh, not bad. And I'm having a brain fart. What's the name?
Steve Mueller.
Steve Mueller.
Yep.
I see it in a lot of the races.
Yeah.
And you do a lot of the tire spines.
Yep.
Cody Willenborg just bragged on you quite a bit.
I crew for him when I can. So.
Yeah, I get that.
Yep.
But yeah, it's pretty impressive what the tire spine does and is, and it's a cool product, and it seems like the UTV guys are really loving it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We made it for the Ultra 4 rule, so it's working out really well. We've been doing UTVs and ATVs for all clear back to 2016, but we had a bunch of Ultra 4 guys that wanted to start coming from like GNCC and stuff like that when it shut down.
I like that.
Side by sides, and they were like, "Hey, we need you to help us figure this out because they got this weird rule, you know."
Yeah.
So we started kind of looking into it, and we made it happen, and it works. So
yeah, it's pretty impressive what you guys have going on. Let's see. I'll get a little update over here.
You watching the YouTubes?
Yeah,
huh?
trying to.
Keeping up on all the comments?
Oh, a little bit.
Nice.
Yep, Dan Hill's giving you a shout out.
Yep, thanks, Dan.
I'm a one-man band this weekend, so
I
do
see
apologize.
that. You're like an octopus right now.
I'm doing the audio, the visual, the stuff over the tracking, the timing, and just trying to keep everything going.
It's so cool that you're literally sitting here out on a rock in the middle of the woods, making this happen. The technology is just crazy
it's
how
amazing.
far it's came.
And obviously, budget's always an issue for everybody.
Yeah.
And we had to cut back on the live show. It was getting a little expensive, so we cut back. But we're trying to bring something. And hey, I'm having fun. I hope you guys are too.
Oh, absolutely.
And I always say, something's better than nothing.
Absolutely, I completely agree. All those people that couldn't make the race, or had too much carnage from hammers.
Oh, yeah.
And,
They got the FOMO.
They're all tuned in right now.
I hope so. And hopefully we'll see them throughout the season as well.
Absolutely.
So anything else exciting going on out there?
No, just to hear supporting Cody and help take care of all the racers and on to the next one.
I get that. What's the next race we'll see at?
Oh, what is the next one?
Probably
AOP or
Crossbar?
Davis? Is it
Probably
Davis?
Crossbar, yeah.
Yeah, Davis.
Yep,
then.
Central, yep.
Yeah, we'll make the trip all the way down there for Davis. So, again, we were there for Nationals.
Yep.
So, it's just funny because it's like right back again. You know?
Yeah.
So it's real quick.
No, it's busy. Well, in 2 weeks, I get to go home for a couple days and then spring break for a couple days and then home for a day. So in 2 weeks, I'll be in California.
You got any big plans for spring break?
We're taking the girls up to Minnesota. We have some family up there, so we're going to go up there and kind of just hang out. Just didn't want to waste it. Didn't have enough time to do what we wanted, but we're still going to do something and then head straight to NorCal.
We kind of just did the same thing. We went up to the Wisconsin Dells, took the
Okay.
kids up there.
Oh, it's
you know,
beautiful.
just kind of coming out of Hammers and relax and, you know, make the kids happy again. So
yeah.
we went up to the Wisconsin Dells for a weekend and hit one of the indoor water parks, big ones.
Oh, that's
it
fun.
was packed.
Oh,
So
I'll bet.
You,
know
couldn't
why?
even find a
'Cause
spot
it's
to
cold
sit.
outside.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing else to
you
do.
Could, there was still frost on the ceiling.
Oh,
you know,
man.
it was crazy.
That's nuts.
So that's cool that you get an opportunity to, you know, take a little break,
Yeah,
get out.
no, everybody's
you
got
know?
to have fun.
Absolutely.
And you're getting some shout-outs out there from Tyler and John.
Oh yeah, Tyler. Yeah. I thought it was going to be Tyler Gibbs. I was like, "Where are you at? You're supposed to be here."
Yeah, he told me he was going to be here, but he wasn't.
Yeah,
But,
I don't
that's part
think
of
he
it.
had good luck at the Mint. I think he had some carnage from coming out of that.
That Mint's tough, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, I see John Boy's comment.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, John.
He's been tuning in off and on all morning.
Miss seeing John Boy.
Oh, yeah. He used to run around with McCoy back in the day quite a bit. But, hey, life happens. Life gets busy, but we keep rocking.
Absolutely.
All right. So
who's
just trying to get
next
some stuff
to
tuned in.
come through?
Huh?
Who's next to come through?
We're hearing Lawless, McKenzie, and Nick Anderson could be out, so I don't know if we'll see anybody else.
Actually, I was in the pits before I came back here, and Nick Anderson lost brakes or something.
Oh, okay.
So they were trying to find another racer that could take him some brake fluid or something.
Okay, so he's out on course, stuck, broken.
Yeah.
And Ultra 4, that's a good point. I haven't brought that up today. It is a no-chase race. Only fellow competitors can help you outside of Ultra 4 USA, and park staff can help roll you over and keep you safe. Yeah. But other than parts, you have to walk to the pits, or a fellow competitor can bring you parts to keep going out. But with a little bit of a low car count, that's going to be tough to find somebody to take you parts out there.
And that's the really cool thing about Ultra 4 that I really like compared to other styles of racing. It's like a family.
Oh, 100%.
And, you know, everybody's, you know, hanging out with each other in the pits, and that's really nice. Make friends, bring each other parts.
That's why I got here. I mean, I was a fan back in the day, just pit crew for a long time, and then stumbled into this and did it hammers only, but still tried to come to some of the races. And man, it's just fun bouncing through the pits. Everybody's so friendly. You know, they share their knowledge. They share a beer. They come check out this car, and everybody's there to help everybody in the pits so they can beat you on the race course.
Exactly. Everybody wants to do it fairly, you know. It's pretty cool.
Oh, is Cody, you trying to get hold of him or no? Okay. Well, good luck and congratulations. Cody Willenborg, unofficial first in the All Things UTV Open class.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Dustin sponsored the class.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Super stoked about him. I wish he was here, but same thing. He's just busy with life.
Yeah, I heard he had surgery. He actually called me yesterday, actually.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'm more of a texter than a caller.
Yeah.
So we text back and forth every now and again, but it was cool when he stepped up, and man, he's got a good program under his belt.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, All Things UTV. He's blown up in the last 5 years.
I'm really interested to see how he progresses with the 4400.
Yeah.
I know it's still kind of new to him.
Oh, that car is awesome.
Getting his feet wet, so
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting to watch him progress.
Yep. No, it's a lot of fun out there. So here's I think those are spectators going around the outside. Because, I don't think we'll see any more cars out here, actually. Unless Lawless and Nick can get going, but it's not looking good for those two. So tough break there, but man, Paul Wolf is still out there and pushing.
That's awesome. Oh, I
Let's
forgot
see.
about racing tracks.
Yeah, Racing Tracks is on there, so you can go to Racing Tracks, go to the Ultra 4. You can go to the live timing for Ultra 4 Racing.live Motorsports, and then click right over to Racing Tracks and kind of zoom around. There's Paul. So
Does
let's get a-
orange mean they're on lap 2?
One.
Lap
Yeah,
1.
So lap
yellow
is lap 2. Or sorry, yellow is lap 2.
Gotcha.
So Paul Wolf with a 48, so that was 4 minutes old. So Jay Shaw's still, a half mile behind or so, but Jay Shaw's in the hunt. He can make it happen. And let's see, I think Paul Wolf was in the pole, yes. So adjusted time, he's got to finish ahead of Jay Shaw.
Did Paul find a 4400 loaner car yet?
He found a car, but I
Oh.
don't think he's going to race it.
Oh.
He got a hold of the Bleilers. They have a car that's not fully prepped, but it's prepped enough to do a start, so
Oh.
he can get starting points.
Oh,
and
cool.
with this season, with the Joker race, you have to race all 3 races within the series to be able to use the Joker race as a points replacement. So he's
Oh.
doing strategy here with that.
I see. Yeah.
So he's going to take a start here, and then he'll hopefully use the let's see, this is East. So Bowling Green, Kentucky will be his Joker race and his better points race, hopefully.
I see. I see.
Yeah.
I was curious because the Joker is like LS Fest. Is that what it
LS
is?
Fest, yeah. So it's
Okay.
going to be busy there.
Nice.
We're going to have a
Okay.
lot of eyeballs on us.
Oh, cool.
And then it's just fun to go check out other stuff in
Yeah.
downtime.
Yeah. Well, when we went there last year, I didn't realize they had that old amusement park.
Oh,
and
yeah,
all
and it was
that.
closed at the
Yeah,
time.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
It looked really cool.
Will that be open and everything?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it'll be
Nice.
full open and
That'd be
ready to
cool.
roll. So should be
Nice.
pretty cool out there.
Uh-oh, somebody's not moving. Oh, who is that? 999.
Let's see. Oh, that's Flory.
Flory.
So if you go to Racing Tracks, Jim Flory's yellow, but at the bottom tip is red, so that means he's going to be stopped. So you click on him, shows him at 0 miles an hour at 2:53. So that was 2 minutes ago, so that's pretty accurate. So tough break for Flory. He hopefully can get it figured out and back and moving.
He was a little nervous coming out of Hammers.
Oh, I'll bet.
I talked to him earlier.
So Wolf hasn't pinged in 2 minutes. So Wolf's tracker is pinging about 10 minutes, where everybody else is about 2 to 3 minutes. So Jay Shaw, I don't know. It's in the mix between Paul Wolf and Jay Shaw.
When they last checked in on the scoring, how far apart were they?
They came through with a 2-minute split, so that's pretty close.
Yeah.
And then Jim Flory was about 20 seconds behind Jay
wow.
Shaw, so it was very close.
Nice. I talked to Jay right before he came up here, and his strategy was I was just going to cruise, but
That's everybody's strategy.
Knowing Jay, he's putting the hammer down.
Oh, yeah. Especially if he knows it's in that second, and he can see Paul Wolf every once in a while.
Absolutely.
Because the course kind of double backs on itself, and if you look through the trees, since there's not a whole lot of foliage, you can
yeah.
kind of see the trail over there.
Oh.
You can't get to it, but you can know where he's at.
It was funny. Actually, it was I think Jim Flory's co-driver. Somebody was telling me they saw arrows from the interstate.
Oh,
I was like,
that's
that's
awesome.
pretty cool. I missed that on the way in.
Well, at least you were watching the road.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Miss Roxy's tuned in. Hey, miss you, but thanks for checking us out.
Oh yeah, I didn't see the merch trailer.
No, it's not. No,
yeah.
we'll have it more on the West Coast and a few of them. I think it'll go to Crandon, NorCal, and a few of them.
That is a little bit of a haul.
It's
isn't
a
it?
haul, yeah. And with such a busy season, we kind of had to pick and choose. So,
Oh, yeah,
but
it
she'll
makes
be
perfect
around.
sense.
We can't let her.
You
get
guys
away
still
that
brought
easy.
some merch. I bought one.
Yeah, we brought a few T-shirts. Thanks for supporting us.
Oh,
buddy.
absolutely. I tried to give Pam a tip, and she's like, I can't take that. Oh, I was like, well, you still need a tip jar anyway.
There you go. We'll have to split that.
There you go. There you go. It might get you a cup of coffee, I guess.
Hey, that's all that matters. No, all in good fun. Yeah, we've always appreciate you supporting us here at Ultra 4.
Absolutely.
So Paul Wolf is leading once again physically. He lost the race to Cody Willenborg on adjusted time during his All Things UTV Open race. But right now, during the G-Force Pro Modified, he's out front and running strong. But Jay Shaw is there to take advantage if it comes available.
What was the split between the starts?
between each car?
30-second increments.
30. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, one at a time, every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. So far, so good for all of those guys and gals. And man, it's turning into a fun race.
Is EMC running after this or no?
They're tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
So Eastern time zone, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., the EMC classes will take off. The 4600 Spider Track stock class is 2 laps. 4500 modified is 3 laps. And the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is 3 laps as well. And then at 12:30, the big dogs, the 4400s, are taking off, and they're doing 4 laps.
4 laps. Wow.
So 10.2 miles per lap. So they'll be doing almost 41 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain we could find out here at the 2025. 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rumble at Rausch Creek.
I thought I was going to have to do the Heimlich on you.
Oh, hey, we can practice. Let's wait till the camera's off.
I saw you pop a cough drop earlier,
oh,
so
man.
I didn't know if maybe you choked on it there.
A little bit, yeah.
That would be a heck of a live feed, I guess.
Well, we're trying to build the views, right?
Yeah.
I'll take one for the team.
Start some
no.
EMS training videos, I guess.
No doubt.
What's funny is I used to be an instructor for CPR and that back in the day.
Okay,
like,
so you
oh
might
gosh,
remember something. Huh?
It's been 10+ years, but yeah, I was a EMT and they made me an instructor to be able to
cool.
train the trainer type thing.
Well,
so.
that's good to know for us. If we need some, we'll just come running.
I don't have anything, but I'll try. It's all about the tools, right?
Yeah, no doubt. Well, just like racing, if you don't have the right tool for the job, you can't make it.
Exactly. Very cool.
Yep. Well, Steve, you're more than welcome to stick around, but if you want to go bail out, you can.
Oh, no, I'll hang out.
All right, perfect. Give me somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
Now that nobody's
You've gotten
coming
a lot
back.
of guests today.
I
had you on in the trailer earlier.
Yeah, that was Jeremy Dickinson's idea because Pam's busy doing registration and merch and all that. So he's like, just go do it yourself, and everybody. Go
just
say
hi.
So
start grabbing
We've been
people.
grabbing out of the crowd, and it's been a lot of fun.
That's very cool.
But now that the racers are done coming by here, now we're just stuck with us and a couple of the safety crew. But, again, I haven't seen Lawless or Nick Anderson lately, so they could keep moving, but I kind of doubt they're going to make it because Paul Wolf, I assume once he comes and grabs a checker, they'll do a cold course.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
Again, I was trying to set up all this voodoo magic up here that I don't know much about. So I missed the driver's meeting, which I hate missing one. I haven't missed one, I don't think, ever because you learn a lot.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
They change stuff
Especially,
sometimes.
That's true for you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's talking
like,
points.
It's like a requirement, right?
Yeah.
It's in your job title,
well,
I guess.
Most of the time, but when you have other stuff to do, you just got to do it.
Yeah, exactly. How many people are tuned in?
Let's see. There's little numbers over here somewhere. We've had 3,000 in total. Looks like we got 100 right now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So it's been a pretty good day.
Somebody asked, anyone know the schedule?
That was earlier. So this chat's frozen. I don't know how to fix it.
Oh.
So I'm going off my chat over here.
I see.
So that one's up to date.
That's cool. You're just making it work.
Oh, yeah. Again, you just adapt and overcome. If you break a brake hose, you fix it. If you got a computer that doesn't work, grab another one.
Just grab another one.
Or hit reboot.
Or just grab your cell phone.
Yeah. But this computer, if I reboot it, I think it reboots everything, so I'm scared to touch it.
Yeah.
But take it
You
live.
getting any update text or anything?
A little bit.
That is really cool.
Quiet.
Everybody texts you updates.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Usually it's a lot busier. Chip called me a foul name earlier because I kind of gave him some hard time, but it's all in fun. But yeah, the phone been a little bit quieter than normal today. But
is that
I hear something coming.
Spectator or is that a racer? Oh, is that
Paul?
Paul?
Must be on course.
That looks like Paul, maybe. Sounds like Paul.
It can't be.
Nope.
Okay, so this is either Lawless McKenzie or Nick Anderson. And that must be Lawless McKenzie because that's not Nick Anderson's car. So the 4986 of Lawless McKenzie had some issues, but he's back running.
Yeah. It looks like he had front-wheel drive.
Yeah.
So
Two
that's always a
thumbs
plus.
up from the co-driver. So they're still pushing. So Lawless McKenzie
back moving
with Law Dog Racing. out there pushing. This is his second Ultra 4 USA race, so great to see him. Oh, I forgot I'm supposed to switch cameras.
Surprised you don't have a little clicker.
Oh, yeah, I need a lot of things. But well, you can see him in the left of your screen. Sorry. Again, usually we got a whole team out here doing a little bit of everything.
Full production.
A one-man dam, we're doing our best, but we're having fun doing it.
Absolutely. What mile is this?
This is just shy of mile 1.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, that's right off the start.
Someday I'll be able to get out on the track, go for a ride or something.
Oh, yeah. It's killer out here. I was able to help mark course for part of the day, and
really?
Man, it's got a little bit of everything out here in Pennsylvania. It's absolutely beautiful. It's got the big loose rocks. It's got the nuisance rocks just out in the middle of nowhere. It's got the tight trees, and then you can really open it up.
And it's got some mud somewhere because all the UTVs are coming back just completely black.
There's about 4. They're not deep, but they're a foot deep and 20 foot long, and I went about 2 miles an hour through them. That doesn't look like they are.
Yeah, I don't think so. Actually, Cody Willenberg, for qualifying, they wore garbage bags to keep their fire suits dry.
I don't blame them one bit.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, so some Aaron Lynch, he's supposed to be co-driving, but he's not. But he's tuning in, asking where Smith is. So Gavin Smith shows stopped with a update at 3:03. So accurate update. Gavin Smith, race mile 7. It says stopped on course.
Green. Is that Paul? Turned
Paul
red.
Wolf unofficially wins the G-Force Pro Modified. Look at that. Physically finishing first back-to-back races. We'll see on adjusted time if Jay Shaw, he's only got about 30 seconds to do it.
What was his last update?
Let's see. Let's get a time on Jay Shaw.
Oh, there he
moved on me.
He moved. He updated.
So updated at accurate. So he is a mile and a half out. So he's at race mile 9.5. So it looks like the unofficial win is going to go to the 1018 of Paul Wolf and Scott Farley out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. And that Can-Am Maverick R with Badlands Off-Road Park, Alltech, VP, and CA Technologies. Paul Wolf just laid down a heater of a race, back-to-back races in the same car.
That's awesome.
That just goes to show you that Can-Am athlete of Paul Wolf, man. He is a man on a mission, and I'm so bummed he's not racing tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy how strong these UTVs have become, to be able to go back-to-back races like that. It's just awesome.
And it looks like Jim Flory is back in action. He was stopped, but he's going at 23 miles an hour, and then it popped on me again. Oh, yep. So he's up to, he's in a slow section now, but he's at race mile 8, so great to see him moving with an up-to-date.
Is there any wide open stretches here?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
I guarantee there's a few spots you can.
What's
the big
the
cars
top
can
speed, you think?
Sniff 100.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's wide open sections.
It's like a rock road type
it's like a fire road, yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
And there's even a short stretch that's probably a quarter mile. It's in the woods, but it's straight up old school asphalt.
Really?
But, that's not long enough to get up. I'm probably 60, but.
So the 4400s are probably, Paul, I think at Hammers hit like 114 in that Maverick R.
Isn't that nuts?
It's crazy how fast they're getting.
Oh, and Jay Shaw crosses the line. Unofficial second position goes to Jay Shaw.
Nice.
Number 17 out of Trussville, Alabama with Adventure Lifestyle. And that CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R with OBOR tires. Raceline, Double E Racing, Evo Power Sports, Factory UTV, Warn, and S3 Power Sports. So unofficial first, Paul Wolf. Unofficial second goes to Jay Shaw.
Who's third?
That's Jim Flory so far. We'll see.
Cool.
Oh, I hit the wrong button again. Oop. There we go. If the wind picked up too much more,
we got
a
pretty good gust there.
All right, so Jim Flory with a fairly accurate update, still moving. And then Gavin Smith, we'll see when his last update was. It was 4 minutes ago stopped, so hopefully he can get moving. And then Lawless McKenzie, we just saw him cruise by. He's still moving. But where is
Nick Anderson, yeah.
Let's see. I don't see him on the tracker.
Uh-oh.
So I think I can go in here, search. Nick Anderson. Oh, there he is. It wasn't there just a minute ago, was it?
It still stopped.
Yeah, so he's still stopped. Race mile 5. We heard he's having brake issues, so he's on his first lap at halfway mark. Not looking good for him. Hate to see that for anybody, but yeah, Nick Anderson and Gavin Smith are on the struggle bus right now. Hate that for anybody.
Absolutely.
So Jim Flory's on his way. As long as he can keep going, he'll get that unofficial third in the G-Force Pro Modified class. All part of the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble.
What else are you looking forward to this season?
Man, I'm looking forward to all of it.
Anything like stick out, like just top of the box, like
Man,
what?
Top of the box. That's a tough one because it's hard to say because I've gotten to do a lot of cool things. So it's not getting old by no means. Not trying to say that, but I still love it all. Crandon's always a high one. Vegas to Reno last year was cool.
Oh, okay.
I've never been to Laughlin, so I hope to make it to that one. We get to go to Area BFE again. That's always a fun race. Back to AOP. That's a good one.
I heard a lot of people asking for that.
Yeah. Yep.
I've never been there, so.
Oh, really? It's a great.
Is it?
The pit setup is huge. It's a big field, so that's nice. The race course, it's what do you want? It's out there.
Nice.
And it's got some really sharp rocks in it, so it's tough. I'm not sure if I said crossbar. That one's probably the closest one to me, so that's probably my favorite because it's the closest drive.
How far of a drive?
For me, it's only 6 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's 16, so I could have flown, could have drove, but I like having my truck here, bringing extra clothes.
Yeah.
You never know what you're going to have.
Nice.
So,
yeah, I know that drive part. It's 13 for me here.
Yeah,
so
it's a haul.
Yeah.
And then we go back to the NorCal Stampede a couple times. Beach Bend there at where's that? Beach Bend in
Kentucky.
Yeah, Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Green. Yep.
So we get a race there twice this year, once on our own and once during LS Fest. So that's going to be cool. I've never been there during LS Fest, and getting the eyeballs on Ultra 4 is going to be cool, and then just getting to see other stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm sure I'm missing a couple races.
Sturgis?
Badlands. Love that
Badlands.
one.
Yeah,
Sturgis.
Yeah.
We're going back to Sturgis.
Yeah.
It's going to be a busy year, but it's going to be fun.
You're gonna be. You got a private jet, yeah, or how
if you got an extra one, I'll borrow it. No, we're doing what we can.
That's awesome.
We call it balling on a budget.
Yeah. You got to do what you got to do.
100%. I mean, I think Jim Flory should be in here soon.
You got where's the tracker at?
Let's see. We'll pull it back up and get it
Good old
updated.
racing tracks. Yeah, I don't think he's updated.
Yeah, let's see. When's the last time he updated? 10 after, so it's fairly accurate.
Oh, okay.
So
he must be going slow. He must have a hurt car.
Well, he's 30 miles an hour, so that's that's not limping slow.
No.
And
it could have just been a slow section.
Oh, and he just updated again, so now he's 17 miles an hour, race mile 9.5, so he's 5 minutes or so from the finish.
Good deal.
And then, Gavin Smith, I don't see red. Says he's doing 4 miles an hour. That was
That's good.
6 months. Oh, yeah, he's back in action.
Oh, wow.
So Gavin Smith, as we're talking about him, starting to actually catch Jim Flory. So Gavin Smith is about, let's see, about a half a mile behind Jim Flory. So Aaron Lynch, if you're tuned in, your buddy Gavin Smith is back in action. So we'll see who comes through next and finishes out the podium for the G-Force Pro Modified class during the 2025 Rausch Creek Rumble, presented by Rock Crawler Suspension.
You think Smith can catch Flory?
Anything's possible, but if Flory keeps his forward momentum, he's got the better angle.
Is that set? Oh, wait. He just turned green.
So I think that means he tripped a pre-loop out there.
Oh, okay.
So a
you
heads-up loop for our timing guys.
I see. So does that give you an updated split?
Not on my side. I think that's just on the behind-the-scenes timing, so they can give the flaggers a head up.
Okay.
You want to hand me a water down by your right foot?
Good thing is you don't need it in a cooler right now.
Yeah, no doubt. It's not frozen. That's the other good thing.
We came in this morning and saw ice on the little the puddles out there by the road. I was like, whew.
It was chilly. It was really cold this morning. I still wouldn't call it warm yet.
They're calling for some pretty bad weather in the Midwest. I'm gonna probably try to get a little bit ways down the road tonight and maybe grab a hotel just to avoid it.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have my sheet in front of me on where they started. I was just using Ultra4Racing.live Motorsports, so I don't remember where Jay Shaw started, but on adjusted time, Paul Wolf does have him. We had a printer malfunction on my way out here, so I was like, I'll just wing it and do what we got.
I think it says, let's see, I might be able to help with that.
Perfect.
49 Pro.
Oh, yeah, I guess I could win with that.
Pro modified. Jay Shaw started third according to qualifying.
Yep, I think that sounds
so,
right.
Yeah,
so,
Paul, Jim Flory,
we only
and Jay
had
Shaw.
a minute on adjusted time, and Paul Wolf got him by, looks like 2 minutes. Yeah, basically 2 minutes.
Nice.
Again, go to Ultra4Racing.live Motorsports. Check that out. Make sure you get on the racing tracks. And obviously, if you're listening to us, you're on the YouTube page. So give us a question. We'll try to banter with you a little bit. Dan Hill's tuned in, rooting on Gavin Smith as well as Aaron's Lynch. They use their code names on the YouTubes, and it confuses me every once in a while.
Oh, yeah. Cody Martin says Jay started 8th. That is incorrect from what we just saw.
Well, and that could have been overall with mixed classes possibly. I'm not sure. Maybe that's what he's remembering.
Yeah. With the UTVs being separated, you got to watch that class.
Yeah, this Pro Modified is all by itself. In the Open and the Stock class, we intermix them on that last race, and then tomorrow morning we're going to do the same. We'll have 3 classes racing during the Everyman Challenge.
Was there any youth here?
There weren't. Nope.
Oh, okay.
None of them showed up. I think the weather and just too close to King of the Hammers, just everybody's busy. So definitely a little low on the car count. I hope we can pick that up as the season progresses.
Yeah, it's rough being that close.
Oh, tell me about it. I'm not recovered yet.
The weather just is such a gamble, too.
Oh, we got lucky.
Yeah,
I was nervous.
It could have been a lot worse. Snow, ice, hurricane.
Yeah, you never know. They can throw a little bit of everything at us. Oh, what'd I do here? How do I undo that?
You broke the YouTube.
I don't know what I did. Oh, maybe I see it now. If I can find it. Sorry again, I'm my own tech guy today, and sometimes I don't know what I did. Well, I guess I can just fix it over here. We'll just keep rolling. All right. Well, again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. I'm Miles Hasquist, and we've had a slew of guests today. We got Steve with Tire Spine with us right now, and I hope you guys have had fun. We have. We're not done yet. We're going to let a couple more come across the line, and just like we say, right there, Jim Flory crosses the line, unofficial 3rd position.
Nice.
So we'll see on adjusted time if Gavin Smith can get him, but I just don't think the time is there. So again, unofficial, but congratulations looks like it goes to Paul Wolf, Jay Shaw, and Jim Flory. And it looks like we'll let Gavin Smith cross the finish line before we sign off for the night. But don't forget, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we kick off the EMC race. We'll have the 45s, the 46, and the 48s all racing at the same time, but scored separately. And then at 12:30 p.m., again Eastern Standard Time, the 4400 Unlimiteds take off, and we have a stacked field. We have a couple kings out there racing. Philip McGilton, Chad Owens, and the list goes on. Well, let's make up that list. We got a pretty good one out there. Let me flip through some papers here.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Oh, my fingers are cold. They just don't work that well.
Need to get you a little salamander.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, so we'll run through it. We have Eric Miller, Jared Erdman, Josh Blyler, Lily Blyler, Rusty Blyler, Philip McGilton, Chad Owens, Roger King, Jan Pitt, Jeff Allen, Matt Garofalo, Paul Wolf, but he's not going to race, I don't think. A.K. Watley, Jonathan Dawes, and Kevin Porterfield is supposed to race, but I haven't seen him. But obviously I've been out here in the woods, so hopefully he shows up today.
Is that the registered list?
That's the registered list,
cool.
Yep.
Nice.
So we got about 15 of them out there, and it's a pretty stacked field.
That's pretty
So
nice.
it's going to be fun.
How's Gavin doing?
He's still moving. Let's see, last time he updated was 6 minutes ago, so hopefully he's getting close.
Yeah. He's probably through.
Well, he's not through yet.
Oh,
We
yeah,
got our
the
live
challenge.
timing over here,
Okay.
so
Well, okay.
you got to kind of bounce back and forth.
Yeah.
That's why we got 13 screens open here.
It's awesome that you're making all this work.
I'm impressing myself. I'll be honest.
You got a tech support number you got to call?
I need one, and
Yeah.
I've got one. Our buddies at Take It Live rented us some equipment, kind of gave us a crash course, and they're on 911 call, I guess, which they helped us set up this morning, and then we're running with it. And if we need to make a phone call, we will.
Awesome.
And obviously, if we drop out, that's the first thing I'm doing.
Nice. I guess next time I'll give you a link to the live in-car. I did a live in-car stream for Cody for the race.
So that would have to go through the mixer machine.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh,
I can pull
okay,
it up over
okay.
here, but I can't shoot it to the
Oh,
web.
okay.
That takes
extra skill.
Extra skill, and I can barely hit go.
You'd have to phone a friend on
Yeah,
that
no
one.
doubt. But that would be cool. And let's talk about that Starstream and whatever thing George Hamill has done for the sport. It's absolutely amazing, and I love the technology they have. And it's I just hope it keeps getting better and better.
I was a little nervous with all the trees how it was going to pan out, but surprisingly it did pretty
you
well.
Can watch it pretty
yeah,
good?
Yeah,
Nice.
Kind of like you said earlier, with all the foliage not on the trees
It
yet,
makes a
I
big
think
difference.
that makes a big difference too. But
So when we were talking live show for this, the budget was just too much, so we cut it because drones are going to be hard to fly here because it's all trees. And then we get here and we're like, well, I guess I didn't think there's not going to be leaves on the trees.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we should have brought a drone. We didn't. Maybe next
that's what
year.
you could sit here and fly the drone,
Oh,
right?
yeah, let's just
you can
do that.
multitask.
Get myself a haircut and lose more hair, right? Yeah, I don't think I'd trust myself with that.
Yeah, he'd be trying to fly through cars and.
Yep. So Nick Anderson still isn't moving. Let's pull up
Gavin update.
Let's pull up him.
Somebody
so
was
Gavin
rooting
update,
for him.
He's still moving along at 14 miles an hour at race mile 10, so he's getting pretty close. Nick Anderson
it still hasn't updated. for a
Oh,
while.
Nick Anderson is
Now
back and moving.
Yeah.
So maybe somebody brought him some parts or he MacGyvered it. Not sure.
Yeah.
And then Lawless McKenzie, if I can. So Lawless McKenzie is at 23 miles an hour at race mile number 3. So I guess I got nothing else better to do. We'll stay tuned in for a little bit.
Did live timing update?
Not yet.
Not
So
yet.
we're still waiting on Gavin Smith.
He hadn't pinged for a while too. It looked like.
Yeah. Well, let's switch here. I'm going to X here. Maybe. Bring it back up. Sorry, my YouTube link crashed, so I had to reboot it on my personal end. Obviously, I think you're still live here. Oh, and look at that. First thing that pops up is the Rock Krawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble. And then I got to skip an ad. So, yeah, we are back and action. Let's see, live chat somewhere.
Is it live on Facebook or is it just YouTube?
I think they were going to share a link.
Cool.
RDP was hopefully going to do that, but it's live on YouTube, so you can go back and watch that.
Cool.
I don't know how to open the. Oh, there it went.
goes.
It woke up.
Go Gavin Smith.
Yeah, Gavin Smith has some fans. He hadn't crossed yet, so on adjusted time, I think his day's over. But again, we have to dot our I's and cross our T's on the adjusted time, make sure the trackers are clean. That's why we brought in racing tracks to make sure everybody stays fair and honest out there. So once we have David Clay with Racing Tracks go over that, we can make it official, and then we'll let Pam Hall hand out the hardware.
Do they have a time to do that?
What's that?
The awards?
Yeah, we're going to do awards tonight. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that'll be, what time is it now? What time zone is my watch on? Yeah, okay. So it's 4:20. So hopefully here in about an hour we'll hand out some awards.
Cool.
Maybe hour and a half. Yeah, my computer and iPad. Well, my iPad's even further off, but my computer's on Central Time. See,
I
this
know the
computer's
feeling.
on Eastern Time. It's a lot of moving parts, but it's been fun bringing the action. Obviously, it's not as much action as I would hope, you would hope, but it's still better than nothing.
Absolutely. What live timing?
Yep, still
Still
hit
nothing
update,
on Gavin
but
yet?
nothing yet. Nope, he's still out there.
What's
Let's go
the
to
Racing Tracks show?
Tracks.
His fans are anxiously awaiting.
He's getting close. Let's see. Last update was 14, so that was 9 minutes ago. He's going to be really close. And then right behind him is Nick Anderson with a 22. So a pretty accurate. Oh, he's
Did he just get around?
good accurate. Well, so that's updated at 24, and Gavin updated at 14. So I'm surprised Gavin Smith hasn't tripped
timing
yet. So, but remember, Nick Anderson is down a lap also. He was down with brake issues. So even if he finishes before him, I guess. I missed the driver's meeting that I was setting this thing up. So I don't know if it's a Grand Prix finish, if Nick Anderson go out for another lap or not.
I think what's his name?
Lawless McKenzie.
Yeah, he was still down.
Yeah, ways down. Yeah, race mile 3. And he is still moving at 23 miles an hour. That was that's a 13 old minute update. Now we'll zoom back up here, and Nick Anderson's getting close to clicking off his first lap again. I guess we'll know if he comes out for another lap.
We'll see. I would assume with the leaders there, they probably hold him.
Yeah, that's like, again, I missed the driver's meeting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of assume they won't let him get out, but that's my personal guess. I'm going to flip the camera around and show you the winds are flying just a little bit.
Yeah, it's getting a little breezy.
Oh, wrong button. And I'm going to step away for just a moment, so I'm going to leave you by yourself. I'm going to take a quick break and chat a little bit, but I'll be right back.
So looking at tracking. Kind of waiting for Gavin Smith to update here. Doesn't look like he's trip timing yet. I'm wondering if he's actually stopped, but it hasn't updated on racing tracks. Because he's still... Nick Anderson went around. Did Nick Anderson trip?
Well, Nick Anderson still hasn't hit the...
What I was saying is Nick's down here at the finish, but I didn't see him trip timing, and Gavin still didn't look like didn't trip. I'm wondering if he stopped and at racing tracks it just hasn't updated.
Yeah, again, I'm watching live timing and racing tracks just like you, Steve, and I don't know.
I don't know either.
We're doing some guessing games.
Maybe somebody watching the live feed over there could shoot you a text, give you an update.
I wonder
maybe
if Pam's
it's like
watching, or
maybe it's like Talladega Nights. They're like literally crawling right now, trying to beat each other to the finish,
pushing and pulling.
Yeah.
So yeah, the update on Gavin is 17, so that's still 10 minutes old.
I hear
Nick Anderson. Oh, I hear him.
I hear it.
That's a Maverick car. So
is that Nick?
It has to be. But why didn't he cross my timing? Man, I'm having some tech issues out here today. I do apologize, everybody.
It could be timing having issues, too.
Well, somebody's having issues.
Yeah.
I just assume it's me because I'm not very techy.
I see they're getting up. The course marshal over there getting up. So I'd say this is probably Nick.
It's got to be. So, and there goes. My timing just tripped. So got a little lag with the interwebs, but it is back in action. So Nick Anderson is back and running.
So they did let him go to finish.
Kind of surprised about that, but I'm glad to see, hey, he's coming here racing. Let him race his race.
Let's see. The car looks okay.
Yep, he's still moving.
He had a brake issue, so I don't know that we're going to see that unless he
Man, that car's taking a beating, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It just raced back to back, and, man, again, the camera just doesn't do it justice, but pretty wild.
Smelled that race fuel.
Oh, yeah. Well, so far, so good for everybody out on course. Paul Wolf, your unofficial winner. And then it's Jay Shaw, then Jim Flory. Nick Anderson came through. He is a lap down from our leaders, but obviously now he's on the lead lap.
Yeah.
And we know Gavin Smith and Lawless McKenzie, so I think the other three are still moving. And
Still
Gavin
no
Smith,
update from Gavin.
Man, it says 13 minutes. Let's refresh this thing, see if it pops anything up.
Gotta go turn all the cars back on.
Oh, I know. At least I'm good at it. That's a joke. Show all. There we go. So, yeah, no, it looks.
Same spot.
So, Gavin Smith still at race mile 10, not moving. And now, I see Lawless McKenzie not moving as well. Looks like he's at race mile 5 at 0 miles per hour. We just saw Nick Anderson, so we know he's still moving. See if I can. There he is. So, yep, 30 miles an hour.
He just re-updated and
Lawless
moved.
McKenzie, good catch. Thank you, Steve.
Oh, and Gavin did turn red. So
they're
he
just
pinged. He re-pinged,
okay.
yeah.
So Lawless McKenzie back and moving, and Gavin Smith back to a stop with an accurate ping. Hate to hear that for Gavin, but hey, that's racing.
Good thing is
So
he's
I
not
believe
too
the-
far from the pits.
So the course is cold where we are at. Well, as soon as I say that, I hear somebody. No, that must be Nick Anderson on
Yeah.
the next holler over. But, yeah, so Gavin Smith has passed us, Lawless McKenzie has passed, and Nick Anderson has passed. So I do believe it is a cold course from the start all the way following up Nick Anderson. And
See,
obviously we have him on racing track, so we don't really even need to go clear course.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Is there any comments?
Yeah.
What's the standings?
So
there's Dustin.
Dustin Robbins. So in the G-Force Pro Modified, it is Paul Wolf, Jay Shaw, and Jim Flory. And then in the All Things UTV Open race last time around was Cody Willingborg, Paul Wolf, and Nick Anderson. And then Jeremy Blackburn won the stock class. So Dustin, thanks for tuning in and sponsoring the All Things UTV Open class. Thank you, buddy, and I can't wait to see you at the next race. You're getting some pretty good shout-outs there, Steve.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Everybody's having some fun out there.
I try not to take all the glory. I just try to take care of the guys.
Yep,
you know,
and that's what it takes.
Curtis Boone.
I'm drawing a blank. Who you just put tire spines in for a lot of people, I'm sure. Who built the Polaris single seat that's super tricked out?
That's super tricked
Yeah,
out.
he built it from scratch. Golly, how am I drawing the blank there? Maxis.
Oh, Scott Lesage.
Scott Lesage, yeah.
Yep.
So the reason I'm being stupid about that is he actually brought some tires to my house that my buddy sold, and he got them out of the back of that little Honda SUV he had.
He drove all the way to Illinois before King of the Hammers to pick those up.
Yeah, he stopped at my house,
Yep, I
dropped
remember
tires
that.
off. His clutch master cylinder went out, so we swapped that. He crashed on the couch. Next morning he got up and went to you. And
Yep.
that guy was a madman.
That was a funny picture to see all those tires crammed in there, and I was like, hey, if it fits, it ships.
If it fits, it ships. That's an absolute fact.
And where does he live at? I can't remember. It's somewhere,
Man,
is it Utah?
Yeah,
I think it's
Utah. Yep.
That had to be
That's
a heck of a long drive, literally across the
100%.
country.
So we will post the standings here in a little bit once we dot our I's and cross our T's. But it looks looking good for Paul Wolf in that number 1 position. Jay Shaw, number 2, and Jim Flory, number 3. We have 3 other competitors still moving out on course: Gavin Smith, Lawless McKenzie, and Nick Anderson. But as I say that, let's go back, because last time we saw, Gavin Smith was not moving. And it looks like he is still stationary. And so is Lawless McKenzie. So we got a couple cars on the struggle bus. And Nick Anderson actually moving out pretty good. He passed us not too long ago. He's at race mile 7.
Wow. Is that live timing I see up there in the corner?
Yeah. I had it this whole race, and I forgot to turn it on.
Oops. Oh, no.
They built that for me this morning, and
it's cool.
I used it for qualifying, and I forgot I had it.
Hey.
Hey, I'm a rookie. I'm learning.
You get what you get, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, we got the live timing that just popped up there. All right. Oh, got a tip alert on Lawless McKenzie from Racing Tracks at race mile 5.5. So hopefully he can get righted and safe. We'll send some of our safety crew. Race mile 5.5. Lawless McKenzie with a tip alert. I wonder if they got a tip alert for Philip McGilton right here.
Oh, did he roll?
Oh, yeah. He rolled and hit that tree right there.
Oh.
I mean, he couldn't have planted it any more perfect.
I had heard that he was already like done and out of the car really, really fast.
Yeah,
So.
down here he pulled over, and it was something about the front end wasn't engaging. He didn't know, whatever. Well, he got here and got crossed up and started going. He turned left, hit the gas, no front wheel drive.
No pull.
So he just.
Was he in a loaner?
He's in Paul Wolf's loaner,
Uh-oh.
so not sure what happened there. He's
Gotcha.
got a Maverick R. I know he's building, but obviously it wasn't quite ready, so borrowed one from Paul, and I don't know what was going on. Is it a new car? He didn't know which button to push, or did the front
He's gonna
end
figure
lead
it
the
out
chat?
real quick, won't he?
Yeah, no doubt.
That wind's starting to pick up, isn't
Mhm.
it? Or has it been like that all day? On and off.
On and off. But yeah, right now it's picked up a little bit.
Actually, now I mentioned that, I thought I saw a wind alert or something come through on my phone earlier.
Don't say that out loud.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
That's a bad word around here. No, I'm joking. But
We
yeah,
need
you
to
can
build
see
you
the
a
rock
fire.
crawler flags blowing in the wind just a little bit. So you camping here on site?
No, grabbed a hotel.
Okay, yep, it's easier.
I wasn't sure with a big rig trying to get in here,
Oh, yeah,
RV,
it's
and
tight.
all that. So, and then you never know with the weather. So I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you know what? I'm just gonna grab a hotel and
Call her
truck
easy,
and trailer
huh?
it and call it a weekend. So
Nothing wrong with that. And town's not too far, about a half hour, right?
no, it was like 12 minutes,
Oh,
13 minutes
you're
to Pine
closer.
Grove.
Okay, you're
Yeah.
closer than we are then.
Yeah, and there's actually a little town even closer. It has like an auto body shop and stuff.
Okay, well, I haven't been
We
that
like
way.
go through it on the way. So
We've been hanging out over by Big B, which obviously is the other way.
Oh,
They've been-
okay.
Yeah, we went and checked out their spot, and they're
Cool.
letting us. Man, they're just great hospitality. So
Awesome.
can't say enough good things about the Blyler family and Big B Racing.
you guys
and
got to
Big
go
B
check out
Manufacturing.
their shop. And
Oh
everything.
yeah. So I
saw the post.
Yeah, I went there by myself 2 years ago because we came early to Famous Reading, and JT had trailer issues. So I got here on time. He didn't. So I was like, well, I'll go kill some time and go talk to Josh. And we had lunch, and he gave me a little, a little
Little tour.
personal tour.
Cool.
But then when we came back, he's like, hey, you want to give the full team a tour? I was like, absolutely.
Nice.
And, yeah, so
You
Rusty
guys
and
got
Josh,
to do that at Beach Bend too.
Yep,
you guys
yeah, we went to Holly.
Yeah.
Oh, that was cool too. Completely different. But I think since it's still family owned, Big B's just cooler because it's the everyman dream. But
Yeah.
then not taking anything away from Holly because they've been
Oh,
around
yeah.
forever. But just the personal touch the Blylers gave us was amazing. But yeah, going to Holly, it was amazing. I mean, think of a football field, double that, and there's pallets everywhere with every automotive part because they own ADS, Holly. I don't know the list, but they have
It's like Fox.
Yeah,
kinda.
yeah, they've got a lot under their hat, and
Wow.
it was impressive. And we saw the original carburetor from Holly, like when
Oh,
they,
really?
like they still use it as a mold. It's incredible.
Wow. That's cool that you guys get to check all that stuff out and gain
Yeah.
more knowledge.
Yeah, I mean it's cool.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
then it's just nice to learn the brand a little bit.
Absolutely. Getting some updates over
Yeah,
there.
it looks like Lawless McKenzie was tipped over. They updated. They
moving?
stopped at race mile 6.9, so they made it a mile and a half, and then stopped again.
We got anything on Gavin yet?
Let's see. Gavin hadn't
Still-
hadn't
what's the
moved.
update
His
time?
update was 39, so it's accurate update.
Still
So
not
Gavin
moving.
Smith struggle bussing.
Then,
And then Lawless McKenzie has stopped once again, but he was at 5.5. Now he's roughly 7.
it was 37.
And Nick Anderson is at race mile 3, but that's got to be an older
Oh,
one.
there it goes.
Yep, there
Yep.
it goes. Perfect. So he's accurate.
I think we hear
update.
him.
So yeah. So Nick Anderson still moving. So Gavin Smith and Lawless McKenzie having some issues. Hate to hear that from them. And obviously Ultra4Racing.live Motorsports won't help us much until they get to the finish line, but it's a fun split on some of these. Tomorrow on the longer races, that'll be a really good one. So let's switch over to the YouTubes. Oh, Chad Hunt's in the house with Hunt's Motorsports. Congratulations on your top 10 finish at King of the Hammers, buddy. Got a Jason Farley is rooting on Paul Wolf.
Oh, you got is that a course marshal down there?
Yep, yeah, with some of our course safety crews. Since the course is clear at our spot, we're we're cold course here. Nobody else can come out.
He should have came up and gave you some action.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, let me verify, but those 3 are done. We've seen Gavin Lawless. Yeah, it's a cold course where we're at. Yep. So if you guys wanted to clear course, you can, or head back to camp and do your thing. Okay. Well, Break It Billy and Eugene Rose been a huge help today. Thanks for all your help. And hey, Eugene, you're hopping back on the mic again tomorrow. The mouth from the east, right? I like it. Look, come on, buddy. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Good old redneck is a good old redneck. Perfect. A to-go bag of Pennsylvania mud. Ooh, that wind's picking up again.
Yes, it is.
Pennsylvania, I like it.
You got your tent fastened down?
Not enough. We got some rocks, but worst case, it falls over. I don't know. I'll take my chance.
It is a nice tent, though.
Yeah. Monster Energy hooked us up with this one, and then Big B hooked us up with the new table. It's pretty sweet.
Oh, yeah, I saw the post.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was this.
It's this. It's real
awesome.
deal.
Cool. You
I
going to
love
take
it.
that to all the races?
Yeah, yep.
Nice.
Yep, the Eastern and the Central. This semi, we're kind of sharing
I was going to ask, do you guys have a rig that kind of stays over here
the
with
semi
everything?
that you see here is new. We got that from Cade Rod here recently, and Randy Rod. So that'll kind of be our Central and East, and then John Goodby, the race commissioner, has his little setup that we'll do for the Eastern Series race because the NorCal is his race. It's in his backyard. So
gotcha.
And then we're teaming up with Best in the Desert this year
That's
for
Vegas
to Reno and
yeah.
Laughlin.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's a good setup. It's tough. As many races we have, the logistics are
you got
tricky.
a critter over there. You got friends.
Oh yeah.
Is that a tick?
I think it's just a little spider of some
baby
sort.
spider. Okay.
Yeah.
It looked like a tick.
Yeah, it's kind of chilly for those guys.
I don't know.
Kind of surprised we haven't seen them.
I say that the other day. I had a mosquito cut flying on my arm already. I was like, wow, that didn't take long.
I'm not ready for those guys.
Yeah.
So Chad Hunt says thank you. No, thank you, buddy. And I'm sure we'll see you at a few more races this season. I know Badlands is close to your heart because, the Trek Series. I know Nikki's had some success with them as well there at Badlands, racing in the stock class. So I'm sure, well, Chad, if you're listening, what is the next race? Will we see in Oklahoma? Will we see at Badlands, Kentucky, AOP? What's up?
I like Badlands. That's like our home track.
Okay.
I'm actually 30 minutes from Paul Wolf.
So out in Illinois is where he's from, right?
Yep. Yeah, I'm about 30 minutes north of Paul.
So too close to St. Louis to admit, right?
Right. Yeah. And then to the Badlands, it's like just shy of 3 hours.
Oh,
so
nice.
it's kind of like the home track basically there. And I know last year it had a really big turnout. I think the parking was like overflowing and they had to extend it. And I think they may have extended it again. Badlands has got a little bit of everything too. It's a pretty neat little place.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's got like legit sand dunes.
Yeah.
It's got some rocks. It's got some trees. I mean, again, most of the tracks we go to, we look for
everything.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, looks like he'll be running Central, so AOP and Badlands. That'll be fun. He's got another Miller Motorsports chassis. So
I need to learn more about the big cars.
Well, I need to learn more about all the cars, but I do my best. But yeah, you're more in the UTVs, right?
Yeah. We do have some in the big cars and the different classes and stuff there too, but I don't know a lot about them other than they're really heavy.
Yeah, they're big. Yeah.
40 inch, 35. Like what is it? 46. What the max tire they can do? I can't remember.
Unlimited. Yeah.
Oh,
Hell's
46
Bells used to run a
4600?
50-something.
Oh, and 46?
Oh, and 46. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
4400 is unlimited.
Yeah.
35's 35 inch, or sorry, 4600 class is 35 inch tire,
okay.
And then 45, 48 is 37 inch tire. They all have to be DOTs also, and then 4400 is unlimited. So
gotcha.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, no. That's with the DOT tire. I've had a lot of people ask if we could help them with that being limited to
Yeah.
that tire. It's like, absolutely. If you got a tire, I can help.
For
you
sure.
know?
You help
So,
it hold some air.
Yeah.
Well, when it quits holding air, it's not on the rim.
Yeah. Yeah.
Garrett Phelps is tuned in. He runs around with the Glines crew, so I'm sure we'll see them in a couple weeks up in Northern California for the NorCal Stampede. And now I'm bouncing back to the tracker. Gavin Smith hasn't moved in a while. Accurate update as of 7 minutes ago, so we'll see.
Is that,
and we'll go down to Lawless
Anderson?
McKenzie. He is stopped. 3-minute update, so that's accurate.
stopped,
Nick Anderson still moving at 52 miles an hour, so
Wow.
I'd call that moving.
Yeah. Nice little straight section there. Oh, look, he just jumped way up there by Lawless.
Yeah.
I guess at 52 mile an hour, he was getting there quick.
Yeah, no doubt.
Actually, he may have just passed him. I can't tell. The icons are really
yeah,
close.
they're close to each other, that's for sure. Yeah, they're on top of each other, so yeah, they're in the same area. We'll see.
I wonder
who
if he'll
pops out
stop
first.
and try to help him.
You never know.
We'll see. That'd be kind of cool.
So tough break for Gavin Smith, but again, a huge shout out for the G-Force Pro Modified class of Paul Wolf in that first position, unofficially. And number 2 is Jay Shaw. Number 3, Jim Flory. And earlier today, we ran the All Things UTV. It was Cody Willenborg, Paul Wolf, and Nick Anderson. And the stock class was Jeremy Blackburn. And there was one more car that finished. Who was it? Travis Fisher, I believe. Didn't get it quite written down. But we will do our address and check everything out later.
Oh, did Nick pass him? He just updated.
It looks like, I don't know, who's in the... So Lawless is still not moving. And Nick Anderson is at 10 miles an hour. So I think Anderson just passed
him.
Lawless McKenzie.
Oh, it just updated again.
So, yep. Nick Anderson still, I guess, the only car on the move. Trying to catch up, make sure everything is good to go. What was that? Last car cleared Talisman. So that's roughly race mile 7. Something like that. All right. So we are towards the end.
So that was probably Nick then.
All right. Well, I think we're going to get ready for our podium. So I think we're going to step away from the action. Get ready. We will not be live for that. I do apologize. Just not enough technology out here, and we'd have to move our stuff. So we do have one car moving, but I think we have the podium done. Paul Wolf, Jay Shaw, and Jim Flory. So thank you for tuning in, Steve. Thanks for joining me in booth. It's
Thanks,
been
Miles.
fun. We've had a slew of guests. We'll try to do that again tomorrow, so swing back through.
All right, thank you.
So thank you for tuning in to the 2025 Rock Crawler Suspension Rausch Creek Rumble here at the Rausch Creek Off-Road Park in Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. From the entire broadcast crew here at Ultra 4 USA, I am Miles Haskins. Thank you, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Enjoy, and we will see you then.